Preface and Chapter I of Travels in New Zealand, with contributions to the geography, geology, botany, and natural history of that country, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Travels in New Zealand, with contributions to the geography, geology, botany, and natural history of that country, Volume 1, by Johann Carl Ernst DIEFFENBACH. Preface and Chapter I. Preface. The following volumes contain an account of several journeys into various parts of New Zealand during the years 1839, 1840, and 1841, a part of which time was occupied in visiting the Chatham Islands and New South Wales. My researches as naturalist to the New Zealand Company might have been far more complete had it been in my power to make an entire survey of New Zealand. But circumstances rendered this impossible, and it appears evident from the principle which has guided the government and the public that we shall be indebted rather to an extension of colonization than to a previous examination for a more intimate knowledge of the country. I have therefore no other pretensions in bringing these volumes before the public than that they contain unvarnished descriptions of the places I visited. I must, however, observe that I have been over much untrodden ground. I was the first to visit or describe Mount Egmont, many places in the northern parts of the island, and some of the picturesque and interesting lakes and thermal springs in the interior. The excellent map which Mr. John Arrowsmith has compiled, with the aid of my notes and sketches, will amply illustrate the routes I have taken. I have entered on several occasions upon questions intimately connected with the capabilities of the country as a home for Europeans. In a time pregnant with the universal desire to search for employment and to open up a new field for exertion, foreign and unoccupied countries, previous to colonization, should be explored with the view of making ourselves acquainted with their soil and natural productions. Natural history and the affiliated sciences should, in that case, be merely the helpmates to noble enterprise, and even more than that, they should guide and lead it. I can but hope that those who delight in contemplating the arrangements of nature, in distributing her creatures over the various countries, will find something satisfactory in these volumes. This is the fauna of New Zealand. I am indebted for this valuable addition to my work to J. E. Gray, Esquire, of the British Museum, who, with the assistance of the celebrated Arctic traveller, Dr. J. Richardson, of Messrs. G. R. Gray, Doubleday, and White, has described the animals at present at hand and, with the descriptions of former naturalists and travellers, has made the enumeration of the animals which are found in New Zealand as complete as possible. I express here my high gratitude to J. E. Gray, Esquire, as well as to the gentleman I have mentioned, for a labour which was as arduous as no doubt it will be useful to future travellers. Ernst DIEFFENBACH, London, November, 1842. Chapter I. General Remarks. It is natural that in the selection of a new colony in a distant region, a preference should be given to a country, the climate and other circumstances of which are in some degree analogous to those of the native land of the colonists, in order that the physical and intellectual energies of their posterity may not retrograde, but be developed and matured in a congenial soil, and thus may conduce, in the greatest degree, to the general prosperity and happiness. It is natural also that the attention and views of those to whom the land of their birth affords little prospect of advancement should be directed towards that country, which promises from the resources within itself a steady progress to ultimate prosperity, without being a burthen to the mother country for a longer period than that which may be termed its infancy, whilst at the same time it ensures to the latter that reciprocal benefit which she has a right to expect. It is with man as with plants and animals. Each kind has its natural boundaries, within which it can live and thrive, and attain its fullest vigour and beauty. If we intend to propagate them in climates differing from their own, we may do so by creating an artificial state of things, resembling that of the place to which they are indigenous. But this is little practicable in the transplantation of man. Many colonies have indeed been founded in unfavourable positions for the purpose of obtaining the peculiar produce of the country, as the sugar, coffee, cacao, and indigo of the West Indies, the gum of Senegal, the palm oil of the Cape Coast. But in such cases the colony was not what would seem to be the true meaning of the word, an offset from the parent state, planted and reared to maturity in a foreign soil, but merely a factory where the ease of acquiring riches by supplying a certain commodity to the home market has rendered men reckless of the dangers of the climate and regardless of the loss of life attending the speculation. In such colonies, the European population soon became decrepit and degenerated from the strength and vigour of the stock from which they descended. In some instances, they were supported by a regular system of oppression and extortion towards the original inhabitants, who had reason to curse the hour in which civilized Europeans first came amongst them. But more frequently, they could only exist by what might be called the colonial hothouse system. In other words, by the slavery and misery of thousands of their fellow creatures. Other colonies arrived at prosperity by the labour of convicts, which government bestowed as a liberal gift upon the settlers. In these colonies a middle class or peasantry was wanting, which forms the true tie of our social relations, and is the best pledge of their durability. An artificial appearance of wealth was created, and an illusory value of landed property, which could not last as soon as the importation of convicts ceased, because the prosperity was not borne out by the capability of the country. A few Europeans, being the masters of countless numbers of a different race, either originally introduced as slaves or who have been conquered, do not form an European colony. How different from all this is the case of New Zealand, where the climate is not only similar to that of England, but even milder than that of her most southern counties, whilst at the same time it is healthy and invigorating. The children of Europeans born in this country show no deterioration from the beauty of the original stock, as they do in New South Wales and Van Diemen's Land. A great part of the country possesses a soil which yields all those articles of food which are necessary for the support of Europeans, especially grain, potatoes, fruit, and every variety of garden vegetables. It possesses materials for shipbuilding and domestic architecture in its timber, marble, and freestone. The coal which has been found will probably prove sufficient in quantity for steam engines and manufactories. Its coasts are studded with harbours and inlets of the sea. It is intersected by rivers and rivulets. Its position between two large continents is extremely favourable. In short, it unites in itself everything requisite for the support of a large population in addition to the native inhabitants. No other country possesses such facilities for the establishment of a middle class, and especially of a prosperous small peasantry, ensuring greatness to the colony in times to come. It is, I conceive, no small praise to a country that in it labour and industry can procure independence and even affluence, that in it no droughts destroy the fruits of the colonist's toil, no epidemic or pestilence endangers his family, that with a little exertion he may render himself independent of foreign supply for his food, and that when he looks around him he can almost fancy himself in England instead of at the Antipodes, were it not that in his adopted country an eternal verdure covers the groves and forests, and gives the land an aspect of unequalled freshness and fertility. More, however, than all these advantages were expected by the colonists, who in the last 2 years have flocked by thousands to New Zealand. They found to their surprise and disappointment almost entirely a mountainous country, the mountains being in many cases steep and intersected by ravines instead of valleys, whilst the cultivable land, instead of being continuous, was much dispersed and subdivided. They found also that in many places a large proportion of the land was entirely useless, that where they looked for extensive pasture grounds the food for cattle and sheep was very scanty, that instead of natural grasses, high fern, shrubs, or a thick forest covered the ground, and that in the latter case the thick and interwoven roots formed a very formidable barrier to successful agriculture in the easy and quickly remunerating manner they expected. Most of these immigrants did not intend to make the new colony their second home, but expected with the help of the labour which was provided for them in return for their purchase of land, or by the cheap and, as they had hoped, almost gratuitous labour of the natives, to produce in the shortest possible time those articles of produce which the country was said to offer available for export, or to see their flocks increasing without exertion on their own part, and having thus made a rapid fortune, to return to their native country. Many came for the purpose of speculating in land, especially in town allotments, which has become such a favourite system of deception and ruin in the Australian colonies, and will retard their progress for many years to come, notwithstanding the halo of wealth produced by it, the distant reflection and splendour of which are continuing to attract thousands of emigrants from the shores of the United Kingdom. As articles of export in New Zealand, from which such quick proceeds were expected, timber, flax, and oil were particularly mentioned, but since the colony has been established, these articles have scarcely furnished any exports, and they cannot be expected to be sources of any considerable profit for some time to come. As regards timber, it will be admitted that only large and long spars, for the use of the navy, will cover the expense of bringing them to the waterside and shipping them to a distance of 14,000 miles. After having visited nearly all the timber districts in the northern island, I became convinced that such large and sound spars are scarce, and that in New Zealand the kind of tree fit for exporting never forms a continuous forest as in other countries. And as for shipping other kinds of wood, this is quite out of the question, as the price of sawn timber in New Zealand itself was, at the time of my departure, 13 shillings per 100 feet, and the importation of plank from Europe has met with success. It is a fact very notorious in New Zealand that the shipment of spars, from the enormous expense of bringing them to the waterside, has never been profitable to anyone. There is certainly a large quantity of timber of all descriptions in the island, which will become of the greatest value in the country itself, when its resources are a little more developed. Upon the labour of the natives, the colonist can at present depend but little, and although he will find them in other respects sufficiently useful, he has to pay them at the same high rate as his European workmen, without being sure that they will always work at his command. The export of flax, prepared by the natives, has dwindled almost to nothing in the last few years, as, from their increased intercourse with Europeans, they have been enabled by a slight degree of agricultural labour to obtain all the commodities which they require, and they are therefore averse to the dressing of the flax, which has, moreover, always been the work of the women, and was only resorted to by the men in times of war for the purpose of procuring muskets, powder, and shot. It is quite true that this valuable plant covers immense districts in New Zealand, and could be procured in any quantity if a cheap method of preparing it were known, but till then it cannot be regarded as likely to promote the commercial interests of the colony. The results of the whale fishery on the coasts of New Zealand are of very small amount in the British market, owing to the indiscriminate slaughter of the fish during the last 15 years, without due regard to the preservation of the dams and their young. The shore whalers, in hunting the animal in the season when it visits the shallow waters of the coast to bring forth the young and suckle it in security, have felled the tree to obtain the fruit, and have thus taken the most certain means of destroying an otherwise profitable and important trade. As for the belief that the ships of the several nations engaged in this trade must resort to New Zealand for refitting, as being the centre of the southern whale fishery, it is quite erroneous. The fact being that as soon as New Zealand became a British colony, the whalers deserted it and went to Otaheite or some other of the Polynesian islands, where they could be supplied with wood and provisions at a much cheaper rate. I would wish to impress these facts upon the reader for the purpose of showing that there is at present in New Zealand no article of export which can be depended upon to procure that balance of trade which is necessary for the success of all commercial communities. Exports must be created in the island by means of the agriculturalist, and it is the highest praise of the country that they can be created, and that they do not differ from the same articles produced at home. England, in former times, had scarcely more exports than New Zealand has now, but the internal resources and geographical position which secured to Great Britain its unequalled prosperity are, although much inferior, yet similar in New Zealand, and may give her in the course of time as high a position. It will readily be concluded from these observations that, in the first settlements of New Zealand, by far too much importance has been attached to commerce and to those natural products just mentioned, and that many incorrect and exaggerated statements on the present capabilities of the colony have been put forward. In a country like New Zealand, favoured in so many respects by nature, but which cannot be regarded as an entrepot or point of transit, the first question as to its future prosperity and success should be, can the settlement produce all that it may require for internal consumption, and will provisions be cheap as compared with the price of labour? This should undoubtedly be the case in New Zealand, and consequently the supply of provisions to ships and to the Australian colonies will be the principal source of export from the colony. To afford facilities of the first settlers of creating agricultural produce, to extend the utmost liberality to those who have purchased land and intend to become working colonists, to permit them to have an extensive choice, that they may select the good land in preference to the bad, to give them legal titles accordingly, and not allow them to consume their capital after their arrival in the colony by a delay of the surveys, are the only means of securing prosperity to New Zealand. Under such circumstances, the system of land sales in England at a fixed price and the application of the purchase money to send out agricultural labourers and mechanics in a just ratio to the demand of labour, the price of provisions, the quantity of capital employed, and the actual produce of the land, accompanied by a sound discretion as to the number of emigrants sent out, cannot, it appears to me, be easily replaced by a better one. The sooner the land is populated, the sooner it produces all articles of home consumption, the quicker it can provide a revenue for government purposes and for the expenses of internal intercourse and administration. Every farthing drawn from emigrants in the shape of payment for land is so much lost to the colony. And if any other way could be devised to provide a fund for the purposes of emigration, besides that of selling new lands, no one can doubt that it would be better to give the emigrants the land for nothing, on the condition of their cultivating it. But what has happened in New Zealand? Town and country lands were put up by auction, and land speculations were called into existence, which did not fail to damp the prospects, and exercise a most unfavourable influence on the infant colony. In these auctions, government did not consult the interests of those who had come to New Zealand as legitimate colonists, but only of those who were of no ultimate benefit to the colony, the land jobbers. There was a thriving little town at Kokorarika in the Bay of Islands, but instead of supporting a place which already existed, a new town was proposed, that of Russell, situated in the same harbour, but in a place totally unfit for a settlement. £15,000 were expended in the purchase of that spot, and much time of the Surveyor-General and his assistants was lost in laying out a town, but fortunately the project was afterwards relinquished. A short time afterwards, April 16th, 1841, the town of Auckland, which is situated in the estuary of Hauraki on the eastern coast of the North Island, was put up for sale. The mania for becoming suddenly rich by speculations in town allotments spread like an epidemic through all classes. Some of the highest government officers were infected by it, and both before and after the day of auction, nothing but land sales and land prices were talked of. At the first sale, only 116 allotments were brought to the hammer, covering a surface of 36 acres, 1 rod, 7 purchase. 5 rods and 7 purchase had been previously chosen by government officers who had that privilege. The rest was bought by persons who had time to resort to Auckland from the Australian colonies, after 3 months' notice in the Sydney Government Gazette, or from other places in New Zealand. The whole realised the sum of £21,499 9 s, and thus the government received a sum which could be brought forward as a sign of the prosperity of the colony, and of the great value of the land there. The truth, however, was that a few land jobbers raised the price thus high, having bought the ground in all the best situations. Not because they were convinced that the land had that value, but because they could sell it a few days afterwards, parcelled out into diminutive pieces, to the new immigrants who arrived daily, and who required, cost what it might, a piece of land to erect their houses upon. By this the land jobbers realised from 200 to 300%. As no land for cultivation was to be obtained, everyone thought it best to speculate in land, or to open public houses, with which the place soon became crowded. A town was made, and nothing was done to support it. A price was given for town land, which precluded every chance of its gradually rising in value. On the contrary, as was foreseen by all who knew the resources of the country, it must decrease as soon as people opened their eyes, and thus cause the ruin of the unfortunate purchaser. How could it be otherwise, when a small building allotment actually sold a short time afterwards at the rate of £20,000 per acre? The auction, in the first place, and the land jobbers, in the second, drained the place of its scanty supply of specie. Every article of consumption was imported and paid for in ready money, as nothing else could be given in exchange, and on account of the bad state of commercial affairs in Sydney, scarcely any credit could be obtained. Who, on learning these plain facts, would feel inclined to emigrate to New Zealand, when he can get land at a much cheaper rate in Canada, or even in Van Diemen's Land, or at the Cape of Good Hope, where he has an advantage of pasturage? The establishment of colonies has at all times given scope for speculation, and it is not more than fair that the first immigrants into a new country should derive some benefit from their superior enterprise and discernment. But in this case the benefit was not conferred upon the colonists, but upon a class of people appropriately called land sharks. The true birthplace of these jobbers seems to be the Australian colonies. Their trade is a species of gambling, which is the more certain of success from its being countenanced by government, and from an appealing to two of the most powerful of human passions, the love of independence and the desire of gain. They generally possess no large pecuniary means, in many cases no means at all. They are the first on the spot when town sales take place, and from the small number of lots which are put up for sale, and the very short previous notice given by the advertisements, they become the only purchasers. Immediately after the sale the allotments are subdivided and put up for public auction. With the pertinacity of an old-clothes Jew, the land sharks follow the newly arrived emigrant. The advantage of buying an allotment is pointed out to the ignorant with systematic deceit and falsehood, and the victim is at length secured. As the first purchaser has only to pay 10% to government at the time of sale, and the remainder in a month, the land jobber stands the good chance of realizing before that time a large profit upon his supposed capital, which enables him to pay for his allotment, and laughing at the credulity of those whom he is imposed upon, he leaves the town at the first opportunity, with his nefarious profits, seeking another stage for his impositions. If the chances turn out against him, he forfeits his deposit, which is no great matter. Sometimes also the case happens that a land jobber buys the land adjoining that of a respectable settler, from whom he extorts his price, immediately after the sale, by threatening to cut the allotment up into a number of dirty lanes and alleys. Certainly, all this is as much gambling as anything that can be called by that name, and must blight the prosperity of any new settlement. The necessity of providing land for agricultural and horticultural pursuits, as no private title to property was yet acknowledged, induced the government to put up for sale suburban allotments, cultivation allotments, and small farms, the sale of which took place in September 1841. The whole consisted of 85 allotments containing 1,275 acres, at the upset price of £20 for the suburban and £3 for the cultivation and country allotments. Although more land had been surveyed, or was not put up for public competition, the best land was reserved, and, in consequence of this policy, only 73 allotments were sold, comprising an area of 559 acres, and these realized £4,858, or nearly £8 per acre. 12 allotments, or 716 acres, remained unsold, as they consisted of very indifferent land, were covered with large blocks of scoria, and at all events were not worth the upset price. The greater part of the country allotments did not fall into the hands of the industrious, but into those of the land jobbers, who bought them not for the purpose of occupying them, but in order to cut them up immediately after the sale into towns and villages, which were set up for public competition. In the immediate neighbourhood of Auckland, towns and villages, never destined to exist except on paper, started up like the creations of a fairy tale. Number 2 of the suburban allotments, consisting of 3 acres and 3 rods, was sold for £303, and was cut up directly afterwards into 36 allotments, which were sold for £7, 15 shillings per front footage. It is amusing to skim over the weekly paper of Auckland, and read the names of about 6 or 8 towns, villages, and even racecourses, none of them above 3 miles from the town of Auckland, which were put up for sale in the short space of a fortnight. The government, after this, ordered a new town to be surveyed at the little harbour of Mahurangi, about 15 miles to the northward of Auckland, in a barren and unpromising place, and many more were in contemplation, not to speak of the city of Nelson, which it was intended should be the capital, and to lay the foundation of which 2 ships were at that very moment traversing the billowy main. It will be acknowledged on all sides that to found a dozen capitals and commercial ports, and more than 20 of villages, before any population is in the island, any produce raised to support a population, or any article of commerce ready to be exported, is subverting the natural order of things, and should have raised a smile on the lips of William Penn, who is often regarded as the father of modern colonization. If the sale of lands in England at a fixed price seems therefore to be preferable to that by auction. It might be objected that the former carries with it one very serious evil, that the land which does not become a prey to the land jobber generally falls into the hands of absentee proprietors, that the colonists sent out are almost all of the labouring class, and that the number of the latter might easily bear an undue proportion to the actual demand of labour in the colony, and fall for their support on the hands of the government or of the company. I am, however, inclined to think that the latter need not be feared in New Zealand if proper measures are adopted. The more land that is sold in England the better, and the more labourers that are sent out, even if capitalists do not actually proceed to the colony, the more value the section sold will have to the purchaser. But if the latter shall be the case, a free lease ought to be granted to the labourers by the landed proprietors or their agents for at least 15 years, say of 10 acres each family, at the moment of their arrival in New Zealand. No one need starve in New Zealand who works. It is different with the Australian colonies, where articles of consumption are not easily produced, and it is such a class of small agricultural leaseholders whose toil will prepare the country that it may ultimately attract capitalists. Whatever merits a great subdivision of landed property may have, I do not hesitate to say that the nature of the country requires such a subdivision in New Zealand or its substitute, long leases. I am well aware that it has been proposed to support the gentlemen colonists, who, however, want capital, by the establishment of a loan society, by mortgaging the land sections, but I do not believe that such a society is the most legitimate means to bring the colony into a state of production and the land to its real value. Without entering into politico-economical questions of too deep an importance to be fairly discussed here, I repeat that it need not to cause any fear if as large a stream of emigration is directed to New Zealand of the labouring class as the existing means allow, if some such measure as that above alluded to is adopted. The value of New Zealand as a British colony cannot be estimated too highly. For a certain class of colonists, it is preferable to New South Wales, which will never be anything else than a large pasture ground. It is situated near numerous groups of interesting and important islands, the Navigators, the Friendly, and Society Islands, which are rapidly advancing in civilization and peaceful commerce, and some of which already afford sugar, coffee, and other colonial produce, and require in return articles of European manufacture. It is a country suited particularly to Europeans, from the nature of its climate and soil, and seems to be destined to become a prosperous agricultural and manufacturing state. But only a laborious peasantry can clear the road for this and render the colony, in time, an entrepot of commerce, a depot for transit trade, and a manufacturing country, none of which it is at present. Nothing justifies the system of those high prices for land in New Zealand, even if a sale by auction were advantageous in other colonies, for it is more than doubtful whether a land fund will be raised by these sales of crown lands, since it is well known that the greater part of the land is already disposed of to private individuals and to the New Zealand Company. It is also doubtful from the nature of the country, a bold shore with numerous inlets and harbours, and inhabited already at all these points by European adventurers, whether any revenue will arise by a regular system of customs, as smuggling is already carried on to a considerable extent. It is a question of great importance whether government could not effectually prevent all sort of land jobbing by taxing uncultivated and unoccupied land, both in the towns and in the country, whether this tax would not be the true source of a revenue, and the means by which the land may return again to the government. Such a revenue would not injure the industrious colonist. The position in which New Zealand stands as a colony is quite a new one. A country as large as England and Wales, and nearly as mountainous as the latter, is being peopled with Europeans from many different points at once. The intercourse between the various settlements, whether by water or by land, is difficult, or at least uncertain. As in all countries of a similar nature, the centralizing power is weak, but the individual communities are strong and independent. Such countries nourish the spirit of freedom and are the birthplace of enterprising municipal corporations. Of advantageous revenue, none can be reasonably expected. If it is high, it comes from the duties on fermented liquors, and in that case it proves anything but prosperity. Smuggling, to a great extent, cannot be prevented, unless custom house officers are established in at least 50 different places, an arrangement which must entail great loss upon the treasury. But it is damping the spirit of the colonist if what is collected in one place is spent in another. I repeat, therefore, nothing will assist New Zealand so much as good municipal institutions, and the emulation naturally arising between settlements that are formed by people of the same nation will materially contribute to the general welfare of the community. New Zealand will rise slowly, but it must found its rise upon agriculture. Any material check to its prosperity need not be apprehended if expectations are moderate, and if the land questions are liberally and speedily settled. Not the least important feature in this colony is that there exists already a numerous and deserving population of natives who perfectly understand that they have become English citizens and are aware of their duties and rights as such. It is pleasing to reflect that the first serious attempt will be made in New Zealand to civilize what has been termed a horde of savages, to amalgamate their interest with that of Europeans, and to make them participate in the hereditary immunities and privileges of British subjects. The natives are the national wards of England, and it seems possible to prevent another blot appearing on the pages of history regarding the intercourse of civilized nations with savage tribes. I have attempted in the following pages to describe New Zealand as far as I have become acquainted with the country, its natural productions, and the state of its native population, and my purpose will be accomplished if future colonists obtain a true description of what they have to expect, and if they relinquish those ideas of the savage nature of its inhabitants, derived from a series of publications written by persons whose knowledge of the country is so slight, and whose intercourse with the natives has been so limited as to render it impossible for them to form a correct judgment. End of Chapter I. Chapter II, Part 1 of Travels in New Zealand by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 2. Cook's Straits, Queen Charlotte's Sound, Te Awa Iti, Cloudy Bay, Whales and Whalers. After a rapid voyage of only 96 days on board the New Zealand Company's vessel, the Tory, we sighted the land of New Zealand with much satisfaction on the noon of the 16th of August, 1839. With the exception of the island of Palma, one of the Canaries, we had seen no land since our departure from Plymouth. After we had doubled the Cape of Good Hope, we sailed between the latitudes of 37 degrees and 45 degrees. The prevailing winds were from the southwest and the northwest. The atmosphere was generally thick and hazy, the weather squally, with sudden gales accompanied by hail and sleet. The temperature of the air was sometimes as low as 40 degrees Fahrenheit. This state of the weather and a constant cross sea, which produced an incessant rolling of the vessel, made our life uncomfortable and monotonous. The number of seabirds, consisting of various kinds of petrels and albatrosses, was remarkable. The habits of these feathered tribes, their elegant movements, and apparent inexhaustible strength of wing were among our chief sources of amusement. The history of these birds is more obscure than is generally supposed, especially their migrations, and the boundaries between which they are found at different seasons, and which depend probably upon the supply of food. The history of one bird is closely allied to that of some other animal, and so on, in a chain of links which are intimately connected. The same is the case with other animals, flying fishes, albacores, sharks, dolphins, porpoises, etc., which are usually observed during the course of a sea voyage. We made the land to the southward of Cape Farewell in the middle island of New Zealand. Only the summits of a mountain chain were visible, and even these disappeared when we altered our course to the northeast and hove to for the night in the middle of Cook's Straits. On the morning of the 17th we were on deck at daybreak. We now saw more of the middle island, which seemed to consist of a chain of steep, snow-capped hills running through the middle of the island and rising in a succession of ridges from the seashore. On the northern island we saw the mountains of Tararua in the neighbourhood of Port Nicholson, and these also were covered with snow. At a farther distance, in a nearly central position, a bulky snow-covered mountain appeared, which proved to be the Ruapehu. We drew nearer to the northern coast of the middle island and approached Stevens Island, which rises steep and abrupt from the sea, and seems to be covered with a dense forest from the water's edge to the summit. After this we neared Rangitoto, or D'Urville's Island, the aspect of which is similar. The character of the land was in no way promising. Where no wood covered the steep sides of the hills, a barren-looking, yellow stratified rock appeared. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon we rounded Point Jackson, the western headland of Queen Charlotte's Sound. On this point, which is a steep cliffy promontory with a reef of rocks running out from it, we observed the palings of a native fortification. To our left, we had the island which Captain Cook calls Long Island, and before us was the island of Motuara. The former consists of a sharp ridge of hills, the formation of which is a yellow argillaceous slate. There is no land at their base, which is washed by the sea, but the island appears as if it were wearing away, and partly by the action of tide and waves, partly by the rains, several slips have been produced at its sides, where the bare rock is now visible. When we entered the sound, we saw several canoes leaving a bay in the neighbourhood of Point Jackson, but they did not come up to us. We steered between Long Island and Motuara. Before we came to an anchor in Ship Cove, we descried a canoe coming from a neighbouring cove called Cannibal's Cove in Cook's chart, and Anaho by the natives. It was a small and frail vessel, and contained 8 men, who, it appeared, had been fishing. They were clothed in coarse mats, and some of them were painted with red ochre. When they came alongside the vessel, they lashed their canoe to the main chain and jumped on deck with the greatest confidence, shook hands with us, and then squatted down. They sold us some fish and Swedish turnips for a little tobacco, and left us in the evening with a promise to come back next morning. At 7 o'clock we anchored at the entrance of Ship Cove, as the wind fell calm, and a strong ebb tide was against us. We hoisted the New Zealand flag and saluted it with 8 guns. The following morning the ship was warped deeper into Ship Cove and moored to a tree. The scene which presented itself was very beautiful, the cove being as smooth as a lake, and surrounded by an amphitheatre of hills, which were clothed with primeval forest, and enlivened by the song of numerous birds. But with the exception of these, we seemed to be the only living beings. We remained in Ship Cove until the 31st of August, and I will here give a description of this part of the island, the result of daily exertions, which were extended as far as the dense virgin forest would allow me to penetrate. Ship Cove opens in a semicircle toward Queen Charlotte's Sound, and is formed by 2 branches of the network of mountains of which this part of the island consists. In looking from our anchorage towards Cook's Strait, there appeared in the foreground Kapiti, or Entry Island. Its shape is that of an obtuse cone. The horizon beyond it was formed by 2 chains of mountains, situated in the northern island, the most distant of which was covered with snow. If we follow this panorama to the eastward, we have the island of Motuara, which extends from northeast by east to east by south. Motuara is a steep ridge of hills, the most elevated points of which are on its northern and southern extremities, and bear to the northeast and southwest. Motuara conceals from our view the southern headland of Queen Charlotte's Sound, Cape Koamaru, which is a promontory of the island of Arapaoe. The southern end of this island is concealed by Moturoa, or Long Island. The latter is for the greater part destitute of vegetation, owing to the great declivity of its sides and the barrenness of the underlying rock. The features of the land in Queen Charlotte's Sound are those of a very mountainous and thickly wooded country. Hilly offsets run from the main chain towards the sea, and enclose small bays or coves, which are surrounded by the steep hills in the form of an amphitheatre. These bays rarely contain more than half a square mile in area of flat land. The soil is a light earth, consisting of vegetable mould, more or less mixed with shingle or sand. In those places there are generally some native huts, inhabited chiefly at the fishing seasons, and here also the natives find the soil most suited for the cultivation of the kumara, or sweet potato. For their other crops, however, they prefer the sides and ravines of the hills, where, after having burnt the wood, they obtain for cultivation a new and fertile soil, where the surrounding forest preserves a continual supply of moisture. The geological formation of these hills is very simple. The rock is a stratified yellow argillaceous slate, or a pepper-coloured soft wacke. In a few places, this rock is interrupted by basaltic masses, and in some parts by siliceous slate or Lydian stone of various colours. Little decay has taken place on the surface of this rock, but it is covered with a moderate layer of vegetable mould, which naturally collects to a greater thickness at the sides of the watercourses and in gorges or ravines. Generally speaking, however, the vegetable mould is only a thin stratum, and the exuberance and freshness of the vegetation are chiefly owing to the constant humidity. It is this moisture which also nourishes an extraordinary number of little streamlets, which discharge themselves from the sides of the hills into the sea. The profuseness of this supply of water, which is quite astonishing, is common to the whole of New Zealand, and gives her a great advantage over the dry and arid soil of New South Wales. The vegetation of these hills is very luxuriant. Near the beach appear shrub-like veronicas, Veronica ligustrifolia, myrtles, Myrtus bullata, fuchsias, Fuchsia excorticata, solanum, Solanum laciniatum, the caraca tree, Corinocarpus levigata, tutu, Coriaria sarmentosa, and flax, Phormium tenax. Higher up, the sides of the hills are clothed with trees, of which the rimu, Dacrydium cupressinum, totora, Podocarpus totora, and mai, Dacrydium mai, all belonging to the pine tribe, are the most common and attain the greatest thickness. Intermixed with these are the tawai, Leiospermum racemosum, and hinau, Iliocarpus hinau. On the lower grounds, these trees are almost impenetrably interwoven by lians, similax, which attained great length, and the berries of which form the favourite food of the beautiful New Zealand pigeon, Columba spadicea, the plumage of which displays all the colours of the rainbow. High tree ferns, Cyathea medullaris and dialbata, with the cabbage palm, Areca sapida, strike the eye as the most beautiful forms of New Zealand vegetation. The number of small ferns is quite incredible, and a great many species may be collected at all times in a state of fructification. Here and there stems of trees are overturned, either by the winds or from age, and although long preserving their outward shape, they are soon thoroughly rotten from the abundance of moisture. At the summit of the hills we find but little wood, and the manuka, Leptospermum scoparium, and kahikatoa, Leptospermum ericoides, the esculent fern, Pteris esculenta, and euphorbium, Euphorbia glaucum, and the Epacris parvifolia form the chief part of the vegetation. The kahikatoa has sometimes a stem of about a foot in diameter, and affords the hardest and most durable wood found in New Zealand. It is of this wood that the natives make their agricultural implements. It appeared to me as if this wood was admirably adapted for the purposes of engraving and cotton printing. The manuka supplies the place of the tea shrub, as its leaves furnish a balsamic and agreeable beverage. The Phormium tenax also grows upon the hills. It is indeed found everywhere, in swamps, on the driest hills, and on the seaside, where it is exposed to the spray of the salt water. Where wood covers the summits of the hills, the trees are stunted, and the forest becomes more open, as the lians seldom grow at an altitude of more than 800 feet. I ascended the two highest hills at the back of Ship Cove, which from our anchorage bore to the northwest and southwest. The latter was without wood on its summit, and was found by a trigonometrical measurement to be 900 feet high. The former was covered with wood to its top, and from the height of the point of boiling water, namely 208 degrees, with a mean temperature of 40 degrees, I judged it to be 2,093 feet. The hills in this neighbourhood do not appear to average more than 1,200 feet in height. The native who accompanied me was acquainted with the names of all the trees and birds, which he would tell me when I rested, after a tiresome scramble through the dense underwood. Whilst walking he seldom spoke, except to relate in broken English tales of terrible animals or divinities, which we should meet with on the summit of the mountain, and which would inevitably devour the poor Maori, native, but could do no injury to the Pakeha, stranger. It appeared to me that he was sounding my belief in things, about the existence of which he was not quite certain himself, and wanted to deter me from ascending the summit. In the lower regions, the forest was much enlivened by birds. I shot some parrots, Nestor meridionalis, kaka of the natives, pigeons, Columba spadicea, lath, kukupa, and wattlebirds, Glaucopus cinerea, gmel, kolkako. Among the branches of the trees hopped a neat fantail flycatcher, Musticaps flabifera, gmel, p. waka waka, and a social bird of a yellow colour, which has been depicted by Forster, Orthornyx heteroclitus, lef, popocatia, and which had much the habits of the finch. But these birds were the only beings of the animal kingdom I could perceive. I did not even see an insect. The smaller birds have a touching confidence, and came so near me that I could almost have seized them with the hand. On the summit the silence was still deeper, and the white-breasted Motacilla longipes, pitoitoi, alone was heard pursuing its search from branch to branch after small dipterous insects. There was snow on the summit, and the thermometer stood at 41 degrees Fahrenheit. The whole mountain was covered with vegetable earth, but I ascertained that the same rock, a metamorphic slate, formed its entire composition. The quantity of undergrowth greatly circumscribed the view, and I had only a glimpse of Motuara, Long Island, and the mountains near Cape Tarawiti. The dense forest of the hills also prevented any very extensive survey of the neighbourhood of Ship Cove, and I therefore limited my excursions to places within a short distance from the ship. One of these journeys was to the island of Motuara. There is some excellent land there, where the natives have plantations. Although we were still in the depth of winter, many shrubs were pushing forward their blossoms. One, a creeper, Clematis albida, or nearly allied to that species, which is a native of Van Diemen's Land, was loaded with a profusion of white flowers, which hung in festoons over the neighbouring trees. I have no doubt that this shrub would thrive in our climate, and become one of the greatest ornaments of our parks. We found several natives on the island who rambled with us through the bush. Pigeons, the large parrot, and a small green ground parakeet, Trichoglossus orifrons, waggle, were there in great numbers. The natives were merely temporary sojourners, and had come from Cannibal's Cove to catch pigs, which overran the island. Another of my excursions was to Anaho, or Cannibal's Cove, where a small tribe of natives is located. The chief, Narewa, and his wife and son had been our daily guests on board the vessel. On landing, all the natives left their huts to receive us, and offered a shake of the hand as a welcome. Amongst the houses was a large one, which they had built for an Englishman, who at the end of the whaling season had lived with them. His house formed also the meeting house for the tribe, as they had lately become converted to Christianity by a native who had been with the missionaries in the Bay of Islands, and had learned to read and write. Some of the tribe in Anaho had already acquired from him these arts, and all were anxious to learn them. These people were well provided with the necessities of life. Provisions were plentiful, and we were enabled to lay in a large stock of potatoes and pigs at a very moderate price. From the neighbouring whaling establishments, they had obtained articles of European clothing in exchange for their commodities, and their condition seemed to be a happy one. I was astonished to find it so easy to deal with them, and instead of sinister savages, brooding nothing but treachery and mischief, as many travellers had depicted them, they were open, confident, and hospitable, and proved of the greatest service to me during my frequent rambles in the woods. A party of them had soon after our arrival established themselves in temporary huts opposite our vessel in Ship Cove. The women washed for us, and the men helped us to refit the ship. But for the interference of a noisy fellow of the name of Dogskin, who belonged to another place, our good understanding would never have been disturbed. The interruption was not, however, serious. It appeared that Ship Cove was claimed as the property of Ihiko, now living in Entry Island, the son of the former principal chief and warrior of the whole tribe, Tupahi, a native well known in England, which he had visited. Ihiko had buried a child in Ship Cove, and for that reason the place had become sacred, or tapu. For this, Dogskin wanted utu, or payment, putting himself forward as Ihiko's representative. He was, however, compelled to lower his demands, and the matter having been amicably settled by a moderate present of tobacco, we had thenceforth permission to take as much wood and water as we wanted. Besides the natives from Anaho, we frequently had visitors from neighbouring districts. From one of these parties, which came from Admiralty Bay, in 4 large canoes deeply laden with pigs and potatoes, we heard for the first time that Queen Charlotte's Sound opens a passage into Cloudy Bay. The natives and Europeans who go from Entry Island and the other parts of Cook's Strait to the latter place generally choose this passage, which is by far the safest way for boats and frail canoes. We also heard that there was in this passage a whaling establishment, in which many Englishmen were living. Captain Cook suspected the existence of such a passage from Queen Charlotte's Sound, but the southern entrance of it is not laid down in his charts of the straits, which is most excellent, and far above my humble praise. At our departure from England, Naiti, the New Zealander, who had come in the Tory, also pointed out this passage, which he said was the route commonly used by his people. But it was not known in England that there was a whaling establishment there, and still less that the passage was navigable for the largest vessels. Another of our visitors was Tiwetu, the Star, the principal chief from Rangitoto, Red Sky, or Derville's Island. He was a New Zealander of the old school, who took much pains to render himself agreeable. He was rather fond of the pleasures of our table, and stayed several days on board, where he at once conformed to all the rules of European etiquette, and evinced the utmost good humour. Joy and mirth, I have found from experience, are always sure to find an echo in the susceptible heart of the New Zealander, and are also the best means to secure his goodwill and confidence. When the Star of Rangitoto left us, he expressed himself delighted with the good treatment he had experienced on board the Tory, and invited us to come and pay him a visit. Captain Chaffers found the latitude of Ship Cove, at the end of the rocks on the south side of the beach, to be 41 degrees 5 minutes 45 seconds south, and the longitude by means of chronometers from England, 174 degrees 20 minutes 15 seconds east, only differing 3/4 of a mile to the west of that assigned by Captain Cook. The variation of the compass is 14 degrees 20 minutes east. In consequence of the information which we had received from the natives, our storekeeper was sent up Queen Charlotte's Sound to the whaling establishment at Te Awa Iti. He returned on the following day, and in his company were 2 English whalers. The sight of the first European faces we had beheld since our departure from England, and in a part of the country where we scarcely expected to see any, was very agreeable, especially as they understood the native language, and one of them was the Englishman who was living in Anaho during the summer season, and was well acquainted with the Straits, where he had spent several years in the hazardous avocation of a whaler. He undertook to pilot the Tory up the Sound to Te Awa Iti. Accordingly, Tueto and Narewa, the chiefs of Anaho, were sent ashore as soon as we had got up our anchors, and only Wiriamu, or Williams, the native missionary, had permission to accompany us. A fine breeze swelled our sails, and, favoured by the tide, we ran up Queen Charlotte's Sound on the 31st of August. The country was very picturesque, consisting generally of wooded hills, and forming a number of bays and coves on both sides. As I shall afterwards speak of several of these bays which I visited, and each of which forms a separate harbour, I will only mention here that, after having seen most of the good harbours of New Zealand, I still adhere to my first impression, that the Sound is the most commodious and extensive, the most easy of access and navigation, especially from the regularity of the tides, and the most sheltered of any in New Zealand. Besides Ship Cove, East Bay and West Bay, and the proper termination of the Sound, form inlets several miles long. In fact, the whole Sound is perfectly landlocked, and has deep water close inshore. As a harbour, it well deserves the enthusiastic praise which Captain Cook bestowed upon it. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon we entered that part of the channel which Captain Chaffers afterwards surveyed and named Tory Channel. A pyramidical hill of some height, and without wood at the top, marks the entrance into this narrow part, which is here about a mile broad. Everywhere the shore showed the clay slate formation. A small rocky island, called Moimoyo, soon became visible on the beach, of which several canoes were drawn up. On its summit were formed pas or villages, and all the inhabitants looked down on us as we passed close by. Several canoes with natives were out fishing. They had various kinds of fish, especially fine mullets and gurnets, which they offered for sale, but we did not admit the men on board. The number of natives on this island, I was told, was about 150. Several recognized Nati, who belongs to the same tribe. Their character was pronounced by the whalers who accompanied us to be thievish and troublesome, but I have learned to regard the evidence of Europeans against the natives with great distrust. Her Majesty's brig Polaris had been here during the previous year to punish a theft which the whalers stated had been committed by the natives. The captain was satisfied with firing some shots into the rock, and the vessel went afterwards as far as the settlement of Te Awa Iti, and returned through the northwest entrance of Queen Charlotte's Sound. The Polaris did not therefore actually go through Tory Channel. At all events, I think that the account of the Tory's passage of this channel, and Captain Chaffers' survey of it, are the first published. We have the advantage of a strong tide, of at least 5 miles an hour, which was sufficient to carry us forward when the wind failed, as frequently happened on account of the landlocked position of the Sound. Night had, however, already set in when we anchored before the settlement Te Awa Iti, the little river. But even then the aspect of this place offered a most exhilarating scene. Large fires glared through the darkness from the neighbouring beach, lighted for the trying out of the blubber of a large whale, which had been brought in that morning. A confused sound of voices reached our ears, and proved to us that even in this remote corner of the world it was the custom to celebrate any happy event with profuse libations. Mr. Barrett, superintendent of one of the whaling establishments, came off in his boat. He has been living 12 or 15 years in Cook Strait, and the relation of his adventure and migrations in company with the native tribe, to which he is now joined, made the evening pass away very quickly and agreeably. His ruddy and good-humoured countenance showed, at all events, that such a life had not occasioned him many sleepless nights, and that in New Zealand a man might thrive, at least as far as regards his bodily welfare. End of Chapter II, Part 1. Chapter II, Part 2 of Travels in New Zealand by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter II, Part 2. On Sunday, September 1, we went ashore early in the morning. We passed several huge carcasses of whales sunk under water. A curious spectacle presented itself on the beach, which was covered with remains of whales, skulls, vertebrae, huge shoulder blades and fins, and the blubber, in pieces a square foot in size, was still boiling in large pots. The fire was fed with these pieces of blubber after the oil had been boiled out of them. There was much stench from whale oil, but this was disregarded, so great was the interest I felt in the whole process. After I had inspected the trying houses, in one of which a native of Australia was occupied, to whose intelligence and quickness his master spoke very highly, I went through the village. Some of the houses were substantial wooden buildings, but the majority had thatched walls of lians and bulrushes, with a roof of the same materials. They consisted of one floor, and contained 2 or more rooms, with a spacious chimney. The floor is of clay firmly compressed and beaten hard. All the houses have been built by the natives, and some are not inferior to those of the villages in many parts of Europe. The whalers received us with a hearty welcome wherever we came. They are about 40 in number, and all live with native women. Their offspring, of whom I counted 21 in Te Awa Iti, had finely cast countenances, and their features remind us little of the admixture of a coloured race. The skin is not so dark as that of the inhabitants of the south of France. They generally inherit from the mother the large and fine eye and the dark glossy hair. There are, however, many individuals with flaxen hair and blue eyes. If you enter a house, you find the wife and her relations generally sitting around the fire and smoking. The Tanaira Kokoi Pakea, welcome stranger, is heard from every mouth. These women do all the domestic labour, and excel their European husbands in sobriety and quiet disposition. Te Awa Iti is situated on the east side of Tory Channel, about 2 miles from its southern entrance, and 28 miles from the northern entrance of Queen Charlotte's Sound, on the island of Arapaoa, which is throughout its extent of a very hilly nature, intersected by ravines and covered with wood. Towards the channel, the island forms several small coves, which are now inhabited. Towards Cook Strait, however, the shores are bold, rocky, and much worn by the fury of the tides and waves. At Te Awa Iti, Tory Channel is 3 miles broad, and throughout its extent from 10 to 15 fathoms deep. The history of this settlement is not without interest. About 20 years ago, a Mr. Guard, who visited the shores of New Zealand on a sealing expedition, discovered the southern entrance of Tory Channel. As the seals rapidly disappeared, he turned his attention to the whales, which he found to visit the channel in great numbers. He built a house on Te Awa Iti Beach, which was then uninhabited, but he suffered much from the natives, who had just been driven from their possessions in Cook Straits by Tupahi and Rauparaha, and who lived in a straggling manner further to the southward. Guard soon quitted Te Awa Iti, but was succeeded by other adventurers, especially Messrs. Toms and Barrett. These persons, being without resources, as their property consisted perhaps at first only of a whaleboat and some whaling gear, made chase on the whales, which they killed for the sake of the baleen only. Afterwards, speculators at Sydney gave their support, advanced merchandise to them, and annually sent vessels to transport the oil. In the train of the Europeans arrived a tribe of the Ngati Awa natives from the neighbourhood of Mount Egmont, in the northern island, and with their protection the settlers could more effectually resist the attacks of the original natives of this part of the country. There are 3 whaling establishments in Te Awa Iti, and in a small bay a short distance from it, called, from its proprietor, Jackson's Bay. These establishments have a number of boats in their service, manned with white people and natives. Sometimes other inhabitants of the beach have boats of their own, and sell their oil to the Europeans. The boat's crew are paid a certain sum, either for each whale brought in, or for every ton of oil, and they derive their chief profits from the practice of paying their poorer associates with the necessaries of life, slops, and articles of luxury, as tobacco, and especially spirits. The whalers are constrained to take these articles from their employers, who put their own prices upon them, which are exorbitant. They take care never to allow their dependents to get out of debt. This they accomplish by profusely providing them with drink. I do not, however, mean to assert that they are large gainers in these transactions. They have to do with a reckless class of people, runaway sailors and former convicts from New South Wales, who do not think much about leaving their employers in debt, and go off without giving much notice of their intention in some of the numerous vessels cruising about the Sound and Cloudy Bay. The jealousy existing between the several employers, the system of decoying each other's men by every means in their power, the character of the population itself, the universal use of adulterated and poisoned spirits, have created a state of society in which it is only to be wondered that, in the absence of all restraint and law, outrages on each other's property and persons are not of a more frequent occurrence. I was astonished, and at the same time gratified, to find that the character of the natives had been so little affected by this state of things. I have not seen one instance of drunkenness among them, common as the vice is amongst the Europeans. Although mixing with the latter in the boats, they did not join in their revelries, which are contrary to their taste and inclinations, and which do not begin until evening, after the return of the boats. In the summer season, the whalers lived dispersed over the Sound, sometimes trading in a small way with the passing ships in potatoes and pigs, which they obtained through the families of their wives, but more generally spending their lives in idleness. There are, however, some very respectable men amongst them, who have been provident enough to cultivate small patches of ground, and these of course live in comparative ease and comfort, as all European vegetables thrive extremely well. Poultry also increases rapidly, and throughout the year. Goats thrive better than cattle, to the introduction of which the almost total want of grass is a most serious objection. As whales and whaling were the principal objects which in Te Awa Iti, and afterwards in Cloudy Bay, excited my curiosity, I may be allowed to give here a short account of that interesting and valuable animal, the whale, in the chase of which, during the winter season, many boats are sent out from the establishments on the coasts of New Zealand. It is called the black whale, or right whale, Balena australis, or Antarctica. Sometimes chase is given to the finback and humpback whale, which, with the black whale, belong to the great division of the cetaceae, known by the sieve-like or screening apparatus, baleen, with which they are provided. This it is which furnishes the whalebone of commerce, and distinguishes the whales, above referred to, from the cachalots or sperm whales. It is seldom, however, that either a finback or a humpback, so called, the former from possessing a true fin on his back, and the latter a fat and cellular hump, is caught, not only on account of their superior cunning, greater wildness and celerity, by means of which they are enabled to run out the longest line, but also because, giving less oil than the black whale, they are not so frequently pursued. The spermaceti whale is not uncommon in the latitudes of New Zealand, and often falls a prey to the whale ships which cruises in the open sea, but the cachalot does not approach shallow coasts and inlets, as its habits are different from those of the black whale. Shortly before I arrived at Te Awa Iti, a sperm whale was driven ashore, which could only have been dead a very short time. It gave about 2 tons of oil. It has been said that most of the cetaceous animals are cosmopolites, and that the sperm whale especially lives under every degree of latitude, both to the north and south of the equator. A statement so entirely at variance with our knowledge regarding the distribution of animals throughout the globe should be received with the greatest distrust. It is true that the medium in which they live offers to marine animals a very wide range, and great facilities to exchange, in different seasons, the glacial seas for the equatorial ocean. But until we have strictly examined the anatomical and especially the osseous structures of all the species which belong to the cetaceous tribe, we are not justified in regarding them as identical in both hemispheres. The porpoise of the New Zealand seas, Delphinus novaezelandia, which is figured in the Voyage de l'Astrolabe, page 28, is decidedly a peculiar species, and we have not yet sufficient data to pronounce that the whale is independent of what appears to be a general law of nature. The whalers, it is true, allow the identity of the Greenland sperm whale and northern right whale with those of the Antarctic seas, but their evidence is not sufficient. Cuvier admitted the difference between the Balena borealis and the Balena australis, or Arctica and Antarctica. The latter, described by him from a specimen prepared at the Cape of Good Hope, differs in the number of its vertebrae, as it possesses 7 collar, 15 dorsal, and 37 abdominal, in the whole 59. The Balena arctica possesses only 7 collar and 13 dorsal vertebrae. From a very accurate drawing which Mr. Heafy, the draftsman, made for me of a cow whale, which was brought into Jackson's Bay and measured 60 feet in length, I am convinced that the southern black whale is a different animal from the northern, and has been added by Mr. Gray to the system under the name of Balena antipodirum. This whale was drawn while afloat, and just before it had been brought in. Its shape was therefore unaltered. But I was unable to determine this difference from anatomical structure, as the carcass, after having been freed of the blubber, immediately sank, and amongst the osseous remains on the beach I could find no complete skeleton. The black whales of the southern hemisphere appear to be considerably inferior in size to those of the northern. The cow whale above alluded to was regarded as of an unusually large size, but Scoresby tells us that he measured whales in the Greenland seas 70 or 72 feet long. Both the northern and southern Balena occupy only the second place in regard to size in the animal creation. Mr. Beale measured a spermaceti whale on the coast of Japan of the, quote, enormous size of 84 feet, and its circumference in this instance was not less than that of the Greenland whale of the largest size, end quote. Almost all whales which are killed on the shores of New Zealand are females or cows and their calves. The male or bull is very rarely caught, as it never approaches the land so near as the female, and is more shy and wild. The season in which whaling is carried on is from May to October. In the beginning of May the cows approach the shallow coasts and smooth waters for the purpose of bringing forth their young. This period lasts about 4 months, as in May whales are seen with newly born calves, and cows have been killed in July in full gestation. During the same months, also, copulation is sometimes observed by the whalers. But from these data it is impossible to draw a conclusion on the real period of gestation in these huge animals, which has never yet been satisfactorily determined. In company with the cows are also the calves of the preceding year or years, for it is still uncertain at what age the whale attains its full size and leaves the mother. These young whales are called scrags, and they yield about 4 tons of oil. It appears that the female generally produces but 1 calf at birth. The cow is indeed sometimes seen with 2, and although in this case it is the opinion of the whalers that 1 is an orphan calf, yet it is probable that the black whale, like the northern sperm whale, occasionally produces twins. A calf, which appeared fully grown, and which was cut out of the mother a short time before my arrival at Te Awa Iti, measured 14 feet. The whale is a truly migratory animal, and its migrations are the most interesting part of its history. They arrive at the coasts of New Zealand in the beginning of May from the northward, go through Cook's Straits, keeping along the coast of the northern island, and pass between the latter and Entry Island. This is borne out by the fact that they are never seen on the opposite coast, nor do they enter the northern entrance of Queen Charlotte's Sound. From Entry Island they sweep into Cloudy Bay, and at the end of October they go either to the eastward or return to the northward. In the beginning of the season, the chase is said to be most successful in Cook's Straits and Te Awa Iti, in the 3 latter months in Port Underwood, which is only 30 miles distant. From the month of June they begin to show themselves near the Chatham Islands, 150 leagues to the eastward of New Zealand, where their number increases with the termination of the season in the latter place. During the 6 remaining months of the year, the ships cruising in the whaling ground fall in with many whales. This whaling ground extends from the Chatham Islands to the eastward of the northern island of New Zealand, and from thence to Norfolk Island. It is curious that the whalers assert that this whaling ground is nothing but a shoal, although I am not aware that soundings have ever been obtained. Perhaps Captain Ross, who is now in the South Seas, provided with sounding lines, will confirm a fact which is of some importance in the natural history of this animal. The migration of the whale is probably owing to its search for food, but we must still regard it as a subject for inquiry, which cannot be terminated before we know many more particulars connected with it, and especially how far it depends on the greater or lesser quantity, in certain localities and at certain seasons, of the small animal of the Medusa kind upon which the black whales feed. Their approach to the shores of New Zealand, however, is particularly connected with the process of parturition, as I've already mentioned. In the month of June, they are observed in the same condition, viz., with calves, at the Cape of Good Hope. It seems as if certain herds of whales, if I may be allowed to use that term, which occupy a limited district, visit at the end of the period of gestation the bights and inlets of those countries which are next to their feeding grounds. The same is the case round Van Diemen's Land. But it has yet to be proved that the black whale of the Cape of Good Hope is the same with the black whale of New Zealand. Besides this general migration, which, until more accurate data are obtained, I do not conceive should be termed a circumnavigation, but merely a migration of different species in a certain marine district, there also exists a daily one. These fish approach the shores and bays with the flood tide, and quit them with the ebb. In their general migrations also, they seem to be influenced by the direction of the tides. Whales are often seen in places where the depth of water does not much exceed their own breadth, rubbing their huge bodies against the rocks and freeing themselves of the barnacles and other parasitical animals with which they are covered. The maternal affection of the whale for its young is very great. As soon as the mother observes a threatened danger, she clings, as it were, to the calf, tries to hide it, and often takes it between her flukes, fins, and attempts to escape. She has even been observed to carry off the calf when it had been killed but not fastened upon. Sometimes, however, she seems to be infatuated and heedless of all that passes round her. If the calf has been once fastened upon, the mother will never leave it. The whalers assert that the young cows have less affection for their offspring than the old ones, and will desert them at the appearance of the least danger. It is, however, the affection of the whale for her young which becomes the principal means of her destruction. The calf, inexperienced and slow, is easily killed, and the cow is afterwards a sure prey. It is not known in what position the cow suckles her calf. The teats, which are 2 in number, are abdominal, and situated between membranous folds on both sides of the genital organs. I was astonished to find them so small. In a female, whose mammae were full of fat milk resembling cow milk in taste, the teats were not larger than those of a cow. The operation of suckling never having been observed, it is no matter of surprise to find the whalers denying that the cows suckle their calves. There can, however, be no doubt of the fact. The manner of carrying on whaling is so well known as to render it unnecessary for me to dwell upon it at any length. The whale boats are admirably adapted for the purpose for which they are intended. They are of various construction, and are designated as English, French, or American. Each has some peculiarity to recommend it. They are capable of resisting the rough sea of Cook's Straits, but are at the same time swift and buoyant. When starting on a whaling expedition, the boats leave Te Awa Iti before the dawn of each morning. Each has either 5 or 6 oars, and a crew accordingly. The boat steerer and headsman are the principal men in the boat, and are generally Europeans. The rest are natives. They pull to the entrance of Tory Channel, where a view opens over Cook Straits and Cloudy Bay, from the southern headland, where they keep a lookout for the spouting of a whale. The boat which kills the calf claims the cow, even though it should have been killed by another boat's crew. If a whale has been killed, the different boats assist each other in towing it to Te Awa Iti. I once saw 10 or 12 boats towing in a whale. Each boat has a little flag, and the whole scene was gay and animated. One day a calf had been killed, and the cow, having been fastened upon but not dispatched, was towed inside the channel. Gasping in the agonies of death, the tortured animal, when close to our ship, threw up jets of blood which dyed the sea all around, and beating about with its tail, it broke a boat right in the middle, and threw the crew into the water. But it at length died, exhausted from the many wounds which the irons and harpoons had inflicted. The calf was stated by the whalers to be 6 weeks old, on what grounds I do not know, and was 24 feet long. It was cut up in a few minutes and gave several barrels of oil. The process was so rapid that when I came ashore I found only the head. I cut out the brains, the weight of which, amounting to 5 pounds and 1 ounce, astonished me greatly. The whalebone was very soft, and therefore useless. There were 200 plates of it on each side of the roof of the upper jaw. I got the whole roof cut off, and, intending to dry and preserve it, I placed it on the roof of a native house. But on the following morning I had the mortification to find that the rats and native dogs had found their way to it in the night, and had eaten all the softer parts, so that the rest fell to pieces. A portion of the heart of this calf was roasted and sent to our table. In taste, I found it very like beef, but it was darker in colour. The cow was 60 feet long and measured between the fins on the belly 82 inches. Her skin was a velvet-like black, with the exception of a milk-white spot round the navel. As regards the colour of the whale, I have been repeatedly assured that it is sometimes speckled, and that even perfect albinos or cream-coloured ones are seen, which must indeed be a beautiful animal. The fat or blubber of this whale was 9 inches thick, and yielded 8 tons and a half of oil. Whales have been known to yield 12 or 13 tons, but I have been told that so large a quantity is now very rarely obtained from the great decrease of the whales. A whale which yields 9 tons is at present regarded as a very good one. The tongue was of white or ash colour, blackish towards the root. This organ gave several barrels of oil, and is the monopoly of the tonguer or cutter-in. The latter operation is performed in Te Awa Iti near the shores, where by means of a windlass the whale is raised to the surface of the water under a scaffold called the shears. The blubber is cut off in square pieces by means of a sharp spade. It is then carried to the shore and immediately put into the trying pots. The cutting up of a whale, secundum artem, is a process which requires great proficiency, like that of the skillful dissector, who separates the cutis, and with it at once all the fat and cellular tissue from the subjacent muscles. In the whale, the blubber is to be regarded as the cutis, in the cellular structure of which the oily matter has been deposited. Shortly after the death of the fish, the epidermis comes off in large pieces, looking like oiled and dried satin. As soon as the process of cutting was over, the natives, who had come with their canoes from the Sound, cut off large pieces of flesh, which they carried off to feast upon. They also fished in the evening for sharks and a curious gelatinous fish, which fastened in numbers on the sunken carcass, and which is nearly related to the Myxine glutinosa of our latitudes. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Chapter 2, Part 3 of Travels in New Zealand by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 2, Part 3. There are the following whaling establishments on the coast of New Zealand: Te Awa Iti, Cloudy Bay; Parurua, Banks Peninsula; Entry Island, Evans Island, Taranaki, Table Cape. The number of whales annually captured by these establishments is about 120. Each whale, on an average, yields 6 imperial tons of oil, making, in the aggregate, 720 tons, which, before the establishment of the settlements of the New Zealand Company, was sold on the spot to small vessels or sent to Sydney, when the whaling was carried on at the expense of Sydney merchants. Those who were at the head of the establishments in New Zealand were paid at the nominal price of £10 per ton. I say nominal because the payment was made in dear and bad slops, whaling gear, and most of all in adulterated spirits. The same oil sells in the London market for £27 per ton. The value of the oil of these shore stations is therefore, at the highest, £20,000. To this sum must be added £3,000 for the whalebone or baleen, for which the whalers receive £78 a ton, but which sells in London for from £122 to £130. A large whale yields about 500 weight of baleen. I must observe here that the sort of shore whaling which I have just described is very detrimental to the whale fishery in general, and the number of whales has decreased from year to year. The female whale approaches the land merely for the purpose of bringing forth and rearing her young. Later in the year, when the calf has attained a certain size, the cows leave the immediate neighbourhood of the coast and return to the whaling ground, where the males share with them the dangers resulting from the pursuit of man. Would it not therefore be advisable by legislative enactments to put an end to the whale fishery from the coasts, and to restrict it to a certain distance from the shore, where it would have to be pursued in ships? To kill the calves in order to capture the mother, or to kill the latter in the time of gestation, is an unprofitable and cruel proceeding, but it carries with it its own punishment. In a few years this trade, of which, from the geographical position of the whaling ground, New Zealand might have continued to be the centre, will be annihilated. Seals, which were plentiful in New Zealand, but were slaughtered in the same indiscriminate manner, have already entirely disappeared. The protection proposed would only be such as the governments of all civilized nations have long bestowed on their coast fisheries during certain seasons. Unfortunately, there exists a belief that the female whale in the state of gestation, or immediately afterwards, yields the greatest quantity of oil. But I have reason to believe that this is entirely unfounded. If we may judge from analogy of fishes, birds, and the whole class of mammiferous animals, the assertion must be untrue, and this view is confirmed by the testimony of those who carry on the fishery from ships, that, instead of the whales being fatter during that time, the contrary is the case, and that the average result of the fishing on the whaling grounds exceeds that of the coast fisheries. I have also heard that very often cows have been brought into Te Awa Iti, which were remarkably lean, and did not yield more than 5 or 6 tons of oil. We must also expect the oil from whales in the period of gestation to be inferior in quality from the great change which is then effected in all the solid and fluid elements of the body. Note: from a recent report of a captain of the Royal Navy of France, it appears that the New Zealand whaling in this year, 1842, has been entirely unsuccessful, and that most of the whalers are beginning to cruise on the northwest coast of America. End of note. Whilst I am thus pleading the cause of the whale, I am well aware that the most effective mode of preserving the fishery would be to spare the cows and calves altogether, and to kill merely the bulls. The whalers can distinguish at a considerable distance a bull from a cow, the elevation near the spout holes, called the top knot, being much higher in the bulls, and this part is always above the water, but such an extensive protection is probably impracticable. It would suffice if, during the winter season, or from May to October, all whaling was prohibited within a certain distance from the shores of New Zealand, and a man-of-war cutter kept to enforce obedience to this rule. Behind Te Awa Iti, the land rises in steep ravines, which are covered with various kinds of wood, or are cultivated by the natives. Whenever the weather permitted, I rambled through the delightful and shady forest. It was inhabited by flocks of the kaka, or large parrot, Nestor hypopolius, wag, one of the 3 species which inhabit the islands of New Zealand. It is closely allied to that isolated, and now probably exterminated species, the Phillip Island parrot, and has many peculiarities in its shape and habits. The bill is more elongated than that of other parrots, and of a greyish colour. The forehead and crown are brown, with a tinge of green. The face and ear coverts yellow, tipped with red. The neck, breast, and wings of a dull red, with a dark green tint. The abdomen is of a deep red, and the tail brownish. The male is smaller than the female, and of a redder plumage. This bird lives upon the fleshy and amylaceous fruits of the hinau, Eleocarpus hinau, of the tawai, Leiospermum racemosum, and of miro, Podocarpus ferruginea, and of the mai, Dacrydium mai. It only feeds upon the fleshy parts of these fruits, and has not the power of opening their hard stones with its beak. The tongue is small, terminating in several filaments. In captivity it feeds upon bread and potatoes, but most readily on the latter. These parrots seem to have regular times of feeding. Early in the morning they are found on the trees which yield their food. During the heat of the day they play about quietly in the topmost branches of high trees. Before the sun sets they assemble and fly with discordant screams over the forest, alighting sometimes on a dead tree in an open spot, or where their curiosity is anyway arrested. When it is dark they become silent, but rarely an hour of the night passes that one of their fluting calls is not heard, and with the dawn of the morning they are again in full activity. They nest in hollow trees, and are said by the natives to lay 4 or 5 white eggs. Their flesh is tender and well flavoured, and the natives are very expert in enticing them by means of decoy birds, or by imitating their cry. When one is caught or wounded, the rest hover about it with screams and, one after another, become the victims of their commiseration. Above Te Awa Iti, towards the southern entrance of Tory Channel, are 2 other bays, Wanganui and Hokokuri. The access to them is over hills or by water. As a protruding and rocky shore separates the bay of Te Awa Iti from them, this is, in fact, the general character of the coast in Queen Charlotte's Sound. In Hokokuri Bay, on a fine flat of fertile earth, about 1 square mile in extent, stands a large native settlement. The natives received us with their usual politeness, and afterwards gave us a canoe in which to return to Te Awa Iti. The man who seemed to be the principal chief was of a fine, powerfully formed figure, with a noble countenance, and reminded us of a Roman tribune, wrapped as he was in a new native toga. On another of my excursions, I traced Tory Channel towards its northern entrance, for the purpose of crossing the neck of land which separates Port Underwood in Cloudy Bay from Queen Charlotte's Sound. A more accurate examination of the coast showed everywhere the argillaceous schist in stratifications from east to west and dipping to the north. Sometimes no stratifications could be observed, and the rock was of a more granular nature, but still very soft, and with fissures in many directions, as if it had been acted upon by fire. I observed in the straits no indications of any other kind of rock, except the occasional appearance of Lydian stone, massy basaltic rocks, and greenstone. It became very apparent to me, from the other transitions from one kind of rock to another, that they had assumed that structure in consequence of the infusion, from below, of the trappean rocks, and the consequent metamorphosis of the slate rocks. I could not discover any trace of organic remains in the latter, and it is therefore most probably to the transition series that the hills in Queen Charlotte's Sound belong. Notwithstanding the barren quality of this substratum, and the want of decomposition on the surface, a character common to all the hills of this formation, the vegetation is by no means defective. The moisture of the atmosphere makes up for the deficiency of the upper stratum. The vegetation reaches to the seashore, and does not suffer from the salt water. I visited the island of Moioio, and afterwards came to a native settlement called Tokokaroro, on the island of Arapaoa. The natives in the latter place were sitting around a fire. Some were busy in carving the head and stern of a new canoe, others were smoking and talking. This little village is situated on a tongue of land formed by a branch of the hills, very narrow on the top, and falling on both sides towards the sea. This singular position makes it a very strong place, and easy of defence. A steep path leads to the summit of the ridge, where clearings for native cultivations appear in the ravines. When I use the term clearings, I mean those spots where the forest had been set on fire. Half-burned stems of trees were lying in confusion over each other, and in the places between were patches of potatoes. The number of pigeons in these grounds, and on the skirts of the forest, was very great. In less than half an hour I shot 12. An intelligent-looking boy, his good-natured face painted with red ochre, pointed them out to me quicker than I could load my gun. It is also in these open and cultivated spots that the kakariki chiefly lives. This is a small parakeet, and the second one of the parrot tribe existing in New Zealand. It is a very beautiful bird, and measures 11 inches. The crown is crimson, with a few feathers of a golden yellow at the root of the beak. The rest of the plumage is green, and the quill feathers of an azure blue. The tail is long and arrow-shaped. This parakeet feeds on potatoes, and on the berries of the Solanum laciniatum, and other fleshy fruits. It lives in flocks, and on the ground, or the lower branches of dead trees. In some parts of New Zealand it is very common, but generally follows man, as it is only in cultivated places that it can find the shrubs which yield its favourite food. On both sides of the tongue of land, to which I have alluded, the sound forms deep bays, perfectly sheltered, and very fitted for the anchorage of ships. Opposite to it on the mainland is another large bay called Oyster Bay, from the thick beds of rock oysters which are found there. After leaving the village we crossed to another bay, Itawa. This bay is also spacious and pleasant. Kingfishers, oyster-catchers, tuis, Anthochera consonata Vig and Horschfeld, and cormorants, Pelecanus pica, forced, enliven the trees on its shores, and many birds were singing in the forest. From this bay we crossed the hills in order to reach Port Underwood. They form a deep saddle over which the path leads. Everywhere on the surface, sharp, shingly fragments of slate are strewed about. Low stunted fern and manuka are abundant. From the top of these hills, the northern entrance of Queen Charlotte's Sound opened to our view. The island of Motuara bore north by east. We saw the sea over the narrow island of Arapaoa in Cook's Straits, and our eye wandered over Ship Cove, Shag Cove, East Bay, and part of West Bay. The land has everywhere the same mountainous and intersected character. A few paces farther around, extensive panorama opens. We look into Port Underwood, a deep inlet, formed on both sides by chains of hills, from which numerous buttresses run out towards the sea and form as many small coves. Port Underwood opens to the southwest into Cook's Straits. The coast sweeps round towards Cape Campbell, forming what Cook has named Cloudy Bay, and a range of high snow-clad mountains in the middle island, called Kaikoura, Feast of Crayfish, shut in the view. The chain of hills which form Port Underwood to the southeast, in fact all the land which separates that port from Tory Channel, consists of a succession of steep and barren ridges. Only here and there a patch of brushwood or trees relieves the brown and gloomy tint of the Terra Esculenta. The chain to the southwest, however, on the other side of the harbour, is more wooded, although the hills are equally steep. Its offsets branch into the sea and form new small coves. To the south-southwest, these hills turn into the mainland, and the hilly character of the coast gives way to a comparatively level country, which stretches towards Cape Campbell and is bounded by the snowy mountains above mentioned. Here the Wairau, a moderate-sized river with a bar at its entrance, discharges itself into Cloudy Bay. The quantity of level land seems to be largest in the neighbourhood of this river, and the surface is covered alternately with fern and groves of high trees. We descended on a ridge of the hills to the head of Port Underwood. On both sides of this ridge the sea forms bays. On the right is a village with about 60 inhabitants, and the neighbourhood is well cultivated. Nay T, the New Zealander who accompanied us from England, found here many brothers, which word, however, generally means cousins. One of them, a very suspicious-looking fellow, painted over and over with kokowai, never let the tomahawk out of his hands, and there was an appearance of sly hostility in his manner. Indeed, he was the only New Zealander who gave me any apprehension, which was probably altogether unfounded. Nay T, who was dressed in the best Bond Street style, cut a pitiful figure. Civilization had taught him nothing but to be ashamed of his relations. Observing his embarrassment, we withdrew to some distance, leaving him to indulge his natural feeling in hongi and tongi, or nose-rubbing and crying. To the eastward, Port Underwood forms another spacious inlet called the Inner Harbour. It is the most sheltered part of the whole port, but I do not know whether it is accessible for large vessels. Towards evening, Nati's relations launched a large canoe to bring us to Kakapo, a bay on the south side of the harbour, where there is a whaling establishment, and where several Europeans are living who support themselves by supplying provisions to a number of ships, which annually resort to Cloudy Bay. We were welcomed to the house of Mr. Guard, one of the earliest adventurers in New Zealand, where he has been for 20 years. The western shore of Port Underwood forms a number of diminutive coves. It is so rocky that access from one cove to the other along the coast is impossible. The largest bay, near the head of the harbour, is Robin Hood's Bay, where there is a native settlement. No European lives there. The next is Ocean Bay, with a large beach and some extent of flat but shingly land. Here are 2 whaling establishments. The number of Europeans was 30, and of natives about 100. The next is Kakapo, or Guard's Bay. This is very small, and the hills surrounding it so high that the sun can be seen only for a short time. The number of Europeans is only 5, and of natives about 60, who man the boats and live on very intimate terms with the Europeans. Mr. Guard was the first man who cleared this beach and settled on it, and the natives came round him afterwards. Rapraha's brother, Norua, is the chief of Kakapo. A daughter of Tupahi also lives here. Next to Kakapo is Tom King's Bay, also the station of a whaling party. Another stands opposite to it and is managed by an American. The geological formation, which I have already mentioned, can be well observed on an island which lies nearly abreast of Kakapo. The direction of the clay slate is here, from north-northwest to south-southeast, with a southwest dip at an angle of less than 45 degrees. In Kakapo, the same slate is traversed by dikes of bluish Lydian stone, with veins of quartz. On the coast opposite to Kakapo, the slate is harder and of a black colour, but not fit for the purposes of roofing. Whaling alone has attracted the Europeans to Cloudy Bay. The different bays look indeed like the Golgotha of the whale, so many remains of that animal are lying on the beach. But whaling is not carried on from the shore alone. Ships anchoring during the season in Port Underwood engage with their boats in the pursuit, and the port is better adapted for whale ships than Te Awa Iti, as the anchorage is less distant from the entrance, and the rush of the tide not so strong as into the narrow southern entrance of Tory Channel. Besides, Port Underwood is ill adapted for any other purpose. Not even the outer harbour, the only one yet visited, is a first-rate one, as the prevalent gales, those from the southwest, blow directly into the entrance, and often drag the ships from their anchorage. The high and steep hills which enclose the place on all sides give it a gloomy appearance, the sun appearing late and setting early. The name of Cloudy Bay, given by Captain Cook, although he never entered this harbour, is very appropriate. It is now called Port Underwood. Rain must be frequent, from the mountainous and woody character of the country. I was here 3 times, always during heavy rains. A few whalers and traders found but a scanty subsistence, even while whales were plentiful, and provisions from the natives cheap. Both these advantages have now ceased. The harbour, it is true, has the nearest connection with the level land at Wairau, and it is to the latter that it must look for any importance it may in future acquire. The road to that land from Port Underwood is now even passable, and has been driven over by cattle. A Mr. Wilton from Sydney attempted a farming establishment at Wairau, and drove cattle thither from Port Underwood. He lost his life through an accident, and I am not aware that anyone has since renewed the attempt. Cloudy Bay and Queen Charlotte Sound are very rich in fish. Nowhere in New Zealand have I found them in such abundance. They were of the genera Scomber, Ballistes, Serranus, Rias, Labrus. Mullets were also very plentiful. A fish was often caught which is nearly allied, even if it not be the same, to the one described by Cuvier under the name of Trigna pepaloniaceae. The natives called it kumu kumu. It is of a bright orange colour. Its pectoral fins are large and membranous, and of an emerald green bordered with an azure margin. Near the tail is a spot of velvet black, dotted with white. This fish is one of the most beautiful known, and it always caused me pain to see it taken out of its element, and in expiring lose its vivid colours. Another most singular fish often took the bait. This was the Chimera calorhynchus, which is related to the shark tribe, and has a most singular fleshy proboscis. Its colours are very brilliant, of a silvery white or grey. It generally appears at night, at the surface of the water, preying upon the young of other tribes. The flesh is somewhat dry, and resembles that of the shark. I returned from Cloudy Bay on the 19th of September, and at daybreak on the following day we left Te Awa Iti on the flood tide, and with a northwest wind. The southern entrance of Tory Channel is narrow, and requires a leading wind and a favourable tide, in which case the navigation is easy and safe. On leaving the channel the view opened on the Two Brothers, over the rocky coast of the island of Arapaoa. To the southward appeared the different bights of the coast, before the entrance into Port Underwood. We saw the whole of the coast, toward Wairau and Cape Campbell, and at a distance towered the snowy mountains. To the northward were the steep shores, in the neighbourhood of Mana and Port Nicholson, which latter place is about 30 miles distant from the southern entrance of Tory Channel. At 8 o'clock we sailed by the part of the shore of the northern island, which is called Te Rawiti, the rising sun. We beat up against the breeze and entered the harbour of Port Nicholson. There is plenty of ship room at the entrance, and the dangers which exist are all apparent. The soundings are between 17 and 8.5 fathoms. After passing the inner heads, a spacious basin appears. Several canoes came off, and in one of them was an old, venerable-looking chief, Ipuni, with his son. At 3 o'clock we anchored on the northern side of a large island called Matin, now Somes Island, about a mile from the mainland. End of Chapter 2, Part 3. Chapter 3, Part 1 of Travels in New Zealand, Volume 1, by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 3, Part 1. Port Nicholson, Wellington. Excursion into the valley of the Eritonga. We stayed in Port Nicholson until the 4th of October, during which time the agent of the New Zealand Company completed the purchase of that place. Nearly 3 years have elapsed since our first visit, and a spot scarcely known before that time, and rarely if ever visited by Europeans, has become the seat of a large settlement with nearly 5,000 inhabitants. Where a few hundred natives then lived, in rude villages, fearful of their neighbours, but desirous of intercourse with Europeans, and just beginning to be initiated into the forms of Christian worship by a native missionary, there is now a town, with warehouses, wharfs, clubhouses, horticultural and scientific societies, race courses, in short, with all the mechanism of a civilized and commercial community. At this very place, where I then enjoyed in all its fullness the wild aspect of nature, and where the inhabitants, wild and untamed, accorded well with their native scenery, there is now the restless European, spreading around all the advantages and disadvantages of civilization and trade. Although aware that I have been long anticipated in the description of this place, I must beg leave to give a few remarks which I gleaned during this and subsequent visits. Port Nicholson is situated in a foreland which, in its longest extent, has a northeast to southwest direction, and which is formed to the southeast by the deep indentation of Wairarapa, or Palliser Bay, and to the northwest by the bight of the coast in which Mana, or Table Island, is situated. The outermost point of this foreland is Cape Tarawiti. This is the narrowest point of Cook's Straits, the distance to the nearest land in the middle island being only 30 miles. In its geological formation, this foreland is a continuation of the hills which I have described as forming the chief part of the land at the other side of Cook's Straits, and it can scarcely be doubted that formerly both islands were here connected. The sea having once broken this connection, a rush of the tide, which comes from the southward, and runs at the rate of 5 knots an hour during the spring tides, took place through the opening. The winds prevailing in this part of Cook's Straits the greater part of the year are from the south and southeast, and often increase to heavy gales, augmenting the rush of water through the straits and making considerable inroads on the coast. Port Nicholson was doubtless thus formed, and the general aspect of the foreland in which the harbour is situated bears decided proof of the wear and tear of the coasts. At the head of the harbour are hills, of which Cape Tarawiti is the outermost point, and those which form the eastern boundary leave between them a triangular space, formed of alluvial land brought down by the river Eritonga, or Hutt. A sandy beach, 2.5 miles in length, borders this alluvial flat, from which the water shoals to some distance. In consequence of its being opposite to the entrance of the harbour, a heavy surf is found here during southerly winds. The apex of this delta is about 7 miles from the beach, where the hills approach each other and form the gorge of the river. At a distance of about 40 miles, a range of hills, which early in autumn are covered with snow, shuts in the view. These mountains, the Tararua Range, run north and south, and are therefore best seen from off Entry Island, or Kapiti. They extend toward the centre of the northern island, and are connected by the Ruawahine Range, with the group of the Ruapahu and Tongariro. To the westward of this range, that is, from the centre of the island towards Cape Egmont, the land is comparatively flat, with slight undulations, Mount Egmont excepted, which stands much isolated. The hills which bound Port Nicholson to the westward and terminate at Cape Tarawiti, and those which bound it to the eastward and terminate at Bering's Head, are branches of the Tararua Range. Their geological structure is argillaceous schist, interrupted, especially on the western shore, by bulky and irregular dikes of red, black, or greenish Lydian stone. Sometimes the clay is more quartzose and granular. This latter I observed on the Tararua Mountains, where it forms a good stone for building purposes. There are also found other trappean rocks, about 20 miles up the valley, and on the banks of the river Hutt. Notwithstanding the very early formation of these schistose and trappean rocks, shocks of earthquakes are sometimes felt at Port Nicholson. They are generally very slight. Note: several shocks were felt in May 1840. Quote, "The first movement," end quote, says the Port Nicholson Gazette of May 30, 1840, quote, "took place at about 20 minutes to 5 o'clock on the morning of the 26th, the second an hour later. The following night there was another slight shock, and after that several more, which, however, were so slight as to have been felt by few. The first shock was by far the severest and longest in duration. It was not, however, the cause of any mischief, though it alarmed some of the inhabitants. It appears to have been nearly equally felt all around Port Nicholson. We did not notice anything unusual in the state of the atmosphere, nor in the appearance of the sky or sea before the earthquake. Some persons, however, state they were struck by the remarkable appearance of the clouds in the direction of the Tararua Range, and others by the stillness of the sea at night time. We went out immediately after, or we might almost say during, the first shock, to observe if anything unusual would present itself to our attention, but all appeared as usual, and the morning was fine, clear, quiet, and cool. To some the motion appeared from west to east, and to others from north to south. The first shock appeared to us to undulate from both of these directions, commencing from north to south and ending from west to east, and the second shock from north to south, and ending with a motion from east to west. Some persons declare they distinctly heard sounds which came from the northwest, like firing cannon. If so, it is not improbable it will be found that the volcano at Mount Egmont has again burst forth, or that the volcano in the interior has increased in its activity. We should like to learn whether this earthquake was felt in other parts of the island." End quote. Mount Egmont, as we shall afterwards see, shows no signs of recent activity, and it is more probable that these shocks proceeded along the mountain chain of the Ruawahine and Tararua from the Tongariro, which mountain and the country surrounding it are the very centre of modern igneous powers. Earthquakes, indeed, are often felt in the Middle Island. The European settlers experienced them at Queen Charlotte's Sound and Te Awa Iti, and a rather severe shock was felt in Cloudy Bay on the 29th of August, 1839. End of note. The best harbour for ships is opposite the embouchure of the River Hutt, and is formed by the curved peninsula of the western headland. Here they obtain good holding ground, with great facilities for discharging their cargoes, and are protected from the prevailing winds, which are northwest 200 days in the year, and during the remaining days south and southeast. That the harbour is good and convenient is proved by the fact that more than 200 vessels have entered and cleared it in safety, although the entrance, without the assistance of charts, is somewhat difficult, and no care has been taken to erect a lighthouse. The boundary hills, both to the east and west of the basin of Port Nicholson, rise abruptly from the water's edge, but in that peninsular part where the town of Wellington has been founded, there is a strip of flat land at their base, about 1/3 of a mile broad, consisting of a soil composed of sand, shells, shingle, and vegetable earth, and extending to the western headland of the harbour, where the hills are low and undulating. At the town of Wellington there is consequently a long line of water frontage, with deep water at a few yards from the shore. The neck of land between the island of Mana and Port Nicholson consists of hills with deep ravines intersected by watercourses, where the natives have some plantations. Of similar configuration is the neck of land separating the port of Wairarapa or Palliser Bay. At high water the passage from Wellington to the head of the bay was impassable, but since I left Port Nicholson a road has been constructed, connecting the valley of the Hutt immediately with the town. A road has also been made across the neck of land to the Pararua, a river which discharges itself into Cook's Straits, opposite the island of Mana. Having on a subsequent occasion, August 1840, explored the valley of the Eratonga, I will here give a description of that river. My intention was to have crossed the Snowy Mountains, which are seen to the northward of Port Nicholson, and to have entered the valley of the Manawatu, which I was told by the natives approaches these mountains in its long and serpentine course, forming a fertile valley, and afterwards discharging itself into Cook's Straits. This I was unable to accomplish from the difficulties presented by the heavy forest and underwood, although surveyors' lines have been cut for about 20 miles up the valley, from the necessity of carrying with us all our provisions, but chiefly from the unfavourable season at which I undertook the journey, and in which I had to contend with pouring rains and heavy freshes in the river. Enough, however, was explored to convince me that, although the crowd of mountains around Port Nicholson was remarkable, and the land very thickly wooded, steady industry and perseverance would find a sufficient extent of available land for the support of a town, although connection with a larger agricultural district would be indispensable. Such a district I had already pointed out in the country to the westward of the river Wanganui, comprising the level and undulating land at the base of Mount Taranaki. I started from Port Nicholson on the 30th of July, 1840. All my companions were Europeans, as I could not obtain the services of any natives. This, however, was of no consequence, as they knew the valley as little as myself, never having penetrated far for fear of the Ngate Kahahunu tribe, the former proprietors of the place, and their greatest enemies. The river Eratonga forms at its outlet a broad basin in the sandy downs of the coast, and is joined not far from its mouth by 3 tributaries, the Okatu, Imotu, and Waiwatu. During flood tide it is easily entered by large boats, which can go up for about 6 miles, when the shallowness of the water and the danger arising from the snags, which are embedded in its bottom, prevent their farther progress. I followed the lines which the surveyors had undertaken to cut along the right bank of the river, and which soon approached the hills that bound the valley to the westward. Our road lay over flat alluvial land, covered to a breadth of about 4 miles from the seashore, with a recent but thick growth of underwood. Amongst the trees was one which, on being pierced, yielded about half a wineglassful of a well-flavoured milk. I am unable to say whether this tree, of which I saw only 2 specimens in Port Nicholson, and those of a small size, belongs to the same family as the cow tree of Guyana, Galactodendrum, of which Humboldt has given so graphic a description. It having at that time been determined to place the town of Wellington on the banks of the river Hutt, I found many of the settlers busily occupied clearing the ground, although it was still very early in the morning. The first colonists at Port Nicholson were imbued with an excellent spirit of industry and enterprise, and it was only to be regretted that, from the land not being yet measured out, the colonists did not know whether they should be allowed to retain the spot which they might choose and begin to cultivate, and thus was wanting the principal stimulant for exerting themselves, and thereby fulfilling the first demand on a new colony, namely, of producing in the shortest possible time a sufficient supply for its own consumption. Higher up the valley, the alluvial land is covered with trees, of which the rimu and kahikatea pines are especially remarkable for their size. Both belong to the genus Dacrydium. The former is one of the most beautiful trees imaginable, particularly when young, as at that time its branches bend gracefully downward, like those of the weeping willow. This is the pine from the branches of which Captain Cook made spruce beer. Another tree common in this part of the valley is the pukatea, and is easily known by its trunk, which rapidly diminishes in diameter from the ground upwards. The leaves are thick, serrated, and of a glossy green, and it belongs to the laurel tribe. I'm not aware that it has yet been described by any writer. Its wood is white and resembles that of the beech tree. The rata also is common, Metrosideros robusta. It is the king of the New Zealand trees, and has the hardest and most durable wood. In the evenings we always looked for this tree, in order to get some of its peeling and friable bark, the lower layers of which are found in a dry state, and were used for us for tinder. These larger trees spread over a number of smaller ones of various descriptions. About 7 miles from the beach, the hills which enclose the hut approach near each other, the river keeping close under the western range, which slopes with a steep declivity to its bed. The sides of the hills are here strewed over with sharp-edged fragments of clay slate, intermixed with vegetable earth, which nourishes a vigorous vegetation, but no species predominates sufficiently to give a distinct character to the forest. Up to this place, the river has an average depth of from 2 to 3 feet. In rainy weather, it often swells suddenly, from the narrowness of the valley through which it flows, and from the large supply rapidly brought down the hills by a number of lateral tributaries. The banks near its outlet are quickly overflowed, and these sudden inundations, after a few hours' rain, have several times taken the settlers lower down by surprise. The river at present meets with many impediments in its course from snags, and is capable of great improvement in this respect. In the gorge, which, as I have stated, forms the apex of the alluvial triangle of the Eratonga, the hills were almost perpendicular, and in order to avoid a tedious and fatiguing road, we got into a small punt, which had been brought up thus far for the use of the surveyors. We landed again about half a mile higher up. This part of the river was truly picturesque. The right bank was steep and abrupt, nevertheless, it was covered with trees overhanging the river. That beautiful bird, the large crested cormorant, Phylacrocorax punctatus, is found here in great numbers among the higher branches of the trees. It feeds upon eels, and a small kind of fish with which the Eratonga abounds. They are social birds, and many of their nests are seen together on a tree, which is always sure to be the most difficult of access. The unbroken stillness of a New Zealand forest is remarkable. The cormorants themselves have something solemn in their aspect, and are called by the New Zealanders kawau, or the preachers. Sometimes, indeed, the mako, Philodon dumerili, pours forth at long intervals its melodious notes, or perhaps a hawk, Falco brunea, is seen watching the movements of a smaller bird, or the neat fantail flycatcher busy in the lower branches. The vegetation of New Zealand is nourished by the constant moisture, and although remarkable for the freshness of its verdure, there is not much variety considering the extent of the island. But of birds and animals, the number of species is still more limited. In fact, fewer varieties are found in New Zealand in comparison to its area than in any other country. We encamped for the night on a sandbank, where we found plenty of dry driftwood. From this place, where the valley widens a little, the river follows the western hills, and at its freshes overflows the left shore, which was covered with the shrub-like veronica. Near the eastern hills, the dark green foliage and reddish bark of the totara pine impressed the landscape at once with a distinct feature. The following day we crossed and recrossed the river 6 times. Its depth is very unequal, and often came up to our middle. It is very rapid in its course, and although in many places not more than 30 yards in breadth, its broad bed, strewed over with large boulders of basaltic rock, proves that this child of the mountains does not always confine itself within such narrow limits. At this place its course is greatly obstructed by totara trees of immense dimensions. 2 or 3 are often piled one above the other, showing how high the river occasionally rises. About 25 miles from its outlet, on the right shore, was a steep rocky bluff of a hard trap rock, over which fell 2 cascades. Higher up, the banks of the river show by their vertical section the manner in which this valley has been formed. An argillaceous slate is overlaid by a layer of boulders and pebbles of trappean formation from 10 to 12 feet in thickness. This formation extends to the foot of the mountains and proves that the level of the water in the Eratonga was formerly much higher than it is now. This is especially seen a little higher up. On the slopes of the lateral hills platforms are found, now on the right, now on the left side of the river, according to its windings, their elevation on each side being the same. They extend a square mile or more in area, and are strewn over with boulders and water-worn pebbles. I may here observe that the coast near Palliser Bay has a terraced appearance, corresponding probably in level with that just described, for the origin of which we must look not to the subsidence of the waters, but in a rise of the land after an interval of repose. These terraces, both on the banks of the river and on the sea coast, are far too elevated for the highest floods or tides ever to have reached them. Some of the most valuable land in this part of the valley is found on these platforms. A thick mould or clayey soil covers the boulders. The forest is very open, and in some parts consists almost entirely of tawai trees, and in others of the totara. The totara pine is a very stately tree. Its stem is generally 5 or 6 feet in diameter, and is without branches for about 60 feet above the ground. The branches spring from the stem at an acute angle, and form several crowns at some distance from each other. The bark is thin, of a reddish colour, and generally peels off in longitudinal stripes. Its leaves are lanceolate and short. They are of a dark green colour on the upper surface, and of a sea green on the lower. It grows in this valley chiefly in rich alluvial land, which is exposed at times to inundations, but it is not found on the lowest banks. In other parts of the island, however, I have seen the totara also growing on hills, and it was this pine that I found occupying the highest elevation on Mount Egmont, although there it had diminished much in size and had become stunted. To the southward of Mercury Bay on the eastern side, and of Kawia on the western, the totara is the only tree used by the natives for constructing their canoes. The wood is very heavy and tough, and its durability is not impaired but rather increased by its lying in the water. Trees which had been buried in the beds of rivers, apparently for ages, looked as fresh and uninjured as if they had been recently felled. Of the different kinds of timber found in New Zealand, totara seems most to resemble our oak in appearance and quality, and the forest in the valley of the Hutt would be of great value to the settlement of Port Nicholson, especially as the trees can easily be floated down the river during freshes. There are harder woods in New Zealand than the totara, such as those of the rata and pohutukana, genus Metrosideros, and of the kahikatoa, Leptospermum, a moderate-sized tree, covering the lowest banks on the river Hutt. But these woods are too hard, and can only be worked with great labour and expense. On the 4th day, I joined the party of Mr. Deans, which was employed cutting a line through the forest that runs on the slope of the western hills. Heavy showers of rain and freshes in the river detained us in Mr. Dean's tent for 2 days. These we passed as well as we could in shooting pigeons, which at this season were feeding in great numbers upon the aromatic berry of the mai pine, or the seeds and leaves of the kahikatoa. End of Part 1 of Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Travels in New Zealand, Volume 1, by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 3, Part 2. About 30 miles up the river, on a plateau on the western hills, I saw for the first time traces of the natives having visited this district before us. At this spot, the trees were half burnt and decaying, some lying one over the other in disorder, whilst the white and black stems of others were still standing upright. High fern had sprung up, as is always the case when a spot has been cleared for the purpose of cultivation. On the opposite bank of the river a circular stripe was peeled off from the bark of totara trees, a general custom with the natives when they mark and tapu a tree for future use. But in this case they seem to have been prevented from felling the trees. These marks were doubtless made while the Ngati Kohohunu tribe still possessed Port Nicholson, before they retired through the valley to the eastward and to Palliser Bay, where they lived for some time in the dark recesses of the forest, continually issuing from their hiding places to harass their enemies. The present inhabitants of Port Nicholson, whose original dwelling place was Taranaki, know nothing of the Valley of the Hutt, nor are they aware of the existence of the Totara forest, their fears having always confined them to the sea coast. This plateau is situated above a perpendicular cliff of about 30 feet in height. A creek, coming from the westward, discharges at this point a considerable body of water into the Eritonga. During the time we were detained here, the wind was from the southeast. The thermometer kept a daily range of from 39 to 50 degrees Fahrenheit, and the air was saturated with humidity. The only place where we could enjoy the sun was close to the river's edge, or upon a tree turned across it, as the whole place was covered with bush and forest. Heavy dews fell during the night, and in spite of the shelter of the tent, our blankets were always wet through in the morning. Although the weather continued unfavourable, we were obliged to resume our route on the morning of August 4th, as our supplies were rapidly decreasing. Mr. Deans and 2 of his men joined my party, making us 8 in number. We forded the river to its left shore and crossed and recrossed it that day 16 times. In one part the river is shut in by elevated banks about 18 feet high, from which the land runs in flats toward the eastern and western hills. Here we walked for about a mile in the bed of the river. The valley is about 2.5 miles broad, and the land of a very good quality. The forest is again formed of one sort of tree, tawai, and is open and park-like. A soft carpet of moss covers the ground in many places. One species of moss, in the shape of a diminutive tree fern, was very beautiful. The plants of the lower scale of vegetation, as ferns and mosses, were plentiful, the moisture which characterises the winter in New Zealand being particularly favourable to their growth. The bed of the river at this point is crossed by bars of slaty rock, which strike from northwest to southeast, and dip in some places with a very acute angle to the southwest, and at others stand nearly perpendicular. The general breadth of the river had not diminished, but in many places it was very shallow. In the afternoon we halted at a place where 2 streams joined to form the Eritonga, one coming from north by west, the other from east by north. At their junction they appeared to me to be of the same size, but as we advanced I convinced myself that the branch from the eastward formed the principal source. During the 5th we had heavy showers of rain, hail, and snow. The river was swollen and could not be forded. We were therefore obliged to halt a day, and on the 6th we followed the left stream, where some flat land extended toward the hills. Finding that this did not extend far, and that the hills again descended close to the river's edge, I ascended one of them with Messrs. Deans and Eckford to obtain a view of the surrounding country, but on reaching the summit, through supplejack and underwood, we had the mortification to find that trees obstructed the view in every direction. It moreover began to rain, and a thick fog enveloped everything in darkness. On the weather's clearing up somewhat, we climbed to the top of a tree, and thence obtained a view of the snow-covered hills of the Tararua, that which appeared to be the highest, for which I resolved to steer, bore northeast. When we came down the hill, the day was nearly gone, and we returned to our old shed at the junction of the streams. Here we were again detained for a day, as the river was still deep and rapid, and some of our party could not swim. The freshes, however, decreased rapidly during the night of the 7th. We therefore forded the eastern branch, and followed its course through a district covered with tawai forest. The river, which is here confined between high shores, preserves the same breadth, but is of greater depth. On the opposite shore, which likewise forms a plateau, I observed the Rimu pine in great abundance. The section of the cliffy banks shows the same formation as I have already described, with boulders and pebbles above, but the slate below has assumed a blue colour. We walked for nearly 4 miles on the flat, which is about a mile in breadth, but were stopped by a sudden curve of the river to the westward. On its right shore the hills were again precipitous, to the height of several hundred feet. The force of the current in its winding course has undermined them, occasioning frequent slips. The left shore is low, and bears sufficient marks of its being often overflowed. I at first thought that the 2 branches, which I have mentioned as forming the Eritonga, were branches of one and the same stream, having the flat which we had passed as an island between them. But this is not the case. The left arm either rises in or flows through some swamp, as its waters had the brown colour peculiar to streams passing through swampy ground. I considered that we were now about 50 miles from the sea. In the bed of the river, we had the satisfaction of seeing the Tararua Range very near to us. A creek here joined the river from the eastward. It appeared to come straight from the mountains, and I therefore determined to follow it. For this purpose we had to cross the Eratonga, which we could not have managed had not a newly uprooted mai, which had fallen across it, formed a natural bridge. After scrambling for 2 hours through dense underwood and a soft alluvial soil, we reached the creek, which we crossed, and on the banks of which we encamped. On a route this day we had seen traces of natives, a footpath coming from the eastward, although marked only by half-broken branches of shrubs, a common mode among the natives of pointing out a path through the bush, had been trodden about a year ago, if the appearance of the broken twigs did not deceive me. We had also sure indications that wild pigs were common in the forest. On the sandy banks of the Eratonga we observed the footmarks of dogs and cats, but higher up those of the pigs only were discernible, and from the direction of their paths, which are as well marked as those of men, although more winding, I concluded that they must have found their way to this place not from Port Nicholson, but from Palliser Bay, or some other place on the east coast. The introduction of the carnivorous dog and cat into New Zealand has had a curious and fatal effect on the feathered races. On the breaking up of the tribes, these animals were dispersed into the forest, which afforded nothing for their support but the birds, whose number has greatly decreased in consequence, as can be clearly proven, especially as some, such as the rails, possess very limited powers of flight, and one class, the apteryx, cannot fly at all, for the very sufficient reason that it has no wings. We should have been very glad to have fallen in with some natives, or with some of the quadruped rovers of the forest. The latter would have given us the means of prolonging our tour, and the former might have shown us the road to some land unknown. We, however, saw neither man nor beast, and although the natives from the east coast may sometimes wander in this direction from Cook's Straits, and although it may be true, as I have been told by a native of Hauriri or Hawke's Bay, that from a range of hills near that bay may be seen the fires of Rauparaha in Kapiti, yet from all I have seen in New Zealand, I am convinced that the formidable pictures of bush natives which have been drawn are purely the result of imagination. The natives in general are much too civilized and social, and know their own interests too well, to live in a gloomy and inhospitable forest. It is true, indeed, that excursions for surprising and robbing neighbouring tribes are, or rather were, frequent, and in that manner the natives become acquainted with the most secret recesses of the country, but on such occasions they always return to their settlements. We had now arrived at the foot of some low hills, which formed the forehills of the Tararua Range, and were covered with fern, manuka, and the burnt remains of a forest. They were of a gentle slope with a clayey soil. In the evening we had a fine view from them of a range of snowy hills. We therefore descended on the following day into a deep valley, which separated us from this range. In the valley flowed the creek, which I have before mentioned. We afterwards ascended a ridge which was very open and covered with high and straight trees. Thus far the weather had favoured us, but it now again became bad, and thick clouds reposed upon the heights. We managed, however, to reach the summit towards evening. The cold now became very sensible. The thermometer stood at 37 degrees Fahrenheit, and in the ravines and on the branches of trees there was plenty of snow. I could by no means determine where I actually was, as we were unable to distinguish the objects many yards from us, and besides, the whole range was so covered with high trees as to have prevented us from having any view had the weather been clear. It froze in the night and more snow fell, and when I awoke in the morning the thermometer stood at the freezing point. The ridge which we had yesterday ascended branches off in a westerly direction from the main range, which runs nearly north and south. We this day followed the range to the northward, in which direction I had seen a pyramidical elevation towering somewhat higher than the rest. Large trees, which had been blown down, obstructed our path, a proof of the heavy gales which sometimes rage here. As we ascended, we found the snow in greater quantity. The weather was a little clearer, and on reaching the highest summit I climbed up a tree and saw somewhat of the surrounding country. The ridge on which we were ran to the southward. Its limits were enveloped in clouds. In the direction of west by south, I distinguished Kapiti, or Entry Island, about 70 miles distant. Several ranges of hills separated us from the sea. The hills sweep round and terminate, as it appeared to me, in a wooded promontory at Otaki, 20 miles to the northward of Kapiti. To the eastward I saw another range of hills, running nearly parallel to that on which we were, and separated from it by a deep and narrow chasm. In looking into the valley of the Eratonga, I saw that the whole was covered with wood. Only a small stripe of its waters was visible. Port Nicholson was hid from our view by the eastern hills. The land in the upper part of the valley was composed of low hills, and I distinguished a swamp about 3 miles in circumference. The character of the whole was in the highest degree mountainous, and some time must pass before all the valleys, gorges, and ravines can be explored or rendered accessible. Of the practicability of joining the valley of the Hutt by means of a road with Hawke's Bay and the valley of the Manawatu I have no doubt, but it can only be done when the colony is in a much more advanced state, and when labour is more abundant and cheaper. Our stock of provisions was so much exhausted that we could not safely pursue our route in the hope of finding a way out of this wilderness. I therefore determined to return by the road by which we had come. This we accomplished with some variations, and arrived at Port Nicholson on the 14th of August, after an absence of 16 days. From the hills surrounding Port Nicholson, I added to my collection a very curious bird, which before was only imperfectly known. This is the bird whose white-tipped tail feathers are so highly prized by the natives, and are used as ornaments for the head in all parts of the island. But the bird, according to the accounts of the natives, with which my own observation agrees, has a very narrow geographical locality, as it is only found in the deepest recesses of the primeval forest covering the hills around Port Nicholson, and between the latter place and Hawke's Bay. It is called by the natives uia, and was received into the ornithological system under the name of Neomorpha gouldii. It has been depicted by Mr. Gould in Part 3 of his very splendid work, The Birds of Australia, from specimens which I sent to him. The great difference which exists in the shape of the bill in the male and female birds induced Mr. Gould formerly to regard them as 2 distinct species, to which he gave the names Neomorpha crassirostris and acutirostris. But it is now well known that there exists a whole tribe of birds showing the same generic difference. This bird is of the size of a magpie. Its plumage is of a dark glossy black, inclining to a green metallic lustre. The ends of its tail feathers are tipped with white, for about 3/4 of an inch. The bill is white, rather darker at its base, where it has 2 wattles of a rich orange colour, a peculiarity of structure which several birds of New Zealand possess. The male bird has a short, straight, and strong beak, but that of the female is much longer and forms a segment of a circle. Accompanied by a native belonging to the tribe of the former inhabitants of Port Nicholson, the Ngāti Kahohunu, and now a slave, the only person I was told who understood the art of decoying uias, I set out for the hills, and after a long day's walk, had the pleasure of seeing that the continued loud and shrill whistling of my guide, uia, 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 in imitation of the note of these birds, had attracted 4 which alighted on the lower branches of the trees near him. They came silently and with a brisk flight. I fired and killed 2 or 3 of them, but generally they come so near that the natives kill them with sticks in order not to injure the precious tail feathers. In the stomachs of these birds I found fruits of the Iliocarpus hinau, and also coleopterous and dipterous insects. Mr. Gould's drawing of this bird is most characteristic, but the tree on which he has placed it, the Corinocarpus levigata, is not found in the forest, which is the only habitation of this bird, but grows in open places near the coast. The narrow geographical range of this bird, which I have already mentioned, is exceedingly curious. Its extinction for that reason may not perhaps be very far distant, unless the bird is to be found in the middle island, which the natives however deny to be the case. The natives in Port Nicholson belong to the large nation of the Ngāti Awa, river people, and are about 1,500 in number. They are subdivided into several smaller tribes, living in the different coves of the harbour. The present natives are not the ancient inhabitants of the place, but seized it from a tribe called the Ngāti Kahohunu, after they had themselves been driven from their ancient homes at the foot of Mount Egmont. They received us at our arrival with every mark of friendship, listened to and discussed the subject of our coming among them with great discretion and good judgment, and agreed at last to sell the land. Not, however, without a lively opposition having been offered by a chief, Puakawa, bitter sow thistle, who, with simple and solemn eloquence, warned his people of the cupidity of Europeans, pointed to the fate of the Tasmanians and Australians, and pictured a similar fate as awaiting his own people. The Europeans promised brotherhood to them, he said, but they were men who spoke with lips only. Tangata nutu kau. This chief, however, was outvoted, partly through the impression which our trade had made on the rest, partly, I believe, by a higher motive, the desire of acquiring civilization, protection, and instruction from a European colony. Poor Puakawa. During my second stay at Port Nicholson, his mutilated body was found in a field not far from his own village. His head had been cut off and his heart taken away. Some of the Ngāti Kahohunu, mindful of the injuries they had received, and actuated by feelings of revenge and envy, which had been again called forth by the recent sale of Port Nicholson, had sallied from the hilly forest, and had treacherously killed the chief who, although at first opposing the settlement of the Europeans, had ever afterwards been their sincere friend. About 40 men penetrated into the woods to trace the murderers, but they did not succeed in overtaking them, although absent for a fortnight. On their return a great many speeches were made, and it was interesting to see the orators strutting with long strides and lively gesticulations, showing how nature led them to employ all those modes of eloquence which with us are only attained by study. One tribe at Port Nicholson had refused to accompany the excursion, and on the return of the party I had an opportunity of observing the exercise of that feeble authority which, among barbarous nations, is possessed by one tribe over another. Those who had marched to revenge the death of the chief went to the village of the opposite party, many of whom had become Christians, took away their pigs and provisions, and feasted upon the produce of their land. Being in the minority, they could offer no resistance. The most influential and active chiefs in Port Nicholson were Epuni, a man of a very mild and graceful disposition, and Waripuri, his nephew, who was of a noisy and boisterous character. These two conducted the sale of the territory for the rest, but they had to consult the wishes of a very aged man, Matangi, who, with white hair and beard, but with a frame still erect and powerful, formed a link between the warriors and cannibals of former times and the present generation, who, emerging from barbarism, were beginning to turn their minds to peaceful pursuits and to embrace the tenets of Christianity. Matangi had been left heir to Port Nicholson by 2 tribes, also belonging to the Ngāti Awa nation, who had been the most powerful after the land had been wrested from the Ngāti Kahohunu, but had emigrated to the Chatham Islands. Some few individuals of these tribes, who were called the Ngāti Motunga and the Ngāti Tama, still remained at Port Nicholson. Up to the present time, nearly 3 years since the purchase, there has not been a single serious misunderstanding between the natives and the European settlers, and my hope that by a prudent management and forbearing treatment the evils would be avoided, which if everywhere else followed in the train of English colonization, has not as yet been disappointed. Nor is it unworthy of remark that the tribes at Port Nicholson had had very little intercourse with Europeans before our arrival at that place, their only visitor having been a missionary from the Bay of Islands a short time before, for the purpose of preventing the natives from concluding a treaty with the company's agent, or rather, to secure the best parts of the land, not indeed for the church, but merely for himself. End of Chapter 3, Part 2. Chapter 3, Part 3 of Travels in New Zealand by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 3, Part 3. We left Port Nicholson for Cloudy Bay on October the 4th, with a light northerly wind. When we came outside the harbour we had squalls, and afterwards a fine breeze from the northwest, which was soon succeeded by a calm. But a fresh breeze springing up, we anchored in the afternoon at the entrance to Cloudy Bay. We found there the barque Honduras of London, which had come from a whaling establishment at Otago, on the eastern coast of the Middle Island, and was completing her cargo at Cloudy Bay. We stayed here until the 13th of October, and then sailed for Te Awa Iti in order to take in Mr. Barrett, an old trader and whaler, who was to accompany us to Taranaki. From the entrance of Cloudy Bay to the south entrance of Tory Channel, the distance is about 20 miles. The coast between these points is very bold, from 200 to 300 feet high, and the sea breaks against the weather-worn rocks with tremendous violence. The aspect of the coast is dreary and barren, the formation being of a yellow schistous clay. In the whaling season, the boats, running out from Te Awa Iti and Cloudy Bay harbours, are sometimes surprised by a gale, and obliged to run ashore, where they find scanty shelter in a small inlet called Barrett's, or in another called Jackson's Boat Harbour, where frequently they are windbound for several days and suffer much from want of provisions, their only resource being a few shellfish and some penguins which inhabit the hollows of the rocks. All the year round, whaleboats may be seen running to and fro between Cloudy Bay, Te Awa Iti, Entry Island and Port Nicholson, and other parts of the coast, trading for provisions or cruising for whales. In calm weather, the native ventures out in his war canoe, now, happily, seldom bent on warlike enterprises, but on peaceful visits to his friends and relations. As the prominent points of this coast are therefore well known to whalers, they have given names to all, which I shall adopt in concisely describing them. At a subsequent period, I had a run in a whaleboat from Te Awa Iti to Cloudy Bay on a medical visit, and had a good opportunity for inspecting the coast. A ship must keep clear of the land on account of some sunken rocks. After leaving Port Underwood, we may pass in a boat between the northern end of the harbour and an irregular mass of rocks called the Coombe Rocks. About 2 miles from this point, the shore follows a small bight called Raumoa, or Fighting Bay, where at all times the tide produces a heavy swell. This place is of some renown in the history of Cook's Straits. When Raupraha and the Ngāti Awa tribes had, after a sanguinary contest, driven away from these shores the Ngāi, the latter, who had settled on the eastern shore of the middle island, often returned in hostile parties to revenge the loss of their country. In one of these excursions, Tairoa, the chief of the Ngāi, with many of his followers, had been enclosed by the canoes of the enemy in this bight, from which there is no retreat inland. He saw nothing but certain death before him, but Raupraha, the leader of his opponents, deferred the attack on account of a bad dream. A fog came in on the morning, and Tairoa made his escape, to the great disappointment of his enemies. The next shallow bight of the coast is called Barrett's Boat Harbour. Although boats must be hauled up over fearful rocks, this place has often given shelter to whaleboats in distress. From this point, a difficult path leads into Tory Channel opposite to Te Awa Iti. Run Under Point is a rocky promontory, halfway between Tory Channel and Cloudy Bay. Thence, the coast sweeps round in a large curve, forming Island Bay, so called from a small rocky isle near the southern shore, called Glasgow Island, from the name of a brig which rode out a heavy gale there. A furious tide sets into this bay, agitating the water even in calm weather. Jackson's Boat Harbour, the next inlet between the rocks, affords, if possible, less shelter than Barrett's Bight. Before reaching the southern head of Tory Channel, we pass Lucky Bay, which is of a similar aspect. The southern head of the entrance to Tory Channel forms a promontory, and is remarkable for the broken appearance of the rocks, of which it consists. Through some excavations, the waves rush from Cook's Straits into this channel. When we were off the mouth of the channel, we had a moderate southeast wind, and waited for the ebb tide. As the tide sets into this narrow entrance with great force and velocity, it must always be taken into consideration in running a vessel into the channel. The Honduras had come in the day before, during a calm, with a flood tide, and 2 boats towing ahead, yet she struck on a rock off the northern head and became leaky. A pilot is very necessary, and generally one will come off from Te Awa Iti on a gun being fired outside the head. 10 or 12 years ago, the southern headland of Tory Channel was the scene of a sanguinary contest between the original natives of the channel, the Ngāti Kahahunu, the same who originally inhabited Port Nicholson, and the tribes of the Ngāti Awa. Raupraha, at the head of the latter people, earned here inglorious laurels by shutting up his opponents on a narrow tongue of land and then exterminating them. The next destination of the Tory was Kapiti, or Entry Island, in Cook's Straits, and, leaving Te Awa Iti for that place on the 15th of October, we were towed by 2 boats round the northern headland of the channel. The coast of the island of Arapaoa, or Cape Komaru, the eastern headland of Queen Charlotte's Sound, runs nearly in a straight line and is extremely steep, on which account many slips have taken place. It is scarcely possible to find a more iron-bound shore. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Cape Komaru bore northwest by north 1/2 north. The island of Kapiti, north-northeast 1/2 east. The island of Mana, northeast by east. Cape Tarawiti, the rising sun, southeast by south 1/2 south. Port Jackson, west-northwest. During the night, the breeze fell, and we were beating about between Mana and the 2 brothers. At 3 o'clock on the following day, we anchored between Kapiti and the mainland, to the northward of a small rocky island called Tokomapura, or Evans Island, which is inhabited by an English whaling party. A little to the eastward of the southern end of Kapiti are 2 other small islands. The outermost is called Tauramoria, or Rauparaha's Island, from its being the usual place of abode of that chief. It is sometimes called Mayhew's Island, after an American who has a whaling party there. The innermost island is smaller, and is called Motu Narara. It is separated from the southern end of Kapiti by a narrow channel which, however, is deep enough for small vessels. This island is also called Hiko's Island, on account of this chief's residing there. On the island also there is a whaling party of Americans. As soon as we had anchored, a boat with whalers came off from Evans Island, as well as a canoe manned by natives. We learnt from them that a battle had been fought in the morning on the sandy beach of the mainland, from which we were about 3 miles distant, between people of the Ngāti tribe, who have there a large fortified village called Waikanahi, and another tribe called Ngāti, who several years ago came from the interior and settled on the shores of Cook's Straits. They have a village at Otaki, about 15 miles to the northward of Waikanahi. We heard that many had been killed and wounded in the battle, that the Ngāti had been defeated and had retreated. My duties as a medical man called me ashore, but the roughness of the sea prevented me from landing. Rauparaha sent a message requesting Colonel Wakefield to come to him on Evans Island, as he did not dare to visit our ship for fear the natives we had on board might prove to be his enemies. We went on shore in the afternoon and found Rauparaha sitting on the ground, with his wife Itope, wrapped up in mats and blankets and painted with red ochre. He is between 50 and 60 years old, with remarkably Jewish features, an aquiline nose, and a cunning physiognomy. His manner was very restless. He was rather sparing of his words, and seemed much depressed at the issue of the battle. He was very generally considered to have been the instigator of this contest, and the secret supporter of the Ngāti. However, he denied the charge, and he said he wished for peace. There seemed, however, to be no reason to doubt the truth of the accusation, as he bears an old hatred to the Ngāti, although belonging to the same tribe, not, however, to that clan of it which was engaged in this fray. At all events, Rauparaha seemed in this case to have played the dangerous game of keeping on good terms with both parties. He had gone out on the morning of the battle in his canoe towards Waikanahi to await the issue, and perhaps to partake of the spoil, but he returned when he saw that the Ngāti defended themselves manfully against the superior force of the Ngāti Raukawa. Rauparaha is related to the latter through his present wife, but many others of his clan, amongst them Ehiko and Rangihiro, are more closely connected with the Ngāti and are unwilling to join Rauparaha in his enmity against them. On the morning of the affray, Hiko had been sent for to prevent the battle. This chief is, by his father Tupahi, who visited England, related to the Ngāti Raukawa, and by his wife to other tribes of the Ngāti, and from his relationship to both, is always chosen as peacemaker, for which office, moreover, he is well qualified by personal inclination and talent. In this case, however, he did not succeed, and soon returned to his own island. Such is man in his barbarous state. Though endowed with many good qualities, his charities are exclusively confined to his own tribe, which is, in fact, composed of his blood relations. His neighbours, inhabiting the same land and speaking the same language with himself, he generally regards as his natural enemies. Rauparaha soon left Evans Island in order to go to his own. He promised to come to the ship in the morning, after we had succeeded in quieting his fears as to the natives we had on board. The following morning I went to Waikanahi. The spot where the affray had taken place presented a mournful sight. 16 of the tribe had been killed in the battle, and many severely wounded. I was almost the whole day occupied with the latter, who submitted with great fortitude to the operations which I found necessary. Only one man, whose leg was smashed to pieces, preferred death to amputation. In bearing pain, the New Zealander is certainly not inferior to a European, although he does not show that stoical indifference to suffering so highly valued by the Indians of America. At our arrival on the beach, we were welcomed with a salute of musketry, which continued until we entered the fencings of the Pa. All the people of the village were assembled, and though grief was expressed in every face, they received us with the greatest kindness and attention, and we were obliged to shake hands with everybody. They regarded us as friends and allies, for we had brought with us from Te Awa Iti some of their relations, and when they saw the medical men of our party give assistance to the wounded, their confidence and gratitude was unbounded. Some of the women gave themselves up to violent expressions of grief, cutting their faces, arms, and legs with broken mussel shells, and inflicting deep gashes from which the blood flowed profusely. We had brought with us Epatu, the son of a chief in East Bay, whose uncle had been killed in the battle. We found the widow standing on the roof of a hut, deploring in a low strain the loss of her husband. When Epatu approached, she threw herself upon the ground and, lying at his feet, related to him in a funeral song how great had been their happiness, how flourishing were their plantations, until the Ngāti Raukawa had destroyed their peace and bereft her of her husband. During this time, Epatu stood before her, convulsively throwing his arms backwards and forwards, and joining in her lamentations. An old woman, bent down under the burden of many years, had her arms and face frightfully cut. She was painted with red kokowai, with a wreath of leaves round her head, and gesticulated and sang in a similar manner. In this place there were no wounded. They had been carried to the principal and most fortified pa, which lies a little to the northward. This latter village was very large. It stood on a sandhill, and was well fenced in, and the houses were neatly constructed. Everything was kept clean and in good order, and in this respect it surpassed many villages in Europe. The population seemed to be numerous, and I estimated it, together with that of the first-mentioned village and a third, about a mile higher up, to amount on the whole to 700 souls. Several native missionaries, some of them liberated Ngāti Awa slaves, live here, and the natives had built a large house, neatly lined with a firm and tall reed, for their church and meeting house. At the time of our visit, they were expecting the arrival of a missionary of the Church of England from the Bay of Islands, who proposed living amongst them. The medical aid which they had given to their wounded was confined to binding the broken limbs with splints made of the bark of a pine, or of the strongest part of the flax leaves, and carefully protecting the wounds from external injury by means of hoops. Some of these bandages had been very well applied. I went to the beach on the following day to attend my wounded patients, and to visit the scene of battle. This was at the third village, and many traces of the strife were visible. Trenches were dug in the sand of the beach, the fences of the village had been thrown down, and the houses were devastated. I heard the following particulars relative to the cause and commencement of the contest. Several years ago, the Ngāti Raukawa came from the interior and formed a settlement on the seashore. The whole coast from Taranaki to Port Nicholson is a weather-beaten lee shore, and the only place where large ships can with safety anchor is the roadstead of Kapiti. Not satisfied with a settlement which they had formed at Otaki, they wanted to come nearer to this place of anchorage for the advantage of trading, and their aim, during several years, has been to drive the Ngāti Awa from Waikanahi, which is opposite Kapiti. It seems that the attack was concerted a few weeks ago at some funeral festivities celebrated in the island of Mana, in honour of Waitohi, a very old woman who had enjoyed great renown as a prophetess amongst the different tribes. She was a relation of Rauparaha, and mother of Rangi Hayata, another Ngāti Awa chief. At these festivities, Ngāti Raukawa and Ngāti Awa had assembled together and committed some excesses by killing several sheep belonging to a European for the sake of the wool, which is in great request for interweaving in their mats. These festivals lasted several weeks, and during that time it was said Rauparaha concerted with the Ngāti Raukawa to make the attack, promising them his aid. On their return to Otaki, they passed Waikanahi. The Ngāti Awa expected an attack. However, they passed quietly, but returned shortly afterwards. Early before daybreak, they surrounded the village, and one of their number, entering a hut, asked a boy for a light. No New Zealander travels so early in the morning with friendly intentions, and the boy, knowing him to be one of their enemies, fired at him and roused the tribe. The women escaped to the other village to obtain aid, and the conflict began. The aggressors were defeated and lost 60 men, amongst whom were several chiefs. The Ngāti Awa buried their own dead, and the improved state of this tribe was shown by the fact that, instead of feasting on the dead bodies of their enemies, they buried them, depositing them in one common grave, together with their muskets, powder, mats, etc., a generosity and good feeling as unusual as it was honourable to their character. The grave of their enemies they enclosed, and made it tapu. I saw in Kapiti some people of the Ngāti Raukawa tribe who had intermarried with the Ngāti Awa and lived there, for it is a general custom that the husband resides with his wife among her own people. The country of the former tribe abounds with excellent flax, and they use it chiefly in the manufacture of the fine mats, called kaitaka mats, which form the principal presents among themselves, and are found all over New Zealand. The fibres of the Phormium tenax take the dye excellently, and into the borders of these mats figures are woven of thread dyed black and red, which very much resemble the figures in the ancient Mexican decorations, and are of a very firm texture. There is much intercourse between the European settlers at Kapiti and the natives at Otaki, the principal settlement of the Ngāti Raukawa, a trade being carried on between them in pigs and potatoes, and I must repeat my assertion that the hatred of the New Zealander is never directed against the white man, who may travel where he likes and is never molested, unless his own misconduct give rise to a quarrel. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Travels in New Zealand, Volume 1, by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 4. Kapiti, or Entry Island, Mana, or Table Island. Kapiti, the entry island of Captain Cook, stretches from north to south in an irregular and somewhat oval shape. It consists of a ridge of hills, rising in some places to the height of 600 feet above the level of the sea, with some of its peaks of a pyramidical form. These hills descend abruptly to the westward and eastward, forming a rocky and nearly inaccessible shore throughout the greater part of its extent. They are intersected by deep ravines, through which small rivulets descend towards the seashore. At the southern extremity the hills are more undulating, and their ascent is not so steep, and here the natives have their plantations. At the northeast end of the island, the rock has been wasted and broken by the violence of the waves, and its debris, mixed with sand, vegetable mould, and pebbles of pumice stone of different colours, brought down by the Wanganui River from the active volcano Tongariro in the northern island, forms an alluvium which girds the northeast end for about 3 miles, and is in some parts half a mile broad. In this beach there is a lagoon, about 1 mile in circumference, and only separated from the sea by a narrow strip of land. The water is brackish, in consequence of the sea, during heavy gales, being driven into it. The surrounding ground is somewhat marshy, and is covered with Phormium tenax, several kinds of marsh, the manuka, which was at the time of my visit in full flower, and an orchidaceous plant with fine flesh-coloured blossoms. The natives are acquainted with the farinaceous quality of the roots of this plant, and often eat them. Kapiti is about 25 miles in circumference. It belongs to the transition formation, and contains much ancient trap rock. Clay slate rocks and greywacke are the most common. The whole island is covered with a very vigorous vegetation, mostly of trees, amongst which are fine timber trees, especially the rata, kahikatea, and rimu. In the ravines and on top of the hills there is a rich vegetable mould, where the plantations of potatoes, cabbage, turnips, and Indian corn thrive well. Coarse grass of several kinds is found in some spots, affording, with the green bushes, food for a few head of cattle, which were introduced into the island some years ago. From the limited extent of this island, as well as from its formation, it is of small agricultural or commercial importance. It perhaps, however, deserves attention from a military point of view, and together with the 3 rocky islands at its south end, has for many years been a very important place for the chase of the black whale. In 1839 the produce of the establishments on these islands was 466 tons of oil and 30 tons of whalebone, obtained by 23 boats, of which 6 belonged to the station on Evans Island, 2 to that on Mayhew's or Rapraha's Island, 8 to 2 other stations at Kapiti, and 7 to 2 stations abreast of Mana. To this quantity must be added the tonguer's oil, so called from the man who cuts in the whale, for which he is allowed the oil of the tongue, of the heart, and of the intestines for his own benefit. Including this, the whole quantity of oil may be stated at 500 imperial tons. The management of these establishments, with the exception of that of Mr. Evans, has been on a very bad footing, as the whalers were paid in ardent spirits and bad slops, which were charged to them at exorbitant prices. Mr. Evans, who finds his men in everything, and pays them wages according to the quantity of oil they get, furnished 1/2 of the above quantity of oil, and his establishment is in by far the best order. When I was on his island, a whale was seen several miles off. In less than a minute, several boats were launched and in full chase. Like all shore whaling, however, that of Kapiti is on the decline, and I do not suppose that the establishment will be kept up much longer. The productions of the vegetable and animal kingdom in Kapiti are precisely the same as those found on the mainland. I have already remarked that there are a few head of cattle upon the island. They thrive well and are claimed partly by Rauparaha, partly by Ehiko, to whom they were given as a present or in charge by Mr. Cooper of Sydney. Owing to the petty feuds amongst these people and occasional sales to other parties, the stock has not increased, although there are pasture grounds and food for a much larger number. Kapiti and the adjacent islands have been sold over and over again to different parties, and spots may be found to which 6 different persons lay claim. The chiefs sell their land as many times as they can, still finding hungry sharks ready to purchase, though not very liberal in their offers, who establish by these means some shadow of a claim. A future investigation into the land titles will afford much work and profit to the lawyers. Fish of many kinds is taken at Kapiti in great abundance, and will become one day an important article of commerce. We caught with the sieve large quantities of a curious fish, belonging to the genus Ballistes, about 1 foot long, and with a rough, parchment-like skin of a brownish colour, which our carpenter used in the place of sandpaper. The first ray of the dorsal fin moves in a curiously formed joint, and the sailors ascribed to it a poisonous quality. The fish itself afforded a very wholesome and agreeable food. Herrings, mackerels, gurnets, flatfish, several kinds of skate, and a variety of other fish may be caught here in any quantity. To the eastward of the southern end of Kapiti is the small island of Motunarara. It is about 3/4 of a mile in circumference, and composed of soft yellow slate, which strikes from northeast to southwest and dips to the southeast at an angle of about 45 degrees. The vegetation is scanty and confined to a few bushes of flax, or euphorbium, and a species of linum with blue flowers. On the north of this rocky islet is a sandy beach, on which stand the houses of the Europeans employed in whaling, and several huts of the natives. This island is separated only by a narrow channel from Kapiti, and opposite to it lies a little valley where a rivulet has hollowed out a bed in a hard silicious rock overlaid by clay slate. At the outlet of the rivulet is a native village. The water in the channel is deep enough for a small vessel. Motunarara possesses a spring of fresh water close to the seashore. It is, however, so small that the natives generally procure their supplies from Kapiti. Separated from this island by a narrow and shallow channel lies Tauralmoria, a barren, hilly island, little more than a mile in circumference. It consists of clay slate, and its shape is that of an obtuse cone. On its north side are some native huts, amongst them that of Rauparaha, and on the southeast side is a whaling establishment. All these habitations stand on a narrow rocky beach which girds the island. To the northward is Evans Island, the smallest of all, and a mere bare rock, just large enough to contain the huts of the whalers, but it is the most eligible place for that business. By these islands and the southern shore of Kapiti a roadstead is formed, sheltered from the prevailing northwest winds by Kapiti, and from the southeast winds by the 3 islets, and affording a safe anchorage for vessels. A ship coming from the northward and passing between the mainland and Kapiti can approach Ehiko's Island within about 1/2 mile, taking care to keep clear of a reef near Evans Island, or may enter from the southward between Mayhew's and Evans Islands in a clear channel. The island of Mana, situated 20 miles to the southward of Kapiti, was called by Captain Cook Table Island from its appearance. It is about 3 miles in circumference, and is exactly opposite to the outlet of the Pararua River, at a distance of about 1 mile. Where trees formerly grew in the hollows and indentations of the land, the soil is good. The rest is covered by fern, native and artificial grasses, and clover, which are all that can grow in the thin layer of vegetable earth that scarcely covers the yellow-schistous clay of which the island consists. But this vegetation is suited for the pasture of sheep, of which there are about 200 on the island, in very good condition. From this fact we may conclude that the hills of the same appearance around Port Nicholson are equally well adapted for feeding sheep. Besides these sheep, the island yields food to about 30 head of cattle, which were likewise in capital condition, and to some horses. Mana was sold some years ago to a Mr. Bell, who resold it to a Mr. Peterson in Sydney, under whom it was held by a German farmer. During our stay, however, it was the subject of a lawsuit, and was actually in the hands of 2 claimants, each of whom tried to ruin the other by selling the stock. The roadstead of Mana is a very bad one, being open to the southeast winds, with a strong tide setting in. During the month of October the weather was very moderate. The utmost daily range of the thermometer was between 52 degrees and 67 degrees Fahrenheit, when the wind blew from the northwest or northeast. On the 18th and 19th, the wind being from the southeast, the thermometer at 8 in the morning indicated 50 degrees, and did not rise above 53 as long as the gale lasted. From the 20th to the 31st, we had very strong breezes, with frequent squalls from the northwest. The thermometer during that time never rose above 60 degrees, and never fell lower than 56 degrees. At night the temperature was seldom more than 3 or 4 degrees lower than in the day. In a word, the climate during this month was as moderate as any European could desire. Rains were frequent, and almost continual winds kept the air pure and fresh. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Travels in New Zealand, Volume 1, by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 5. Return to Queen Charlotte's Sound, West Bay, East Bay, Island of Arapaoa. We left the roadstead of Mana on the 13th of October with a northwest breeze, and steered for the entrance of Queen Charlotte's Sound, in order to go into East Bay, as it is called by Captain Cook, where the Ngāti tribe have several settlements. The agent of the New Zealand Company had purchased, from those of this tribe who reside at Kapiti, all their remaining claims to the land on both sides of Cook Strait, and he was now proceeding to purchase the claims of those residing in East Bay. Tipatu, whom I have mentioned before, lives at East Bay, and we took him with us from Maikanahi to his own settlement. The wind was favourable, and we crossed the strait in a few hours. Before noon, we had the two brothers on our larboard side. They consisted of rocks clothed with a thin vegetation. The sea breaks furiously against them, and access seems difficult. Seals have now almost disappeared from the coasts of New Zealand, but a few sometimes resort here. They do not, however, escape the pursuit of man, who follows them into their most secluded retreats. At noon we were off Cape Komaru, a remarkably steep pyramidical promontory which cannot be easily mistaken, and may serve as a safe landmark for ships running into the north entrance of Cook's Straits. Off this promontory are the White Rocks, just above water, consisting of the usual yellow schist. The coast of Arapaoa towards Queen Charlotte's Sound is of a similar formation, with the same strike and dip. This part of the coast partakes in its general appearance of the character which I have assigned to the coast in Cook's Straits, being steep and barren. Nearly opposite the two brothers there is a small beach called Kapiti Beach, where the natives often land when they are prevented from crossing the straits, and reach the head of East Bay by a short and easy walk. The natives of the latter place dread this spot, as from it they can be easily surprised by their enemies. A fear was entertained in Queen Charlotte's Sound that Tairoa, the chief from Otago, was about to attack the Ngāti tribes, and in East Bay the natives were fortifying their village against a surprise from Kapiti Beach. When the Tory first came to New Zealand, we entered Queen Charlotte's Sound between Motuara and Tikatu, or Long Island. This time we left Tikatu on our starboard side, and I observed that the shores were steep and scantily covered with vegetation. A large ship followed in our track from Mana, and arrived in East Bay a little after the Tory had cast anchor. She proved to be the Concordia, the first ship sent out by a Danish company for the southern whaling fishery, which, if successful, will be followed by others of that nation, formerly so active in the Greenland fishery. Amongst the nations engaged in the southern fishery, the Americans rank first, as they employ annually 500 vessels of from 300 to 500 tons each. The second place is held by the English. The number of those vessels is, if I am rightly informed, 150. The French rank next, having not less than 140 ships. Besides these, there are a few German vessels, chiefly from Bremen and Hamburg. We cast anchor in East Bay shortly after noon, near the island of Matapara, which is about the size of Motuara, and is in the shape of a cone. As soon as we had anchored, the cutter was sent off into Naruawita, called by Captain Cook West Bay, to get a spar for a foreyard. I embraced the opportunity to visit that bay, and, crossing the Sound with a fine breeze, landed at the decline of day on the northern arm of West Bay. In Cook's chart, this arm is very correctly laid down, with the exception that it turns again to the left, and its actual head is separated from the southern arm only by a narrow ridge of hills. It seems that Cook did not explore the head of the bay. We found no suitable spar, and, the day being nearly gone, we took possession of some empty huts, which a Mr. Love had built for the men employed in cutting timber and splitting staves, of which 100,000 were lying on the beach. Fine trees surround this bay, and the flat land, which is about a square mile in extent, bore marks of former cultivation, but the inhabitants have disappeared. They were the tribe called Rangitani. All that remains of this once numerous people are a few slaves, belonging to the Ngāti who live at the Oairi or Pelorus River. After a war of extermination, the right to West Bay was made over to another tribe of Ngāti who have never occupied the spot. Our situation was not without the peculiar interest which an uninhabited land always excites in the mind. Behind and around us, high, steep, and wooded hills towered over the bay in a semicircle. The night was extremely mild and calm, the air singularly clear and transparent. The sonorous fluting call of the large parrots varied by their harsh scream when, on a sudden alarm, they started over the tops of the hills, and then returned to rest, were the only sounds that broke the deep silence. The water of the bay was as smooth as glass, for being sheltered on all sides, it was unaffected by the winds which agitated the sea. Sometimes a parrot would perch on one of the trees embowering our huts, as if curious to ascertain who had ventured to disturb his repose. During the night, a solitary cry from one of these birds might be heard from time to time, after which everything again became quiet. The sweet song of the mako-mako, note, Philodon dumerili lin, end of note, which I can only compare to that of our nightingale, although I must confess that the former is simpler, and therefore more impressive, and the warbling of the tui, whose note resembles that of our thrush or blackbird, cease at the setting of the sun, but in the morning, before he is above the horizon, the little songsters renew their music with increased vivacity, and their combined tunes form a pleasing concert. The only inconvenience we suffered was from the mosquitoes, which are always most numerous in places that have been cultivated, but afterwards deserted. Early in the morning of the 2nd of November, we again took to the boat, and ascended the southern arm of West Bay. This place has a beach of flat land, similar to that of the northern arm. Near the beach the land is swampy and covered with juncia, but soon ascends, bordered by the neighbouring hills. Two rivulets of excellent water discharge themselves into the sea. There are many fine timber trees, especially tawai and pines. While the carpenter and his mates were occupied in preparing a spar, I went up the side of the hills. The forest is open. Deep layers of decayed leaves cover the rocks. The growth of everything appeared most vigorous. Indeed, throughout the whole of New Zealand, nature seems to be eager to destroy and to reproduce. Large trees, unrooted and decaying, were preparing new soil for their successors, which were just struggling into existence. The peculiarly nourishing moisture of the soil displays itself in some ferns, which have germinated on their parent plant. The forest was enlivened by many of the common birds, and I brought home one of a new species called piopio. Note, Ternagra crassirostris, G.R. Gray, already depicted by Forster in his Icon Emede T. 145. End of note. We slept another night in the bush. After the spar had been got into the water, it would not float, and we were obliged to lash it under the keel of our boat. West Bay is a very fine harbour, and since good timber is found here, it would be a fit place for a sawing establishment, and for a village whose inhabitants could with ease support themselves by cultivating the flat and available land. Fine sheep walks are found on some of the open hills in the neighbourhood. On the 7th of November, I examined East Bay, which consists of 3 principal branches, on each of which are native settlements. East Bay is formed by the island of Apaoa. One arm is opposite Hokokuri, the native settlement in Tory Channel, and is called Otanarua. The hills ascend gently from the sea, with a small extent of flat land of about 400 acres at the base. We found about 200 natives assembled there, who had arrived from Hokokura, to which place it takes about 2 hours to walk. They had come over to settle about the sale of their land. They have plantations here. The cabbage, which now abounds in Queen Charlotte's Sound, and which grows wild, was in blossom, and covered the sides of the hill with a yellow carpet. There are a number of plants in New Zealand which are exactly the same as in Europe. Many of them are indigenous, others have spread with the cultivation of European vegetables. Such are the cabbage, Plantago major, Alsine media, Sonchus oleraceus, Stellaria media, Rumex crispus, Urtica dioica, Citicis bulosa, Anagallis arvensis, the Juncus maritimus, effusus, filiformis, Scirpus lacustris, Typha angustifolia, Potamogeton natans, Genopodium glaucum, maritimum, and others, must regard it as indigenous and, perhaps, the Plantago major. On the beach were some huts, the occasional habitations of the wandering agriculturalists. The beach itself is of a light soil. Higher up the hills, the forest appears. The trees, however, are not tall enough for ship timber. At the head of East Bay is the village of Mokupeka, where we were well received and presented with roasted potatoes, pork, and an excellent dried barracuda. This village stands on a spacious beach, surrounded by hills. Neatly planted taro and potatoes, kept free from weeds, ornamented the fields. The natives, when they dig the first crop of potatoes, leave the small ones in the ground, which grow during the winter and give an early harvest before Christmas. Our friendly host showed us with great satisfaction a field of wheat, which was in very good condition, and the seed for which Mr. Love had given him. This cove, although small, is one of the largest in Queen Charlotte's Sound. The sides of the hills appear to be very eligible for vineyards, as they are sheltered from the east and south winds. I next explored that branch of East Bay which stretches to the westward. It is as large as the one I had first examined, and is called Anahuko. There is a small native village here. On the 4th I traced my way over the hills to Te Awa Iti, in order to see something of the interior of the island of Arapaoa. The track leads from a narrow beach up a very steep hill, just opposite the little island of Matapara. Some Europeans reside here during the summer, after the whaling season is over, for the purpose of procuring cheap pork and potatoes. It took me about 2 hours to reach Te Awa Iti. The hills are steep, covered with leptospermum, tall fuchsias with purple flowers, Edwardsias, and other shrubs. There are 2 kinds of Edwardsia in New Zealand, both of which have been introduced into England. They generally grow near the seashore or by the banks of lakes or rivers. They belong to the leguminous plants, an order which is extensively spread in Australia, Van Diemen's Land, and the American continent. It is therefore more remarkable that none of the genera found in these countries are met with in New Zealand, but the order is represented here by genera peculiar to these islands, namely Edwardsia, Carmichaelia, and Cyanthus. There are 2 fuchsias here. One, the Fuchsia excorticata, forms a moderate-sized tree and is very common. The other, however, the Fuchsia procumbens, is very rare, and at present is met with only in Wangaroa Bay, to the northward of the Bay of Islands. From the top of the hills I had a fine view over the whole sound. A deep inlet of the sea, looking like a majestic river bordered by hills, leads to the head of Queen Charlotte's Sound. In this fjord, as the Norwegians would call it, is a small island bearing the traces of an ancient native fortification. I was prevented from visiting the head of this inlet, but ascertained that it is surrounded by a considerable extent of flat and well-timbered land, and that a river of some size discharges itself into it. As I descended, the view opened upon the southern entrance of Tory Channel and Cloudy Bay. This hill seems to have been the one which Cook ascended to take his survey of the Sound, and on which he planted the Union Jack and left some coins. Some stones were heaped up and fenced in, but I did not dare to disturb them, as my guide told me it was the burial place of a chief. I found Te Awa Iti very empty, as the whaling season was over and the natives had followed Etipi, their chief, to Waikanahi to assist in the war against the Ngāti Raukawa. Gardening had made some progress, and all the seeds brought by the Tory had sprung up, and the plants were in a thriving condition. A Scotch tailor, whose fate had driven him to Te Awa Iti, had voluntarily undertaken the duties of missionary, and the natives had built a house for him. Returning in a boat to East Bay through Tory Channel, I visited on the way some other small bays where natives reside, with some few Europeans amongst them. The purchase of the claims of the Ngāti Awa tribes residing in East Bay to the land on both sides of Cook Strait having been completed, on which occasion a general rush, fortunately unattended by any serious consequences, took place at the distribution of the various articles given in exchange, we set sail for Kapiti, which we reached the following day, November 11th. The natives were making preparations for hostilities, which it was expected would be renewed by the Ngāti Raukawa. Waipuri had arrived in Waikanahi from Port Nicholson, and also some people from Wanganui and Queen Charlotte's Sound, who had promised their aid if the Ngāti Raukawa should make another attack, which, however, they did not venture to do. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Travels in New Zealand, Volume 1, by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 6. Northern Shore of Cook's Straits. Owing to contrary winds and calms, we were unable to leave the roadstead of Kapiti until the 18th of November, when we weighed anchor and ran along the northern shore of Cook's Straits. From Waikanahi, the native settlement opposite Kapiti, this shore presents the aspect of low and irregular hummocks, either downs or covered with fern, and improving in fertility the farther they recede from the sea. This district is bordered, at a distance of 3 or 4 miles from the coast, by a wooded country, which rises gradually into ridges of mountains covered with snow during the winter season. These mountains, which do not exceed 3,000 feet in their greatest height, belong to a congeries of hills running towards the centre of the island. They are of the same system of mountains as those the picturesque ridges of which strike the beholder on first entering Port Nicholson, and which shut in the view up the valley of the Eritonga. In the latter place they are called the Tararua, and their continuation into the interior the Rua Wahine. Both are distinguished by a chasm or cleft, which forms the valley of the river Manawatu. The outward shape of these mountains is very uniform. They have everywhere the same longitudinal ridges, with narrow crests, here and there rising to somewhat higher summits. The woody region reaches nearly to the top, and in many cases they are entirely covered by forest. At their sides these hills send off ramifications, which form ravines rather than valleys, from which small streams flow to the sea coast. These mountains thus form a good geographical division, as from them on one side the waters run into Cook's Straits, from Port Nicholson to Cape Egmont, and on the other side to the east coast, into Hawke's Bay, or into the Lake Taupo. The course of these rivers is short, rising as they do not far from the sea coast, and from their flowing between hills, which gives them many tributaries, the violent rains often swell them suddenly, and the streamlet becomes a mountain torrent. It then overflows the low alluvial land forming its banks, and carries with it the stems of large trees, especially pines, which either remain fixed in its bed or are buried near the sea coast when driven back and left dry by the tide. I consequently found a great deal of driftwood at all the rivers, the quantity bearing in little proportion to the size of the streams. Of these rivers may be mentioned the Waikanahi, the Waimea, the Mahia, the Wairongamai, the Waikewa, the Oho, the Waiwiri, the Orewenua, and the Waitorawa, which we passed in rapid succession. At the Waimea is stationed a large tribe of natives, the Ngāti Raukawa, whom I have already mentioned as the enemies of the Ngāti-awa. Their pa, or fortified village, is called Otaki. The river Manawatu is the longest of all these rivers. It takes its rise in the most elevated inland group of mountains, the Ruapehu, as is the case with all the rivers in Cook's Straits. The force of its waters is not strong enough to remove the sand which is thrown up at its mouth by the southwesterly and northwesterly winds, and its depth over the bar is therefore only 6 feet at low water. The tide rises 8 feet. Its breadth of the mouth is about 300 yards at half tide. From all accounts which I received from the natives, both in Cook's Straits and in the interior of the country, the river Manawatu has a very winding course. In some places, after making a sweep of several miles, it returns within 1/4 of a mile to the same spot, and in this manner forms paddocks of very fertile land, often clear, but in parts rich in many kinds of timber. Inside the bar the river deepens sufficiently to admit small vessels for about 50 miles. The natives of Taupo often descend it with their canoes to Cook's Straits. Its embouchure is, according to Captain Smith, in latitude 40 degrees 27 minutes 23 seconds south. From this description it must be evident that it would be of great importance for the settlers in Cook's Straits to explore the Manawatu more accurately, especially as it is reported that from its upper part there is an easy communication with the Hauriri in Hawke's Bay, a river which is known to have very fertile land on its banks. About 6 miles from the mouth of the Manawatu, the Rangitiki, a smaller river, likewise owing its origin to Ruapahu, falls into Cook's Straits. It brings, as does also the Wanganui, a great quantity of pumice stone from the Tongariro, a volcano in the interior. To the westward of a line drawn from Otaki to the Ruapahu, and thence to Mount Egmont, the country is comparatively level. Across this district, the Ruapahu rears its massy head to the height of about 9,000 feet, and is covered with eternal snows. Several streams run into the sea between the Rangatiki and the Wanganui, but are smaller and of less importance. They are the Waipatiki, the Waikanahi, the Waikopuka, the Mahora, the Turakina, the Wanaiho, and the Kaitoki. In the evening of the 18th, the native whom we had taken on board, and amongst whom was a fine young man, Ikuru, the son of the principal chief at Wanganui, looked out in vain for the entrance of the river of that name, which we intended to visit if large enough to admit the Tory. Ikuru was an intelligent fellow, but he had never seen his native place from the deck of a ship. To add to the difficulty, the coast has a great sameness of appearance, and the mouths of the different rivers present little peculiarity when viewed from the sea. Unable to find the mouth of the river, we stood off the land during the night, and on the following morning found ourselves to the northward of Wanganui, which we were unable to reach until the morning of the 20th, for on approaching the coast we found that the water shoaled to a distance of about 3 miles, and it was therefore thought advisable to send Mr. Barrett, our pilot, to explore the entrance and to convey Ikuru to his village. He afterwards reported the depth of water over the bar to be insufficient to admit the Tory, and we therefore stood again to the northward. As, however, one of the company's settlements has been formed at the mouth of this river, which is already inhabited by several hundreds of Europeans, I will give a few particulars regarding this place, which I have gathered from different sources. The entrance to the Wanganui River, situated in latitude 39 degrees, 55 minutes, 54 seconds south, is half a mile broad, but at low water its depth does not exceed 8 feet, so that it will only admit vessels of moderate burden. The largest craft that ever entered it was a vessel of 150 tons. The headlands of the river are low, a spit of sand runs off the southern head, and the channel is near the northern. At low water the sea breaks across the bar. Inside the bar the river deepens, and is about 300 yards broad. Its banks here are low and sandy, and covered with driftwood and pumice stone, which the river brings down from its source, which is the Tongariro. At a little distance from the seashore is an extensive flat covered with flax and fern. Farther up the banks become higher and form cliffs, consisting of a blue clay with fossils which, from all I have seen, I should judge to belong to the newest tertiary epoch. About 30 miles from the mouth, the river is enclosed between the neighbouring hills, which are well wooded and run towards the Tongariro. Near the latter, however, the country is again more open and flat, although much broken, and the soil consists of pumice stone and tufa, as I shall hereafter describe when speaking of the interior. A large tribe of natives live near the Wanganui, and possess several pas up the river. A station of the Church Missionary Society is now established amongst them, and the missionaries have succeeded in making several converts, but were unable to prevent 2 sanguinary battles which lately took place between this tribe and the natives from Taupo Lake. These latter are able to descend the Wanganui to Cook's Straits in their canoes from within a short distance of its source. We landed at Kuru, and although we were unable to enter the river, the possession of the district was secured for the New Zealand Company, having been obtained during our stay at Kapiti, where the principal chiefs of Wanganui, who were then present at Waikanahi, had made the land tapu for the company on receiving some presents. The coast from Wanganui to Cape Egmont presents a cliff of moderate height, on the top of which the land is flat, and rises with a very gentle slope towards Cape Egmont. In many places layers of lignite are found in the cliffs. The whole district possesses great facilities for agriculture, being covered with flax and fern. The forest begins at some distance inland. The rivers along the coast from Wanganui to the Waitotra, about 20 miles to the northward, the Wenuakura, the Patia, the Tangahohi, the Waimati, and the Kahapuni, all of which are small. There are natives on the banks of all of these, and Waimati is known as the place where, on the shipwreck of the bark Harriet, a fierce struggle ensued between the natives and Europeans, in which several men were killed on both sides. Although this conflict, according to all accounts I could collect, was caused by the Europeans, Her Majesty's vessel Alligator afterwards inflicted a severe and summary punishment on the natives. But to return to the Tory. We left the mouth of the Wanganui immediately after Mr. Barrett had come on board. The weather looked threatening, and it soon blew a gale of wind. The whole coast from Kapiti to Cape Egmont and thence to the northward is a complete lee shore on account of the prevalence of northwesterly and southwesterly winds. A heavy swell sets towards the coast, and as the sea to a great distance from the shore has only little depth, ships are obliged to keep a good offing. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1 of Travels in New Zealand, Volume 1 by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 7, Part 1 Taranaki, or Mount Egmont. On the 22nd of November, we obtained the long-wished-for view of Mount Egmont, and also of the Ruapehu, both of which were to a great extent covered with snow. But they were soon again hid from our view, and it was only on the 27th of November, after having experienced much bad weather and several severe gales, that we anchored to the northward of the Sugarloaf Islands, about 2 miles from the shore. Soon after we had cast anchor, a waterspout rose not far from us. The weather had now begun to clear up, and I scrutinized the sides and lofty summit of Mount Egmont, which, once thrown up by the mysterious forces of the deep, was now apparently in a state of repose, to discover whether there was any possibility of ascending it, an undertaking which had never yet been achieved. We had brought from Port Nicholson one of the principal chiefs, Tuarau, who was delighted to see the land of his birth and to assist the company's agent in the purchase of it. Our boat, which was sent ashore, was unable to land on account of the surf, but brought back 2 natives who had plunged into the foaming sea and swum to it. The meeting on our deck between them and Tuarau was almost solemn. They did not utter a word and struggled to conceal the deep feelings which evidently agitated them. Our anchorage was not regarded as safe, and as the continual gales of the last few days had left a heavy swell, which made communication with the shore difficult and hazardous, it was determined that the Tory should proceed on her voyage to the northward, and that Mr. Barrett should remain in Taranaki to keep possession of the land for the New Zealand Company. I immediately resolved to stay with him, and we landed on the morning of the 28th. I could not have found a better opportunity for examining a district so little known, and determined to occupy the time until the return of the Tory in ascending Mount Egmont, which I expected would prove in more than one respect an interesting and profitable achievement. I must mention that Mr. Barrett had lived for several years near the Sugarloaf Islands, prior to the period when almost all the original natives yielded, after a long-continued contest, to the tribe of the Waikato, who live about 60 miles to the northward. The natives of Taranaki migrated to the eastward and settled on both sides of Cook's Straits, and especially at Kapiti, Port Nicholson, and Queen Charlotte's Sound. Only a few remained who could not be persuaded to leave the land of their forefathers, for which, indeed, all migrated tribes evince the greatest predilection, and cherish the hope that, by the help of the European colonists, they will one day be able to return and recover their lost territory. Since the removal of the majority, the small remnant of the original natives of Taranaki had lived a very agitated life, often harassed by the Waikato, and seeking refuge on one of the rocky Sugarloaf Islands, at times dispersed into the impenetrable forest at the base of Mount Egmont, sometimes making a temporary truce with their oppressors, but always regarded as an enslaved and powerless tribe. They could not, however, be induced to join their relations, and the reader can well imagine with what joy they hailed the arrival of their old friend Barrett, and how they cherished the hope of rising from the degradation in which they had lived for so long a time, and again becoming an independent tribe. We landed to the northward of Paretutu, or Sugarloaf Point, a dome-like cone of trachytic porphyry, which rises to about 300 feet and stands quite by itself. We turned our whaleboat over and made preparations for passing the night under it. As soon as we had landed, the Tory weighed her anchors, and with a favourable breeze was soon out of sight. On the beach, from which large sandhills here rise, I picked up many specimens of the neat and delicate shells Spirula australis. The land near the beach is, in some parts, covered with shrubs. In others, the loose sand has here and there acquired some solidity from the roots and fibres of a running carex, which is the first preparatory step to its becoming fit for other plants. In several places behind these sandhills, lagoons of fresh water are found, which abound with ducks, but contain no other fish than some large eels, in order to catch which the natives formerly cut through the sandhills and emptied the lagoon. Round these lagoons the vegetation was very rich, and amongst the shrubs was the handsome Apiba australis, which I observed here for the first time. Towards Sugarloaf Point, large boulders, all consisting of volcanic rocks, of apparently an old date, as basalts, greenstones, trachyte, augitic rock, etc., were cemented together into an extremely solid conglomerate, which appeared to extend like a stream of lava from Mount Egmont into the sea, but cannot be traced far. Where the water washes these rocks, the conglomerate is particularly hard, and this is caused by a chemical action of the salt water, either on the particles of the iron pyrites, with which several of the rocks abound, and which often cover the pebbles with a metallic crust, or else on the black titanic iron sand which is found on the beach. In some places, this chemical action is accompanied by the development of a good deal of heat, which is perceived where, at the retiring tide, the sea leaves ponds of water between the rocks. A strong smell of sulphuretted hydrogen gas may also be observed about a mile from the high water mark. The natives have a whimsical story of an atua, spirit, who they say was drowned here and is still undergoing decomposition. In some places, the sandy downs at a little distance from the shore are covered with a hard crust of oxidated iron clay, which forms the most fantastic shapes of tubes, saucers, etc., evidently owing to the oxidation of the particles of iron in the sand by water and air, and subsequent adhesion to each other. All this interested me much, proving a former extensive activity of volcanic powers, the centre of which was Mount Egmont, situated at a distance of 25 miles. Its summit afforded me a never-failing object of attraction when it was free from clouds, or when the morning or evening sun gilded its snowy summit with a rosy hue. Aqueous formations were visible on both sides of Sugarloaf Point. They consisted of cliffs of yellow clay, and in some places contained formations not of coal or lignite, but of wood embedded in discoloured blackish earth. Towards Mokau, these formations are especially visible and form everywhere one of the most remarkable features in the geology of New Zealand. Elevated about 10 feet above the level of the sea, they consist, according to all that I could ascertain, of the remains of trees belonging to species still existing in the island, and are an indubitable proof that an elevation of the land above the level of the sea has taken place at a period when the same vegetation existed as at present. I never found any remains of animals in these formations, which are, however, irregular and interrupted. It is a question of great interest to geologists to what cause is to be attributed the formation of those extensive coal fields which form the principal source of our industry, whether they have taken their rise from the submersion of a whole forest, or the floating of uprooted timber into estuaries of the sea or lakes, or whether they are due to the submersion of peat beds. Guided by the principle that the former epochs in the earth's history can be best deciphered by studying her present aspect, and the alterations which are going on before our eyes, I have arrived at the opinion that our coal formations were formerly peat, that the timber which is deposited in estuaries or inland lakes will eventually become lignite or brown coal, which has lost scarcely any of the qualities of wood. A river which brings vast masses of wood to the sea must of necessity deposit them in a very unequal manner, mixed with alluvium of various descriptions, and must embed in this formation such testaceous animals as are living near the spot. Such is the case at present with the New Zealand rivers, which are the lignitic formations which we observe at present above the level of the sea in this country, and of the same nature are the mines of lignite which are worked in many parts of Germany. Will anybody contend that it is possible by any agency, whether by the pressure of the superincumbent formation, or by igneous causes from below, or by both agencies combined, to convert that mixture of trees and earthy or mineral substance into the homogeneous substance which is spread out in such regular stratifications, and which we call coal? I, for my part, cannot credit the possibility of such a change. It is different with peat, which occupies large tracts in the countries out of the tropics, very often in horizontal and equal layers, and which we see embedding trees in an upright position. If artificially compressed, it resembles coal far more than does any lignitic substance that I have ever seen. I have brought specimens of peat from the Chatham Islands, taken from a layer not in actual formation, but covered by a loamy earth several feet in thickness. In these specimens, which it was evident were formerly pure peat, I can observe a conchoidal fracture and lustrous appearance, greatly resembling coal, whilst in other parts of the same specimen the gradual transition from true peat is evident. I am well aware that eminent geologists have contended for the double origin of coal, and others will only admit the simple one from wood, but they will probably come to a different conclusion if they turn their attention more to present processes and divest their minds of preconceived ideas regarding a difference of phenomena in former days. One of the Sugarloaf Islands also consists of aqueous deposits, namely yellow and soft sandstone. But the rest of these islands are steep and conical masses of a greyish trachyte, containing much feldspar, with scarcely any vegetation on them beyond the Phormium tenax, Mesembryanthemum astrala, Pteris esculenta, Peperomia d'Urvillea, Microcalia australis, Epacris, Linum, etc. Numerous seaweeds float at their base, amongst which were the Laminaria labelliformis, Sargassum capillifolium, Marginaria urvilliana, etc. I found about 20 natives near Sugarloaf Point. The place seemed only a fishing station. The remainder of the Taranaki tribes lived either on concealed potato plantations or farther south near Cape Egmont. On our arrival being known, they assembled around Mr. Barrett and with tears welcomed their old friend. In a singing strain of lamentation, they related their misfortunes and the continual inroads of the Waikato. The scene was truly affecting, and the more so when we recollect that this small remnant had sacrificed everything to the love of their native place. I perceived in the evening how much they stood in dread of the Waikato. A fire had been observed in the direction of Kawia, and the fear that the Waikato were again on their way to Taranaki kept them awake during the greater part of the night. The principal village of the Taranaki natives formerly stood a little to the westward of Sugarloaf Point. Besieged by the Waikato, who had come in great numbers from Kawia, they effectually kept them at bay with the help of Mr. Barrett and 8 other European traders, who at that time lived with them in the village. 3 pieces of cannon in their possession made great havoc amongst the Waikato. The exasperation on both sides was great, and the prisoners captured at occasional sorties were devoured. The Waikato at last raised the siege and returned to Kawia. Nevertheless, the Ngāti Awa resolved to quit the district, and, 2,000 in number, they started together with the Europeans. This took place in November 1832. At a second attack, the Waikato destroyed the pa, of which now scarcely any vestige remains, with the exception of the fosses. The cannons had been spiked by the Ngāti Awa on their departure, and were still lying on the beach. South of Sugarloaf Point to Cape Egmont and Waimati, the country, as I ascertained from many subsequent excursions, slopes very slowly from Mount Egmont to the sea coast. In fact, the country is so level round the base of Mount Egmont that the latter seems almost to rise immediately from the plain. The coast forms a cliff of moderate height, and consists of a yellowish sandy loam, an excellent substratum for a rich mould which covers the top, and which increases in depth towards the foot of the mountain. Near the seashore the soil is light, intermixed with sand. In general, the land for 3 or 4 miles from the coast is open, and covered with a uniform vegetation, especially of flax or fern. In the little dales, however, are groves of trees, or swamps covered with bulrushes and reeds. A countless number of small streams here discharge themselves into the sea. Scarcely a mile was passed without our crossing a streamlet, which was sometimes knee-deep. They came from Mount Egmont, or from several small lagoons situated between it and the coast. The Sugarloaf Islands are 5 in number. The 3 nearest the shore are Pararaki, Paparoa, and Mikotai, then Moturoa, and afterwards Motu Mahanga, which is the outermost. Besides, there are some rocks and reefs. The native name for them, as well as for the whole district near Sugarloaf Point, and for the tribe formerly living near them, is Namotu. The islands to the northward of Sugarloaf Point are 3 small creeks, the Huatoki, the Inui, and the Waiwakaio. Everywhere on their banks are traces of former cultivation and of native villages, but now no one lives there. Thus, the finest district in New Zealand is almost uninhabited, a sad instance of the mutual hatred existing among savage clans. End of Part 1 of Chapter 7. Chapter 7, Part 2 of Travels in New Zealand, Volume 1, by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 7, Part 2. The natives could not understand what induced me to ascend Mount Egmont. They tried much to dissuade me from the attempt by saying that the mountain was tapu, that there were narara, crocodiles, on it, which would undoubtedly eat me. The mysterious bird moa, of which I shall say more hereafter, was also said to exist there. But I answered that I was not afraid of these creatures of their lively imagination, and that if they wanted large payment for their land, I must first go and look at it. That it was possible, though not very probable, that the monikura, money gold, was found on the mountain, and that if, through their refusing to provide me a guide, I was the first to reach the summit, I would make the mountain tapu for myself, according to their own law. An old tohunga, or priest, was therefore persuaded to show me the way as far as he knew it, and with him, and an American man of colour, I started on the 3rd of December. Tānutu na Waikato, as the worthy priest was called, was particularly qualified for the office of guide on this expedition. In the wars between the Ngāti Awa and Waikato, the latter had carried away his 2 wives into slavery. He himself escaped to the mountain, where they were unable to find him. There he lives by himself, as all his kindred are gone, and cultivates small patches in the impenetrable forest, which supply him with food. The Waikato often chased him, but he was always fortunate enough to escape. The old man was renowned for his skill in the arts and the mystic lore of a priest of his nation, and had lately become a zealous missionary. And although he almost invariably kept his puka-puka, hymn and prayer books, upside down when he pretended to sing the psalms or read the service, yet what he sung and said pretty nearly corresponded with the text, as he knew the books by heart. A mat of his own manufacture, as he had no female to work it for him, was his only dress, a hatchet his only weapon. He did not take much provision with us, as the party in Ngā had little to spare, and as we had no means of carrying it. I trusted to my gun and to the stores of Tānutu in the bush. Our road led us along the beach to the northward. We crossed the Huatoki and Inui creeks, and then turned into the interior over the downs and hillocks of the coast, which were covered with fern and flax, overshadowed here and there by a picturesque tea, Dracaena australis. About 2 miles from the coast we came to a low, shrubby forest, where the soil consisted mostly of a very dark vegetable mould. Tānutu had here cleared a place in the middle of the bush, where he had formed a clean and well-weeded garden, planted with potatoes, taro, onions, watermelons, and pumpkins. Not far from this point we crossed the river Waiwakaio, a rapid but not very deep stream, with a broad and pebbly bed, all the pebbles consisting of hard and blue trap rock. About a mile farther we passed another deep creek, the Mangarake, a tributary of the Waiwakaio, where my guide had another potato field. The forest consisted generally of tawai. Here and there might be seen a majestic remu pine, or rata, bearing crimson flowers. There were many arborescent ferns, and in the deepest shade grew the nikau palm, Areca sapida. Sometimes we came to an open spot, several square miles in extent, probably cleared by natives, but now grown over with the highest Phormium tenax I ever saw. The leaves in many instances were 12, and the flower stalks 20 feet long. Their flowers contain a kind of sweet liquid in considerable quantities, the extraction of which forms a favourite occupation among the New Zealand children. The cryptogamous plants, ferns, younger manmas, and mosses bear in New Zealand rather an undue proportion to the phanerogamous, a circumstance which is unfavourable to the rearing of bees. I am not aware that there is any native bee in New Zealand, but in certain seasons the European bee would find a great quantity of honey and wax in the Phormium tenax. Bees have been introduced into New Zealand from New South Wales. My excellent friend, the Reverend Richard Taylor at Waimate, had a hive, and they were thriving remarkably well. But in that neighbourhood many European plants had been introduced. The country began now to rise a little, but the elevation was so slight as to be scarcely perceptible. Everywhere vegetation appeared most vigorous, and the primeval forest was often almost impenetrable, on account of thick creepers, and the thorns, Tataramoa rubus, of which several species are found, and which tore our hands and faces severely. We scarcely ever obtained a view of the sun, and the shade of the trees produced a delightful coolness, although the thermometer in open places rose to 90 degrees, and at 6 in the evening on a hill it stood at 80 degrees. We did not see many birds, and I need scarcely repeat that the most perfect silence reigned through the forest. Although we walked on a track, it was only visible to the eyes of Tanutu, and it was not until after much practice that I could distinguish in the turning or pressure of a leaf indications that the path had ever been trod by mortal feet. My guide went patiently forward, carrying a heavy load for me, without a murmur, although a priest and a person of consequence among his own people. We soon came to another potato field of Tanutu, where he had a house. He here entered the forest and quickly returned with some fern root and some dried shark, which he had concealed, and which greatly increased our scanty stock of provisions. In consequence of the insecurity of their persons and property, it is very usual with the Taranaki natives to have plantations of this sort in the forest, which are often known to the proprietor alone, and to which he can fall back in times of need. Frequently Tanutu would on a sudden make me stop on the way, and entering the forest would return either with a dried fish or with some oil, contained in a dilated joint of kelp, with which he would grease his dark and glossy hair. Sometimes he brought a handful of leeks, which were always welcome. At sunset we arrived at the cleared summit of a hill, where we found several houses for provisions, which are always built on posts, to guard against the rats, and also 2 other houses. A thick forest surrounded this place on all sides. The plantations of potatoes, all belonging to Tanutu, and planted with his own hands, were in tolerably good order. There was no want of provisions, and pigeons, potatoes, leeks, taro, cabbage, turnips, and the young shoots of Sonchus oleraceus were all at our command. Before it was quite dark, flights of the austral nestor passed over our encampment, shrieking in a dismal manner, and alighted for a moment on one of the dead trees at the skirt of the forest, to watch with a stupid curiosity what was going on below. But they soon became quiet, with the rest of the inhabitants of the forest. In the twilight, there was also a small bat flying about, but I did not succeed in shooting one. During the day, a sandfly, namu, a tipula, is very troublesome in New Zealand, especially near the seashore, and, diminutive as they are perhaps the most bloodthirsty animals that exist, attacking all the exposed parts of the body. With the last rays of the sun they all disappear, but are immediately replaced by the mosquitoes, which, however, are numerous only in particular spots, such as the cleared places of the forest. We had taken our abode in an old house, where the rats ran over us all night, and 2 species of smaller animals, not to be named to ears polite, were by no means scarce. An old native house is a hotbed for all this vermin, and after this night's experience I always preferred sleeping in the open air or under my own tent, which I found by far the most comfortable. Before sunrise on the 4th of December, the thermometer stood at 44 degrees. We took an east-southeast direction, and, after descending the hill, we had to pass a large creek flowing to the eastward. Our road lay over gently undulating hills, which were covered with a dense forest. The cabbage palms were the highest I ever saw. We passed several other streams, and at noon halted at another plantation belonging to our guide. He rested here during the day to arrange our provisions for the continuance of the journey. This field was situated at the side of a river, which rolled over a pebbly and rocky bed, and was canopied by the trees on its banks. From the high tawai trees, Leiospermum racemosum, a graceful moss hung down in long festoons. This creek was the Mangorake, which we had passed the day before. The temperature here at noon was 91 degrees in the sun, and 72 degrees in the shade, and I found the heat very oppressive. I could not prevail upon Tanutu to start the next morning, as this was his last plantation. The sky was overcast, and he said that the weather would be bad for several days. We had some dried shark and potatoes, with maize, but not sufficient to last us many days. Birds were everywhere scarce, and too small to be worth powder and shot. One bird that I found here is of a new species. It is called eihi, and belongs to the class of honey-eaters. Note, Tyletus sinetta dub. End of note. Another bird, the Tairawaki, Jecteris ruficator les, is very common. It is as large as a blackbird, of a jet-black plumage, with red-brown coverlets of the wings and tail. It has 2 small orange-coloured appendages at the base of the beak. This bird is seen on the lower branches of trees, is very lively, and has a loud penetrating note. It always screams when anything attracts its attention. Huia, huia, tirawak, tirawak. It feeds principally on fleshy berries, but also on coleopterous insects. Pouring rain lasted during this and the following day. On the afternoon of the 7th, the weather having somewhat cleared up, we started, but had not proceeded far before the rain again compelled us to halt. It must be observed that travelling through the bush in New Zealand is rather a scrambling affair, and with a load it is very fatiguing, and cannot be kept up for a long time. 15 miles I considered a very good day's work, even in the open parts of the island. We took up our quarters under the shelter of a rata tree, Metrosideros robusta. Several species of the kind to which this enormous tree belongs were common, but the pukatea was the most frequent. I was roused in the night by the palm singing of old Tanutu, who could not sleep, and was probably afraid that Atua was determined to oppose our ascending the sacred mountain by means of the bad weather which had now set in. On the 8th we several times crossed the Mangaraki. Its banks are steep, and from one of them Tanutu dug out a titi. This bird, a Procellaria, or mutton bird, as it is commonly called, has many peculiarities. In the month of December it comes from the sea to the mountains inland, especially to the forehills of Mount Egmont. Here the female, which is at that time very fat, but afterwards becomes thin and emaciated, lays one egg, which is remarkably large for the size of the bird. Instead of building a nest, she deposits and covers over her egg in a deep channel under the roots of trees or at the sides of a cliff, and never leaves the place until the egg is hatched. The natives believe that during this period the female takes no food, and have accordingly named it, quote, the bird of one feeding, end quote. Imanu Wangainga Tahi. On the 9th we travelled for some time on the right bank of the Waiwakaio River, which is the largest of those that take their rise on the northern side of Mount Egmont. Although of very unequal depth, it is a true mountain stream. It rolls over a broad bed of boulders and pebbles, and often rises suddenly when the snow melts or when the rain has been heavy. Its banks were moderately elevated. On their top the land was flat, and the whole was covered with forest of the wildest and most primeval aspect. We passed numerous tributaries of this river, some of which were considerable depth, owing to the late rains, which had also formed stagnant pools between the roots of the old trees. At one place Tanutu conducted us into the bed of the river, whence we had the satisfaction for the first time since we had entered the forest of seeing Mount Egmont, which rose to the southwest, covered with snow, but its summit hid in a cloud. The dense forest on both sides of the river formed, as it were, a framework to the picture. My guide suddenly stopped at the bank near this point, and, clearing away with his hatchet a few of the young tawai trees, chanted some hymns, and begged of me to read a chapter from St. Paul's epistle to the Romans. On my asking the reason of this sudden procedure, he told me that he had many years ago, going with a party to fetch kokowai, red ochre, from the foot of the mountain, they had been surprised at this spot by a party of Waikato, and that in the struggle which ensued his mother had been killed. He had never, he said, visited that spot without paying a tribute to her memory. We stopped for the night on a low island in the Waiwakaio, called Waiwiti, grown over with kahikatoa, leptospermum, intermixed with a junceous plant, the Hamelinia veratoroides of Achille Richards, Astelia banksii, the seeds of which form the food of the kiwi and weka, Apteryx australis and Rallus australis. The island bore evident marks of being frequently overflowed, as large stems of drifted trees were collected on it. The river Waiwakaio is extremely well adapted for the application of water power to manufactories and mills, and the whole district of Taranaki, as far as I have seen yet, rivals any in the world in fertility, beauty, and fitness for becoming the dwelling place of civilized European communities. Our provisions grew very scanty, and when, on the following day, the sky was again overcast, and the rain poured down in torrents, I almost gave up the hope of ever reaching the summit of Mount Egmont, especially as Tanutu now frequently lost all trace of the right direction. We proceeded, however, along the left bank of the river, wet to the skin. The trees over which we had to clamber were extremely slippery, and although they preserved their outward shape, we often sunk knee-deep into their soft and decayed substance. To appease our hunger, we had nothing but the young shoots of a fern, or the mucous undeveloped leaves of the Cyathea medullaris. These, with the heart of the cabbage palm, and in open spots the roots of the Pteris esculenta, are, generally speaking, the only eatables that can be obtained in a New Zealand forest. The rain had made my gun useless. a matter indeed of less consequence, as there was no game and very few of the smaller birds. The confidence shown by these birds proves that they are not often disturbed by the approach of man. The boldest was a flycatcher, Miro longipes les, of an ashy colour, which hopped continually over the rotten trees, searching for insects. It builds its nest on the lowest branches of small trees, where they join the stem, and constructs it neatly of moss, lining it inside with the soft and villous cover of the young undeveloped leaves of the Cyathea medullaris. The rain continued during the 10th and 11th, and all our provisions were gone. We could procure no dry wood to make a fire. We had no tent with us, and got but little shelter from the trees. During these nights the forest assumed a beautiful appearance. The fallen trees, and almost the whole surface of the ground, sparkled in 1,000 places with the phosphorescence of the decayed matter. We seemed to have entered the illuminated domain of fairyland. When the weather cleared up, we determined to return, abandoning for the present the attempt to reach the summit of the mountain. Taking a different track from that by which we had come, we again stood on the seashore on the evening of the 15th of December. End of Part 2 of Chapter 7. Chapter 7, Part 3 of Travels in New Zealand, Volume 1, by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 7, Part 3. During our absence, plenty had reigned at Namotu. The natives had daily gone out fishing, and the quantity of fish they took was so great that they were enabled to dry large numbers in the sun for store. Pigs and potatoes had also been brought from the southward. A Waikato chief, with his followers, had come on a friendly visit from Kauai, and there was apparently a good understanding between them and the natives at this place. The abundance of food enabled me to start again on the 19th, determined at all hazards to accomplish the ascent of the mountain. I persuaded Ikake, one of the chiefs, to accompany me, who took a slave with him, and sent on before a female slave to one of his plantations which lay in our route, with an order to prepare maize cakes for us to carry as provisions. The companions of my last trip again accompanied me, and our party was joined by Mr. Heberley, a European, who had come with us from Te Awa Iti, where he lived for several years as a whaler, and who was most expert in finding his way through all the difficulties attending such an expedition as this. This time I was more fortunate. Although we took a different route in order to obtain provisions at the settlements of Ikake, in 4 days we reached our last halting place at the foot of the mountain. We had to walk for some distance along the rocky bed and through the icy water of the Waiwakaio, but notwithstanding the force of its rapid current, which often threatened to throw us down, we heeded not the difficulty, as we had the gratification of seeing the summit of the mountain directly before us. We climbed at last up a ridge rising on the left bank of the river, and running in a northeast direction from Mount Egmont. This ridge is very narrow and forms toward the river a sharp escarpment, nor was it without some difficulty that we reached its crest. Higher up is a frightful precipice, close to the edge of which we had to walk. Lying down, we looked over into the deep gorge, which appeared to have been split asunder by volcanic agency, and to have been hollowed out more and more by the action of the river. This ridge was still covered with wood, but, as we ascended, the trees gradually became less lofty, and soon gave way to stunted shrubs. Low and crooked pines, especially Totra and Miro, and the Manuka, gave a character to the vegetation as affiliated kinds of trees do to the mountain crests of Europe. I found one plant of a new pine 2 feet high, and very much resembling the Taxus baccata of Europe. The thermometer rose during this day to 76 degrees, and when we halted in the evening, shortly before sunset, it stood at 61 degrees, but fell immediately afterwards to 51 degrees, and the cold became very severe. Our altitude was about 5,500 feet. We prepared to rest amidst the stunted and dwarfish shrubs, amongst which I observed the Dracophyllum rosmarinifolium, Solidago arborescens, and several other compositous plants. We were able to obtain sufficient firewood a little way down the sides of the ridge, where we found many bleak and dry stems of large dimensions. The escarpment which I have mentioned consisted of a blue basaltic lava, overlaid to the depth of from 10 to 15 feet by a formation of fragmentary rocks, boulders, and pebbles, which, however, I could not accurately examine. Scarcely any birds were to be seen at this height. The cry, however, of the parrots re-echoed from the woody gorges, and a little bird, which is peculiar to these heights, busied itself in our neighbourhood. It is related in shape and habits to our sitta, but is much smaller, and of a dark green plumage. It is the Acanthus sitta tenuirostris of our index, and called piwawau by the natives. Not far from this point, the ridge forms a platform from which rises the pyramidical summit. We reach the platform by descending into a deep gorge, which an arm of the Waiwakaio River has scooped out of the blue lava. We walked with ease in the rocky channel thus formed, and soon came to the source of this arm, which took its rise from under a frozen mass of snow, which filled up the ravine and remained unmelted, although it was now in the middle of summer. This place, however, is not to be regarded as lying within the limits of perpetual snow, as the duration of this frozen mass resulted from the fact that the influence of the sun was obstructed by high walls rising on both sides. There was very little vegetation here. I collected, however, a viola, a primulaceous and a ranunculaceous plant, a myosotis, and the Microcalia australis, the southern representative of our daisy, which it much resembles. We now began to ascend the cone, which consisted of cinders or slags of scoriaceous lava of various colours, white, red, or brown, and had been reduced almost to a gravel, so as to offer no resistance to our feet. These volcanic products cannot be distinguished in their lithological characters from the scoriae of the Auvergne. We soon came to the snow at a point about 1,500 feet below the summit. The limits of perpetual congelation in New Zealand correspond nearly with the result obtained by calculation according to Kirwan's formula, which, taking 59 degrees as the mean annual temperature of New Zealand, would give for the limit of perpetual snow 7,204 feet, deducting this number from 8,839 feet, which is about the height of Mount Egmont. We have 1,635 feet below its summit, as the lowest point at which the snow is perpetual. Vegetation had long ceased, not from the great elevation, but from the entire absence of even a patch of soil where plants might take root. In the ravines, as I have already observed, the snow was found much lower down. As soon as we reached the limits of perpetual snow, my 2 native attendants, the third had been left behind at the last night's halting place, squatted down, took out their books, and began to pray. No native had ever before been so high, and, in addition to that awe which grand scenes of nature and the solemn silence reigning on such height produce in every mind, the savage views such scenes with superstitious dread. To him the mountains are peopled with mysterious and misshapen animals. The black points, which he sees from afar in the dazzling snow, are fierce and monstrous birds. A superstitious spirit breathes on him in the evening breeze, or is heard in the rolling of a loose stone. It is this imaginative superstition which gives birth to the poetry of infant nations, as we see in the old tales of the Germans, which evidently have their origin in the earliest ages of the race, and bear the impress of the ethics and religion of a people not yet emerged from barbarism. But with the Polynesians these fears lead to gross superstition, witchcraft, and the worship of demons. My native attendants would not go any farther, not only on account of their superstitious fears, but because, from the intensity of the cold, their uncovered feet had already suffered severely. I started therefore for the summit, accompanied by Heberley alone. The slope of the snow was very steep, and we had to cut steps in it, as it was frozen on the surface. Higher up we found some support in large pieces of rugged scoriae, which however increased the danger of the ascent, as they obstructed our path, which lay along a narrow ridge, while on both sides yawned an abyss filled with snow. However, we at length reached the summit, and found that it consisted of a field of snow about a square mile in extent. Some protruding blocks of scoriae, of a reddish-brown colour, and here and there slightly vitrified on the surface, indicated the former existence of an active volcano. A more extensive view opened before us, and our eye followed the line of coast towards Kauai and Waikato. The country over which we looked was but slightly elevated, here and there broken, or with irregular ramifications of low hills, towards the snowy group of the Ruapehu in the interior, which bore north 60 west. I had just time to look toward Cook's Straits and distinguish Entry Island, when a dense fog enveloped us and prevented all further view. Whilst waiting in the hope that the fog would disperse, I tried the temperature of boiling water with one of Newman's thermometers, and found it to be 197 degrees. The temperature of the air being 49 degrees, which, taking 55 degrees as the mean temperature at the summit and the base, would give 8,839 feet as the height of Mount Egmont, the whole calculated according to the tables given in an article published in the London Geographical Journal, Volume VIII, and communicated by Lieutenant Colonel W. H. Sykes, F.R.S. I have mentioned above that the cone forming the summit of Mount Egmont rises from a platform. The cone of cinders and scoriaceous lava is separated from this platform by a deep saddle, which descends laterally towards the sides of the mountain. The high rocky walls near the source of the Waiwakaio show the composition of the exterior cone to be a hard lava of a bluish-grey colour, which resounds to the hammer like phonolite or clinkstone, and breaks into large tabular fragments. The wall where this rock is seen is fissured in a perpendicular direction. There seems to be a great scarcity of simple minerals in the principal rock of which this mountain consists. The natives have no historical account of any eruption of Mount Egmont, and maintain that the country at its base is less subject to movements of the earth than other parts of the islands, especially those which are the most mountainous. They have indeed tales which, if divested of their figurative dress, might be referred to the recollection of former volcanic activity, such as their account that the Tongariro and Mount Taranaki are brother and sister, and formerly lived together, but quarrelled and separated. The branches or buttresses which Mount Egmont throws out towards the sea coast and to the interior being of inferior height, the cone itself appears to be very isolated. A ridge of hills runs towards Cape Egmont, another, that on which we made the ascent, goes to the northeast by east, and a third towards the interior, in the direction of the Ruapehu and the still active volcano of Tongariro. On the summit of the mountain I found the entire skeleton of a rat, carried there no doubt by a hawk. After staying for some time on the summit, in the vain hope that the clouds which enveloped us would disperse, we retraced our steps and accomplished the descent with comparative ease. The natives expressed their joy at seeing us again, as they had already given us up as lost. We encamped on the bank of the left branch of the Waiwakaio, amidst trees of the Leptospermum species. Our resting place, which from finding the boiling point to be 207 degrees Fahrenheit, while the mean temperature of the air was 57 degrees, I calculated to be 2,699 feet above the level of the sea, was the utmost limit of the excursions of the natives. At this spot they obtained the best sort of kokowai in the bed of the river, which was for some distance quite yellow from a solution in its waters of this ochraceous substance, which glazed the rocks with a metallic coating. Immediately on our arrival, our native companions set to work to make baskets of rushes and flax leaves for the carriage of this muddy ochre, which they dug out of swamps formed by the Waiwakaio at its banks. The substance was afterwards slowly dried at the fire, and by further burning and preparing, a fine vermilion was obtained, which they carried home as an acceptable present to their families. This ochre is formed in great quantities in many places of New Zealand, where water has become stagnant, and is constantly deposited either from the iron contained in vegetables or from the ferruginous earth. I have often seen the natives forming weirs at stagnant creeks in order to obtain it. They use it for many purposes. When mixed with shark's oil, it forms a durable paint for their houses, canoes, and burying places. It is also universally in request to rub into their faces and bodies. The custom of besmearing the body in this manner is common to almost all barbarous nations, and is adopted for objects widely differing. When going to battle, the savage bedaubs himself in order to strike terror and fear into the heart of his enemy. When joining in the funeral ceremonies or the festivities of his tribe, he employs the same means to increase the beauty of his appearance. The custom of covering themselves with a thick coat of this substance at the death of a relation or of a friend may have a symbolic meaning, reminding them of the earth from which they have sprung, and is similar to the practice prevailing among Oriental nations of mourners heaping ashes on their heads. The New Zealander also regards this pigment as a good defence against the troublesome sandflies and mosquitoes. Whether it is the cause of the sleekness of the skin for which the natives are so remarkable, I will not pretend to say. as this may be owing to their frequent bathing and continual exposure to the air, or, which is still more probable, may be a characteristic feature of the Polynesian and other coloured races, in consequence of a greater development of the vascular papillae between the epidermis and cutis than is the case with the white or Caucasian races. But to return from this long digression, the Waiwakaia was at this point confined between high walls overshaded by trees. Here and there, large masses of the perpendicular cliffs had fallen down and obstructed the bed of the river. In future times, this picturesque valley, as well as Mount Egmont, and the smiling open land at its base, will become as celebrated for their beauty as the Bay of Naples, and will attract travellers from all parts of the globe. On the 28th of December, we again reached the beach without accident, and with somewhat better reason to be satisfied with our success than on our last return. I found a large number of natives at Ngā from the Otumatua and Waimati, assembled for the purpose of selling the whole Taranaki district. As the return of the Tory was daily expected, the beach looked as if a fair was being held on it. A European also had arrived from Kauai, accompanied by many natives, for the purpose of dissuading those at Taranaki from ceding to the company their territorial rights, not however from any disinterested intention, or for the sake of the Taranaki natives, but because some parties were anxious to buy the land for themselves, either from the small remaining body of the original native proprietors, or if they would not agree to the terms proposed from their conquerors, the Waikato tribes. It was said that the missionaries were much concerned in these transactions. On the 31st, I started in the boat for the Waitara, which is 8 miles to the northward of the Sugarloaf Islands. This river has a bar at the entrance, over which there is only 5 feet of water at low tide, but inside the bar it deepens considerably, and 2 miles from its mouth I found the depth to be 2.5 fathoms. The Waitara does not take its rise in Mount Egmont, but comes from a hilly range which runs from Tongariro in a southwesterly direction and is called Rangitoto. It flows through a fertile and open country. About 12 miles from its mouth, and situated on the left bank, was formerly a large and prosperous village called Pukerangiora, peopled with 1,500 of the Ngāti Awa tribes. About 10 years ago it was taken, after a long siege, by the Waikato, and nearly 500 of the inhabitants were slaughtered, 50 of them by the hand of Te Werawero, who is at present a great, quote, mihanere, end quote, as the natives call those who have adopted Christianity, from the word missionary, and lives at Waitemata, or Manukau. The rest of the population was carried away into slavery. There are no natives here at present, nor is there any trace of the path, which formerly led from Pukerangiora round the base of Mount Egmont to the districts in Cook's Straits. I returned in the evening delighted with the general aspect of the country. We were now in the middle of summer. The weather was very agreeable. The thermometer in the afternoon stood in the shade at 86 degrees, rising to 100 degrees in the sun, and generally falling in the evening to 62 degrees. But I must observe that we were living amidst the sandhills of the coast, which were often so much heated that I could not bear to walk upon them. But we were never a week without rain, and sometimes had a thunderstorm, after which a delightful coolness pervaded the atmosphere. The rivulets always retained their quantity of water. The humidity in the forest rarely ceased, and the mosses and ferns continued as fresh as ever. Fishing was attended with great success, and I often had occasion to admire the expertness of the women in diving for crawfish in the surf near the Sugarloaf Islands. The New Zealanders, men, women, and children, swim well, and can continue the exertion for a long time. In common with the North American Indians, they swim like dogs, not dividing the water as we do, with the palm of the hands, but paddling along with each arm alternately. Bathing was one of our favourite amusements, as there was a beautiful pond of fresh water immediately behind our hut, and great was the mirth and good fellowship at our daily bathing parties. In the beginning of January, 2 messengers of the Ngāti Awa tribe, who had been enslaved by the Waikato, arrived at Kauai. They brought intelligence that the Ngāti Raukawa had sent to the Waikato to request their aid in the exterminating warfare against the Ngāti Awa tribe and Waikanahi, in revenge for their losses there. They also told us that the Waikato were prepared to make an immediate descent on us in order to prevent the natives of Taranaki from selling any of the land which they regarded as their property. In consequence of this information, we prepared for defence, in case a tribe of the Waikato should attack us during the night, although I did not think that our party had anything to fear. It was impossible to sleep, as the natives talked all night as to the possible result of a conflict with the Waikato. On the following morning they advised us to shift our habitation to Moturoa, the largest of the Sugarloaf Islands, and to take all the women and children with us. The men resolved to remain on the mainland opposite the island, and to provide us with necessaries. If the Waikato should make a descent, they might thus more easily resist, or fly towards the mountain. We followed their advice, and lived on Moturoa during the rest of our stay, as we daily expected the arrival of the Tory. This island is a conical rock, extremely steep, about 1 mile in circumference, and 500 feet high. The formation is trachyte. The rock contains much augite and feldspar, and includes here and there fragments of a different formation. The augite appears often in nests, and micaceous iron ore occurs in thin veins. The summit was scarcely accessible, but the native women with their children on their backs walked up and down the hill, and along steep precipices with the utmost unconcern. From time immemorial, Moturoa has been a place of refuge and security for the Ngāti Awa tribes, but more so of late, since the departure of the greater portion of them. Wherever there was a platform or level space on the rock, they had built dwelling houses and stores, in which they kept wood and provisions. In case of an attack, they could, if watchful, easily keep off an enemy. We took possession of a good house on the northwest side of the island, about 190 feet above the water, and placed in a dry niche with the rock overhanging it. The vegetation of the island is confined to flax, cabbage, and parsley, which grow in the interstices of the rock. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Travels in New Zealand, Volume 1, by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 8. District from Taranaki to Mokau. On the 10th, I started on an excursion to Mokau, situated 3 days' journey from the Sugarloaves, in order to visit a large tribe of the Waikato living there. The son of the chief of that tribe, who had come to Taranaki a few days before, accompanied me as guide. On the hard sandy beach which lies to the northward of the Sugarloaf Islands, we passed the Huatoki, the Inui, and the Waiwakaio rivers. The escarpment of the coast shows here volcanic boulders, kept together by yellow loam. This formation is covered with sand. From the Waiwakaio to the river Mimi, the shore consists of sandy downs. We passed the latter river at low water. At its right bank is an escarpment, which consists entirely of sharp-edged volcanic fragments. A whale was lying on the beach, which seemed to have been stranded a few days before. An enormous quantity of driftwood was embedded in the sand, intermixed with human bones, probably the remains of the cannibal feasts held during the siege of Pukerangiora. We slept on the banks of the Waitara River, after having passed several smaller streams. From this point, the seashore becomes elevated, the cliffs consisting of a stiff blue clay, with a formation of yellow loam above it. We travelled for the greater part of our route over fertile fern hills, with beautiful groves of trees. The vegetation continued down to the water's edge. We passed the rivers Oneiro and Urinui. The latter flowed with a sluggish stream through a deep bed of white mud. After we had crossed this river, we heard voices at a distance, and soon came up with a European, who had been sent by the Wesleyan missionary in Kauai, and was travelling for missionary objects to the southward. With him was a large party of Waikato natives, and also men, women, and children, belonging to the tribe of Ngāti Awa at the Sugarloaf Islands. They had been taken slaves in the last war, and had been obliged to live at Kauai, but now their masters had allowed them to go to Taranaki for the purpose of paying a visit. They saluted us very heartily, rubbing noses and shaking hands, and an old woman soon began a lamentation over me. I found out that she was the mother of Barrett's wife. The undisguised joy and sorrow which she expressed when I told her of the fortunes or trials of her daughter and grandchildren showed me once more how equally nature has distributed amongst the whole of the human family the kindly affections of the heart, which are not the privilege of any one race or colour, nor increased by civilization, which indeed too often blunts and destroys them. The country near the sea-coast bears in many places the traces of former extensive native cultivation, and the ruins of several pas. Here formerly lived the Ngati Toma and the Ngati Motunga tribes, the present inhabitants of the Chatham Islands, who migrated there many years ago. The whole district between Taranaki and Mokau has not at present a single inhabitant, although one of the most favoured districts in New Zealand. Near the Urenui River, we again reached the seashore. The cliffs were here about 100 feet high. The lowest formation was a marly clay. About 20 feet above the level of the sea was a formation of wood, very little altered or carbonized, and 10 feet in thickness, but irregular. Above that was a loamy soil. From the lowest formation I dug out a quantity of protophosphate of iron. It is found in small pieces or bowls, is of an earthy consistency, and of a pale blue colour. The natives call it pukipoto, and when freed from the earthy particles and washed, it is highly esteemed as a paint. A little farther on the shore becomes very picturesque. It consists of a micaceous, soft, yellowish sandstone, which the waves of the sea have worn into the most fantastic shapes. Sometimes it resembles the wall of a fort, with round towers, and surrounded by balconies, crowned with beautiful shrubs. In some parts, and at one particular level, large boulders of trap rock protruded out of the wall, the soft mixture in which they had been deposited having been washed away. In fact, the whole shore had the appearance of having been artificially cut out. This formation extended as far as Mokau, which place we reached the following day. My arrival was espied from the first pa, which is built on a hill near the outlet of the river. I was welcomed with a salute of musketry, and conducted in the midst of the assembled chiefs, who were dressed in their best attire. The sale of lands and the colonization of the country by Europeans engrossed their whole attention, and formed the subject of our interview. On the following day, we went several miles up the river, and visited some other pas, which were numerously inhabited. We were everywhere received with the most studied attention. Disunion had, however, been spread amongst them by the arrival of some native missionaries sent from the Wesleyan establishment at Kawia. The larger and more respectable part of the little community were not well inclined to them, as an idea prevailed that the missionaries sought to convert them only with a view to their aggrandizement. These natives, which are a subdivision of the tribe of the Waikato, and are called Ngati Maniapoto, seem to be in very prosperous circumstances. The river Mokau, which takes its rise in the mountains of Rangitoto, a hilly range running near the western coast, flows through a very fertile and moderately hilly district. On its banks are well-cultivated spots, bearing potatoes, maize, melons, and taro. The natives were also growing a great proportion of the tobacco that they consumed in the year. Flax covers extensive districts, and the industry formerly displayed in manufacturing mats has not yet entirely disappeared. Their settlement never having been reached by European visitors or ships, these natives had retained their unsophisticated virtues. They sometimes, indeed, have come in contact with Europeans at Kawia, where they exchange their pigs for foreign commodities. A brig once entered the river, and from the general aspect it appeared to me as if there was sufficient depth over the bar for vessels of moderate burden, at all events for steamers. Inside the bar I sounded, and found 3 fathoms. According to the natives, there is 1.5 fathoms over the bar at low water. Inside the headlands, the river takes a sharp turn, and forms a deep and completely sheltered basin. I returned to Taranaki, accompanied by the principal chiefs of Mokau, and greatly satisfied with the reception they had given me, and reached the Sugarloaf Islands after an absence of 8 days. After we had waited a great length of time for the return of the Tory, a brig, the Guide, arrived on the 31st January, having on board some gentlemen belonging to the Tory, and bringing the intelligence that she was refitting at Kaipara, having grounded on the bar at the entrance to that harbour. This news relieved us from the anxiety which we had felt as to the possibility of securing the Taranaki district for the New Zealand Company, as, since my arrival, churchmen and laymen had vied with each other to obtain possession of that district. On the arrival of the Guide, a liberal price was given to the natives for their land, and the goodwill of the Waikato purchased by presents. Thus, the New Zealand Company became proprietors of the finest district in New Zealand, which offers to the colonist, besides its natural resources, the advantage of there being no natives on the land, with the exception of the small remnant of the Ngati Awa tribe at Ngā Motu. Since the above was written, the settlement of New Plymouth has been established at Ngā Motu, or Sugarloaf Point, which must be prosperous even without a harbour, which is wanting there, as it possesses cultivable land, extensive facilities for land communication, both with Cook's Straits and along the coast to Mokau and Kawia, and, as I can state from my own experience, a very delightful climate. On the 16th of February we left the roadstead of Taranaki, and arrived again in Port Nicholson on the 21st. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Travels in New Zealand, Volume 1, by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 9 on the climate of Cook's Straits and New Zealand in general. In preparing these few remarks on the climate, I have had before me a nearly complete series of meteorological observations made at Port Nicholson, taken daily at 8 a.m., at noon, and at 5 p.m., and recording the temperature and pressure of the air, the quantity of rain, the winds, and the general state of the weather during an entire year. The observations on temperature were not made with the self-registering thermometer, and therefore do not comprise the greatest degree of heat or of cold. This, however, is of little consequence. The deductions derived from the observations made at Port Nicholson will apply to the whole of New Zealand, but not without great restrictions, as it is obvious that marked differences must exist in a country extending through nearly 13 degrees of latitude, and in which there are central and coast positions, hills covered with forest, and mountains reaching above the limits of perpetual congelation. It must also be observed that the year in which the observations were made was a very wet one, according to the testimony of the old settlers. New Zealand, being situated within the temperate zone, although nearer to the equator than Great Britain, possesses, from its peculiar geographical position, especially from its being insular, and also from the nature of its surface, a climate so modified as to resemble that of England more nearly than that of any other country I am acquainted with. It is moderate in every respect, the range of its temperature throughout the year and during the day being very inconsiderable. This is principally owing to the immense expanse of ocean which surrounds these narrow islands on all sides, preserving a temperature little varying, and moderating alike the cold of the Antarctic regions and the heat of the tropics. The continent of Australia, for such we must regard it, is too distant to affect the climate, which it would undoubtedly do if it were nearer, as New Zealand would then receive an air heated in its passage over the vast plains of Australia, which extend far within the tropics. In like manner, the southerly winds, which, although at all times the coldest, as coming from a polar terra firma surrounded by eternal ice, are greatly tempered by the intervening ocean. If instead of the latter a continent extended to within a little distance of New Zealand, as Europe and Asia do with reference to England, it would produce all the phenomena of climate in which we observe England to differ from New Zealand, such as the greater cold in winter and during certain winds. The east coast, on which Wellington, Auckland, and the Bay of Islands are situated, is colder than the western, where the settlements of Nelson and New Plymouth have been founded, and where the air is far softer and milder. I ascertained this by actual comparisons, and in this respect the western coast must have great advantages over the eastern. In the interior of the islands the climate is colder and less changeable in consequence of the presence of a snow-clad mountain group, and the greater distance from the ocean. I found at Taupo the acacias of Van Diemen's Land, the Ricinus palma Christi, and potatoes affected by the frost, a circumstance which never happens near the coast. The leaves also of several trees had become yellow and deciduous. The landscape assumed an autumnal tint, although it can scarcely be said ever to have had a wintry appearance. At Wellington, on the contrary, and along the whole coast, the natives plant their potatoes at all seasons of the year. The forest remains evergreen, and the opening of the flower buds is merely a little retarded during the season of winter, the presence of which is only indicated by more frequent rains and winds. Owing to the continual interchange which takes place between the heated air of the equator and the cold air of the Antarctic regions, an almost continual wind is kept up, which blows either from the north and the northwest, or from the south and the southeast. Out of 365 days, the entire year, there were only 12 which could be called calm days. During 213 it blew from the north or northwest, and during 119 from the south or southeast. It is difficult to say which wind is the most violent. The southeast winds are very strong, but the most severe gales which I experienced were from the northwest. During the winter months, the latter prevail, but when the sun has a southerly declination, southerly winds blow, in consequence of the greater degree to which the air is heated under the equator, and the current of cold air which rushes in from the south to replace it. These winds have a very beneficial effect upon the climate. No sooner is Mr. Fog formed than they dispel it, and thus purify the atmosphere and prevent the collection of obnoxious exhalations. They produce also the remarkable feature of the continual chasing of clouds and sudden alternations of rain and sunshine, which follow each other in far more rapid succession than is ever experienced in England, which has been so unjustly accused of having the most changeable weather in the world. In this respect also, the western coast is less affected than the eastern. A violent gale has been known to blow at Wellington when there was fine weather and only light winds at Nelson. New Zealand possesses a humid and moist climate. If we consider the immense oceanic surface which surrounds it on all sides, and from which a continual evaporation of watery particles proceeds and is taken up by the air, we shall readily anticipate that the atmosphere must be almost constantly at or near the point of saturation, and that when any change of temperature takes place, the moisture will at once be condensed and fall in the form of rain. The wood-covered hills and the forest lands, which constitute the greater part of New Zealand, attract this humidity and render rains more frequent than they would perhaps be if the land were cleared. It rains in New Zealand during all the months of the year, but the greater quantity falls in winter and spring, when there is also the greatest number of rainy days. At Port Nicholson, the quantity of rain from April 1841 to February 1842 was 34.49 inches. The quantity of rain which falls annually at London is only 23.1 inches, according to the results given by Mr. Daniel, while in the Hebrides the amount is nearly twice as large, ranging from 35 to 46 inches. Without pronouncing a decided opinion from a single series of observations, and these taken at only one place, and during 10 months, I may, I think, safely draw the conclusion that New Zealand has a rainy climate, and may be ranked in this respect with several places in England. The quantity of rain was distributed over the months in the following manner. February 1841, no data. March 1841, no data. April 1841, 1.86 inches. May 1841, 3.71 inches. June 1841, 4.12 inches. July 1841, 3.84 inches. August 1841, 4.56 inches. September 1841, 4.51 inches. October 1841, 2.31 inches. November 1841, 2.95 inches. December 1841, 5.47 inches. January 1842, 1.16 inches. This quantity fell in 133 days, which were distributed thus. February, no data. March, no data. April, 9 days. May, 11 days. June, 18 days. July, 17 days. August, 14 days. September, 14 days. October, 16 days. November, 14 days. December, 15 days. January, 5 days. The dews are particularly heavy during the winter months, when the surface of the earth is colder in comparison to the surrounding atmosphere than in the other months. In the interior, where there exists a long line of lakes, fogs rest upon them in the mornings, and also upon the river courses, especially on that of the Waikato and Thames, but they are dispelled by the sun when it has risen some degrees above the horizon, or are driven away by the winds. This great quantity of moisture accounts for the vegetation being so vigorous, even in those places where only a thin layer of vegetable earth covers the rocks. Sandy places, which in other country would be quite barren, are covered with herbage in New Zealand, and the hills, which in lithological and geological formation resemble those of Devonshire, may, in the course of time, be converted into pastures, at least equalling those on the hilly portion of that country. Everywhere also trees and shrubs grow to the margin of the sea, and suffer no harm even from the salt spray. The humidity of New Zealand is not considered to have much injurious effect on animal life. Cattle and horses are in as good a condition as can be expected from the present scantiness of grass pastures. Should they, however, be found to suffer from the moisture, the cattle can at all times be driven from the valleys up to the hills, where the drainage renders the ground sufficiently dry. I doubt whether as good a report can be given regarding sheep, which always seem to suffer from wet as well as from want of suitable food. It cannot be denied that this moisture, with all its beneficial influence on the vegetation of the country, which includes the tree ferns, generally confined to the tropics, and a species of palm, will be injurious to those fruits which are claimed as the ornaments, and almost as the symbols of southern Europe, to the olive, the vine, and the orange, and that New Zealand does not rank higher in this respect than the south of England. The humidity will also, it is to be feared, be injurious to the silkworm. The physical configuration of New Zealand and the geological formation of the hills are, in general, such that the rain is rapidly carried towards the coast in countless streams and rivulets. The lakes, with which the interior of the northern island abounds, always have an outlet, and it is only in a very few places that swamps exist, and these are owing to the clayey nature of the subsoil, but they are not sufficiently important to influence the general state of the humidity of the air, or to become insalubrious. In the neighbourhood of Port Nicholson, the rain quickly percolates through the light upper soil, and feeds the numerous streamlets, which rapidly carry it off to the sea. The temperature which, from its latitude, we should expect New Zealand to possess is extensively modified by all the circumstances I have mentioned. First of these is the narrow shape of both islands, which gives a very extensive coastline, into the numberless harbours and inlets of which the sea enters, and as it preserves a certain mean and moderate temperature throughout the year, it modifies the climate of land which is surrounded by it, and uniformity of temperature is in consequence characteristic of the climate of New Zealand. It is most humid as well as most equable on the coasts, where also vegetation is fresher than in any other portion of the islands. There is no great heat in summer, no severe cold in winter. Sometimes, indeed, in the winter nights the thermometer sinks to the freezing point, and the stagnant waters in the interior are covered with a thin crust of ice. But during the day it is very rare that the temperature is below 40 degrees. In a moderately convenient house, fire could be dispensed with throughout the year, but the habit of having a fire every evening, summer and winter, may very easily be acquired. The mean temperature of July, the coldest month, was at Wellington only 48.7 degrees. The greatest cold during the day was 38 degrees, the greatest warmth 57 degrees. On the other hand, in January, the warmest month, the mean temperature was 66.4 degrees, the highest 76.5 degrees, and the lowest 57 degrees. The mean temperature of the whole year was at Wellington 58.2 degrees, and the mean temperature of the different months was as follows: January 66.4 degrees, February 64.8 degrees, March 62.5 degrees, April 63.5 degrees, May 51.8 degrees, June 51.3 degrees, July 48.7 degrees, August 51.2 degrees, September 53.5 degrees, October 59.2 degrees, November 60.5 degrees, December 64.7 degrees. From the foregoing details, it will be understood why I do not consider the climate of New Zealand much suited to the vine. 58.2 degrees, it is true, is a mean temperature sufficiently high for a country required for ripening the grape. But the mean of the 3 summer months, 65.2 degrees, is too low, as a mean summer heat of at least 66.2 degrees is necessary for a wine country. The mean temperature of the winter months was not lower than 50.7 degrees. In fact, the climate is not sufficiently excessive. The winters are too moderately cold, the summers too moderately warm. Nor must we forget that there were 20 rainy days in the summer months of December and January, which is likewise prejudicial to the growth of the grape. These remarks are drawn from observations made at Wellington, but in that place, from its peculiar position, the temperature is lower than at other places, for instance, than at Nelson and New Plymouth. In the latter place, I often found the thermometer as high as 86 degrees in the shade, nearly 10 degrees higher than it ever was at Wellington. The valley of the Hutt is exposed to the south winds, but Nelson is perfectly sheltered from them by the high mountains of the middle island, whilst it lies open to the balmy winds and warm rains from the north. The latitude also must exercise a great influence, as I have already observed, so that many modifications must be made in the conclusions above given. The climate of a country has undoubtedly very great influence on the physical and intellectual conditions of its inhabitants. We therefore naturally inquire, how does New Zealand agree with the human frame? Is the climate salubrious? To what diseases does it give rise? When might it be recommended? As the atmosphere, by its moderate warmth, its humidity, and constant current, is peculiarly favourable to the vegetable powers, as we see in the luxuriant growth of plants, so from the same causes it suits the human frame. In the families of the missionaries and settlers, I observed no deviation from the original stock. The children grow well and strong, with fresh and rosy faces, and I am satisfied that in this respect New Zealand is in no way inferior to Great Britain. A humid and temperate atmosphere acts especially upon production, both as it regards growth of the body and the numerical strength of families. Nutrition and reproduction are in good order. In respect to the numerical strength of families, the climate seems to be particularly favourable to the increase of population. At least, all the Europeans have large families. We see the effect of this humid climate in certain diseases, to which Europeans first arriving in this country are often subjected. These are abscesses or boils, and eruptive diseases, neither, however, of a malignant character, and both disappearing without medical aid. Amongst the natives, carbuncles and diseases of the mucous membranes are common. Here, however, other causes are acting, of which I shall speak more hereafter. The European, when once acclimatized, does not suffer from any of these causes. True inflammatory diseases are in common. The southeast wind of New Zealand is never as keen as our northeaster, but in consequence of the moist climate, such diseases always assume the character of catarrh. I am not aware that any endemic diseases exist in New Zealand. Influenza, however, and sometimes croup, appear epidemically. If care is not taken, rheumatisms also make their appearance, but it is certain that causes which in England would produce violent colds and other injurious results pass over in New Zealand without any bad effect, even to those colonists who are in delicate health. The purity of the atmosphere, resulting from the continual wind, imparts to the climate a vigour which gives elasticity to the physical powers and to the mind. Heat never debilitates, not even so much as a hot summer's day in England, and near the coasts especially there is always a cooling and refreshing breeze. The colonist who occupies himself with agriculture can work all day, and the mechanic will not feel any lassitude whether he works in or out of doors. From all this I draw the conclusion that as regards climate, no country is better suited for a colony of the Anglo-Saxon race than New Zealand, and were this its only recommendation, it would still deserve our utmost attention as the future seat of European civilization and institutions in the southern hemisphere, since in the other southern colonies, for instance in that of New South Wales, Europeans undergo more or less alterations from the original stock. Invalids rapidly recover in this climate, and there is no doubt that the presence of numerous thermal waters in the island and the attractive scenery will make New Zealand the resort of those who have been debilitated in India and are in search of health. I subjoin in a tabular form the results of the meteorological observations at Port Nicholson. Meteorological table taken from a register kept at Wellington in New Zealand from February 1841 to January 1842. 1841, month, February, corresponding to our August. Greatest heat 76 degrees. Lowest heat, 53 degrees. Mean of the month, 64.8 degrees. Daily average range, 4 degrees. Winds, north and northwest, 8 days. South and southeast, 20 days. March, corresponding to our September. Greatest heat, 73 degrees. Lowest heat, 57 degrees. Mean of the month, 62.5 degrees. Daily average range, 3.5 degrees. Winds, north and northwest, 18 degrees. South and southeast, 13 degrees. April, corresponding to our October. Greatest heat, 70 degrees. Lowest heat, 43 degrees. Mean of the month, 63.5 degrees. Daily average range, 6.7 degrees. Quantity of rain in inches, 1.86. Greatest quantity of rain in 24 hours, 0.75 inches. Number of rainy days, 9. Winds, north and northwest, 13 days. South and southeast, 4 days. May, corresponding to our November. Greatest heat, 65 degrees. Lowest heat, 39 degrees. Mean of the month, 51.8 degrees. Average daily range, 5.3 degrees. Lowest barometer, 29.605. Highest barometer, 30.522. Mean pressure of the air, 30.028. Quantity of rain in inches, 3.71. Greatest quantity of rain in 24 hours, 1.24. Number of rainy days, 11. Winds, north and northwest, 17 days. South and southeast, 13 days. June, corresponding to our December. Greatest heat, 58 degrees. Lowest heat, 39 degrees. Mean of the month, 51.3 degrees. Daily average range, 5.7 degrees. Lowest barometer, 29.031. Highest barometer, 30.424. Mean pressure of the air, 28.202. Quantity of rain in inches, 4.12. Greatest quantity of rain in 24 hours, 1.41. Number of rainy days, 18. Winds, north and northwest, 13 days. South and southeast, 12 days. July, corresponding to our January. Greatest heat, 57 degrees. Lowest heat, 38 degrees. Mean of the month, 48.7 degrees. Daily average range, 5.7 degrees. Lowest barometer, 29.292. Highest barometer, 30.450. Mean pressure of the air, 29.090. Quantity of rain in inches, 3.84. Greatest quantity of rain in 24 hours, 0.91. Number of rainy days, 17. Winds, north and northwest, 19 days. South and southeast, 11 days. August, corresponding to our February. Greatest heat, 60 degrees. Lowest heat, 37 degrees. Mean of the month, 51.2 degrees. Daily average range, 4.6 degrees. Lowest barometer, 29.324. Highest barometer, 30.550. Mean pressure of the air, 29.104. Quantity of rain in inches, 4.56. Greatest quantity of rain in 24 hours, 1.22. Number of rainy days, 14. Winds, north and northwest, 19 days. South and southeast, 9 days. September corresponding to our March. Greatest heat, 63 degrees. Lowest heat, 43 degrees. Mean of the month, 53.5. Daily average range, 4.4 degrees. Lowest barometer, 29.350. Highest barometer, 30.484. Mean pressure of the air, 29.783. Quantity of rain in inches, 4.51. Greatest quantity of rain in 24 hours, 2.25. Number of rainy days, 14. Winds, north and northwest, 17. South and southeast, 10. October, corresponding to our April. Greatest heat, 66 degrees. Lowest heat, 45.5 degrees. Mean of the month, 59.2 degrees. Daily average range, 4.3 degrees. Lowest barometer, 29.508. Highest barometer, 30.312. Mean pressure of the air, 29.867. Quantity of rain in inches, 2.31. Greatest quantity of rain in 24 hours, 0.36. Number of rainy days, 16. Winds, north and northwest, 23 days. South and southeast, 7 days. November, corresponding to our May. Greatest heat, 69.5 degrees. Lowest heat, 53 degrees. Mean of the month, 60.5 degrees. Daily average range, 3.3 degrees. Lowest barometer, 29.316. Highest barometer, 30.472. Mean pressure of the air, 29.800. Quantity of rain in inches, 2.95. Greatest quantity of rain in 24 hours, 0.78. Number of rainy days, 14. Winds, north and northwest, 19 days. South and southeast, 11 days. Month, December, corresponding to our June. Greatest heat, 69.5 degrees. Lowest heat, 54 degrees. Mean of the month, 64.7 degrees. Daily average range, 3.2 degrees. Lowest barometer, 29.030. Highest barometer, 30.376. Mean pressure of the air, 30.318. Quantity of rain in inches, 5.47. Greatest quantity of rain in 24 hours, 0.60. Number of rainy days, 15. Winds, north and northwest, 20. South and southeast, 11. 1842. January, corresponding to our July. Greatest heat, 76.5 degrees. Lowest heat, 57 degrees. Mean of the month, 66.4 degrees. Daily average range, 4.8. Lowest barometer, 29.030. Highest barometer, 30.376. Mean pressure of the air, 30.318. Quantity of rain in inches, 1.16. Greatest quantity of rain in 24 hours, 0.6. Number of rainy days, 5 days. Winds, north and northwest, 18 days. South and southeast, 20 days. Mean annual temperature, 58.2 degrees. Mean annual range, 4.6 degrees. Quantity of rain in 10 months, 34.49 inches. Number of rainy days in 10 months, 133. Number of days on which the wind was from the north to northwest, 202 days. Number of days on which the wind was from the south or southeast, 141 days. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Travels in New Zealand, Volume 1, by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 10. General Considerations on Cook's Straits. The existence of a strait which separates two long and narrow islands, extending for 800 miles, from the 34th to the 48th degree of south latitude, is a geographical feature which early attracted the attention of those who wished to colonize New Zealand. Queen Charlotte's Sound was the favourite resort of the justly celebrated Captain Cook, and, many as were the countries which he visited, he certainly could not have selected in any of them a more sheltered or convenient harbour. Here he procured in abundance what he most needed: water, wood, and fish. He also availed himself of some of the indigenous vegetables for the purpose of refreshing his crew and improving their health. His name is gratefully remembered by the natives, to whom he left those things which now form the principal articles of their trading intercourse with Europeans, namely pigs and potatoes. The cabbage, which he sowed, has spread over all the open places in Cook's Straits, and early in spring the sides of the hills are covered with its yellow flowers. These straits offer more secure, convenient, and capacious harbours than are to be met with on any other coast of similar extent. The country around the harbours consists principally of steep hills clothed with forest from the water's edge to their summit. The formation of these hills, a metamorphic slate and basalt, or Lydian stone, does not form a very favourable substratum to the thin layer of vegetable earth which covers them. The natives therefore choose for cultivation the very small extent of flat land found in the little coves and bays which the coast forms in innumerable places, and which are less wooded, or they choose still more frequently the bottom of ravines, where they destroy the forest by fire, leaving the unconsumed stems of the trees to decay naturally. Here the fertile earth is in great abundance, and a never-failing crop of maize, potatoes, taro, turnips, cabbage, sweet potatoes, or pumpkins recompenses their labour. In that part of the island, a European population must therefore be satisfied to pursue the same system as the natives have done, namely, to disperse themselves in small communities over the little bays, and rear the necessities of life without other labour than their own, and gradually to work their way up the ravines, bringing them to such a state as to bear a low herbage of grass and clover, on which to feed sheep and cattle. The island of Mana has thus been converted into sheep pasture, but I am certainly of opinion that here sheep should be reared chiefly for their carcass, as the country is not favourable to the growth of the wool. Goats, asses, and mules seem to be more adapted to this part of the country than the rest of the domestic animals. All those plants which are natives of England can be produced here, but not the natives of warmer climates. I have already expressed a doubt whether the products of the south of France would succeed, as, for instance, the olive, the vine, and the mulberry, although it has been frequently asserted that they would. A squatting population, therefore, living apart from each other, but connected by a safe water communication, are the best pioneers for a colonization of that part of Cook's Straits. Shipbuilders also should choose a position in Queen Charlotte's Sound, where they can command a great variety of useful timber. It was a common impression that through the centre of the middle island there was a mountainous ridge rising above the limits of perpetual snow, and falling off towards the coast on both sides, leaving but little land for an agricultural population. From the concurrent testimony, however, of some Europeans and of the natives, I have reason to believe that the middle island has a configuration similar to the northern, that its mountains form coast ridges, which leave a sort of tableland in the interior, although from the narrowness of the island this cannot be of great extent. On the western coast these hills approach very near the shore, being broken, however, in places, and forming some convenient harbours. They contain anthracitic coal and limestone, and bear a variety of timber, of which I must especially mention a new species of the parsley-leaved pine, Phyllocladus trichomanoides, which the natives call ehutu, to distinguish it from the tanekaha, another species of the same genus. On the eastern coast, the hills in several places are of a more gradual slope, like those in the Bay of Plenty, and forming a rich field for colonial enterprise. Around Queen Charlotte's Sound and Cloudy Bay there is a knot of these hills, but the interior tableland opens toward Blind's Bay, and also towards Wairoa in Cloudy Bay. Thus it appears that the situation of Nelson in Blind Bay is the happiest which could have been chosen in Cook's Straits for opening a communication with the interior, and also for securing a sufficient extent of back country for an import and export trade. In the northern island, as far as regards the parts bordering on Cook's Straits, the aspect is somewhat different. From the part nearly opposite Entry Island to Cape Egmont, and thence to the northward, a belt of undulating land runs along the sea-coast, increasing in breadth towards Mount Egmont, whilst that mountain rises imposingly with a very gradual slope from the sea-coast, from which it is distant 30 miles. The land here consists, as I have already mentioned, of aqueous strata, which have comparatively even surface, and which owe their origin to the rise of the volcanic cone of Taranaki. This belt of land consists of light sandy soil near the sea-coast, not wooded, but capable of cultivation. This open land is 3 or 4 miles in breadth, at which distance from the sea the wood begins, and the soil becomes more substantial and rich. Fern and flax, which usually characterize the vegetation of open districts in New Zealand, are also found here, but are intermixed with some juicy shrubs, plants, and also some species of grass. Cattle and horses, if allowed a wide range, would find sufficient food, although it cannot be properly called a grazing district. Many rivers discharge themselves into Cook's Straits. Their number is indeed so great, from Port Nicholson along the western coast, that they constitute a feature peculiar to New Zealand. None of these rivers can admit ships of the largest tonnage, but several are navigable for vessels of moderate burden, and offer great facilities for internal communications. The Manawatu, the Wanganui, the Patia, and the Mokau are the most important of them. The harbours connected with this district and fitted to receive the larger vessels are Port Nicholson and Kawia. The former is by far the best. The prosperity of Wellington, which is situated at Port Nicholson and is the capital of the New Zealand Company, depends chiefly on the agricultural resources of this district, upon the early construction of roads to connect it with the town, and upon the employment of steamboats, drawing little water for the navigation of the rivers. These 2 latter requisites are essential for raising contemporaneously the prosperity of country and town. I should recommend the colonist who has but little capital to select the country rather than the town, as around Wellington there is no great extent of available land, and its prosperity must be deferred until it is enabled, by the produce of the agricultural districts, to exist as a commercial port. It must be expected that the rise of the colonies in Cook's Straits will be slow, although progressive, and that embarking capital in agricultural pursuits will most securely and most immediately yield the greatest advantages. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Travels in New Zealand, Volume 1, by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 11. The natives inhabiting the shores of Cook's Straits. The natives inhabiting both shores of Cook's Straits were at the time of my arrival placed in a position which could not fail to awaken my deepest interest. Although their number is not large, taking them as a whole, yet they live so much dispersed in small tribes that they occupy a long coastline. For the last 15 or 20 years they have associated with Europeans, who have lived amongst them as traders or as whalers, and they were annually visited by many whaling vessels. Mutual advantage and the connection of almost all these Europeans with native women, from which connection a healthy and fine-looking half-caste race has sprung up, about 160 in number, kept the white men and natives in harmony with each other, and has cemented their union. Thus we find Europeans arrayed against Europeans in the combats of the different tribes amongst whom they lived, or emigrating with them to another locality, or following the hazardous chase of the whale with a crew of natives. When dead, they were bewailed as brothers by these sons of nature, and a painted canoe erected as an ornament over their graves. Many runaway convicts from New South Wales and Australia were amongst these irregular settlers, many of whom were men of desperate character. The society was a curious motley of men of all nations and colours, who had lived an adventurous life from their childhood. Yet, with all these elements of vice among them, the natives had preserved many of their good qualities, and the colonists of the company found them better prepared to acknowledge a more regulated state of society, and to acquiesce in present sacrifices with a view to their future benefit, than was the case with the natives in the more northern parts of the island, although missionaries had lived among them during a long period. None of these missionaries have paid Cook's Straits more than a passing visit, yet many of the natives were initiated into the tenets of Christianity, and could read and write, having learned these arts from mutual instruction. The zeal of these new proselytes went so far as often to cause me annoyance. Many changes have taken place amongst the inhabitants of Cook's Straits during the last 30 years. Several tribes have disappeared or have emigrated to more distant places in consequence of war. The natives who inhabited Cook's Strait at the time when the country was visited by Captain Cook and Forster have been replaced by tribes coming from the western coast and the interior of the northern island. War, or the desire to be connected with European, has produced this result. The tribes of the Rangitane and the Ngāi in Queen Charlotte's Sound have gone to the eastern coast of the middle island. Some are held in slavery by the Ngāti Awa. The Ngāti Kahahunu in Tory Channel and at Port Nicholson have likewise given way to the Ngāti Awa, and live now on the eastern coast of the northern island around Hawke's Bay. Two tribes of the Ngāti Awa and the Ngāti Motunga and Ngāti Toma emigrated in a European vessel to the Chatham Islands. The Ngāti Raukawa, a central tribe of the northern island, were driven from their native district near the sources of the Waikato River and settled in Otaki near the river Manawatu, enclosed on both sides by hostile tribes. All yielded to their common enemy, the Waikato. The latter have expelled almost all the inhabitants from the finest district in Cook's Strait, Taranaki, without occupying it themselves. It was not the desire of new dwelling places which tempted them to this warfare, as they themselves possess one of the most productive parts of the island. They received the impulse from the chiefs of the Bay of Islands, who, being provided with firearms, had beaten them in several engagements. It must not, however, be imagined that there is no relationship, no intercourse between these different tribes. They are all more or less mixed, although feuds still exist between the Ngāti Raukawa and the Ngāti Awa at Waikanahi, and between the natives of the interior of Taupo and a branch of the natives of Wanganui. It is, however, probable that the great influx of Europeans into Cook's Straits and the spread of Christianity will ere long terminate all these hostilities, and that their long-sustained quarrels will give way to a peaceful possession of their property, and to those blessings of security which can only be enjoyed in a well-organized state of society. I subjoin a consensus of the tribes in Cook's Straits, indicating the larger families to which they respectively belong. Table showing the names of the native tribes on both sides of Cook's Straits, with an approximation to the number of souls in each. Name of place, Port Nicholson. Number, 800. Owario. Tribe, Pukitapu. Family, Ngāti Awa. Petone and Nauranga. Tribe, na Motu, family, Ngāti Awa. Kaiwariwari and Pipitia, tribe, Ngāti Toma, family, Ngāti Awa. Wahipirau, tribe, Pukitapu, family, Ngāti Awa. Waiwata, tribe, Ngāti Motonga, family, Ngāti Awa. Taranaki, tribe, Ngāti Ruanui, family, Ngāti Ruanui. Remarks. The Ngāti Ruanui are closely related to the Ngāti Awa, but are regarded by them almost as independent tribes. Place, Pararua and the island of Mana. Tribe, Ngāti Toa. Family, Ngāti Awa. Number 120. Place, Kapiti. Tribe, Ngāti Toa. Family, Ngāti Awa. Number 200. Waikanahi. Tribe, Ngāti Awa. Family, Ngāti Awa. Number 700. Otaki and River Manawatu. Tribe, Ngāti Raukawa. Family, Ngāti Raukawa. Number 500. Remarks. The Ngāti Raukawa are in hostilities with the Ngāti Awa and Waikanahi. Place, Rangatiki River. Tribe, Ngāti Apa. Family, Ngāti Apa. Number 60. Remarks. Slaves to the Ngāti Awa, but undisturbed. Wanganui River. Tribes, Patutoko. Ngāti Ruakua. Family, Ngāti Tahi. Number 900. Remarks. This tribe is a mixed one, the Patutokotu being related to the Ngāti Pehi, one of the Taupo tribes, and the Ngāti Ruakua to the Ngāti Awa tribes. Waitotra, Wenukura, and Patia. Tribe, Ngāti Ruanui. Family, Ngāti Ruanui. 900. Remarks. Allied to the Ngāti Ruakua and the Ngāti Awa, these natives are at war with the Taupo tribes. Waimati, Pukitapu, and Orangituapeki. Tribe, Ngāti Ruanui. Family, Ngāti Ruanui. 400. Otamatua. Tribe, Taranaki. Family, Ngāti Ruanui. Number 250. Namotu. Tribe, Namotu. Family, Ngāti Awa. Number 60. Name of place, shores of the Midland Island. Massacre Bay and Wanganui and Blind Bay. Number 400. Massacre Bay. Tribe, Ngāti Toa. Family, Ngāti Awa. Wanganui. Tribe, Pukitapu. Family, Ngāti Awa. Blind Bay. Tribe, Ngāti Toma. Family, Ngāti Awa. Rangitoto or Derville's Island. Tribe, Ngāti Toa. Family, Ngāti Awa. Number 60. Admiralty Islands. Tribes, Ngāti Toa and Manakuri. Family, Ngāti Awa. Haiori River. Tribe, Rangatani. Family, Rangatani. Admiralty Islands and Haiori River. Population number 250 combined. Remarks. The Rangatani are slaves of the Ngāti Toa and are the remnant of the former possessors of a great part of Cook's Straits. Queen Charlotte's Sound. Anaho. Tribe, Pukitapu. Family, Ngāti Awa. Mo'oioio. Tribe, Ngāti Toa. Family, Ngāti Awa. Te Awa Iti. Tribe, Ngāti Motu. Family, Ngāti Awa. Hokokuri. Tribe, Ngāti Toma. Family, Ngāti Awa. Cloudy Bay. Tribe, Ngāti Toa. Family, Ngāti Awa. Queen Charlotte Sound. Population sum 790. Total of the population 6,490. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Travels in New Zealand, Volume 1, by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 12. Northern Island, Northern Districts, Parengarenga or Village of the Lily, Reinga, North Cape. After a lapse of several months, which were taken up by a visit to the Chatham Islands, an interesting little archipelago to the south of New Zealand, and to New South Wales, but more especially to that district of the latter country which lies on the Hunters River, I returned from Sydney to New Zealand in the Cuba, arriving in the Bay of Islands in October 1840, after a voyage of only 8 days. I then explored the northern parts of the island, and afterwards pushed my way to the interesting volcanic districts in its centre. I had intended to have returned to Cook's Straits, and explored in like manner the middle and southern islands, but various circumstances prevented my doing so. A great part of the district, to the northward of the Bay of Islands, I explored in company with Captain Bernard, an adventurous Frenchman who, to the well-informed and liberal mind, united all that genuine politeness and savoir-vivre for which his nation was formerly so famous. He was a most agreeable companion, and various were our adventures in the little schooner of 16 tons, belonging to him, in which we coasted along the island and entered many of the harbours. But having a great disinclination to describe personal incidents, I shall omit them altogether, and will risk the reproach of tediousness by giving what will, I conceive, be more useful, a topographical description of the different parts of the country, and afterwards look over the whole with a bird's-eye view. I begin with the district of Kaitaia, comprising the northern end of the island. Cape Maria van Diemen, its northwestern extremity, is formed of detached rocks of a hard conglomerate, which is composed of water-worn pebbles of basaltic lava, amygdaloid basalt, greenstone, and Lydian stone. Inland of this rocky promontory the cape is sandy, and sand hills run for a distance of about 4 miles along the coast to the eastward, as far as the Reinga, where the shore again rises into cliffs. The sand, driven by strong westerly gales, which prevail here during a great part of the year, has made great encroachments upon the land, and in fact nearly its whole northern extremity above the parallel of Huhura or Mount Carmel, with the exception of that part which is situated to the northward of the harbour of Parengarenga, has been overwhelmed by it. The sandhills near Cape Maria van Diemen are separated by swampy valleys, mostly covered with raupo, rushes of the genus Typha. Where the drainage is better, flax and fern grow. Streamlets discharge themselves from the swamps into the sea, and on their banks some natives rear their provisions, consisting of common and sweet potatoes, watermelons, and pumpkins. There is but little vegetable earth mixed with the sand, but the moisture of the climate and the reflection of the sun from the dazzling white sandhills, together with the extreme northerly situation of the place, render the vegetation productive, and the fruits ripen almost a month earlier than in the Bay of Islands. The natives do not exceed a dozen in number, and belong to the once powerful, but now conquered and scattered, tribe of the Hopuri, wind-bringing darkness. They are slaves, but are suffered to live undisturbed. The little village in which they received me with great kindness consisted of the most whimsical structures I ever saw. Each dog and each pig had its sty fenced in, and the men themselves had similar little sties to live in. From one of these, the patriarch of the family addressed me with a dignity that contrasted strangely with the surrounding simplicity. Reinga, a spot kept sacred by the natives as the entrance into, quote, the undiscovered country, from whose bourne no traveller returns, end quote, is situated somewhat to the eastward of Cape Maria van Diemen. It forms one extremity of a cliff of conglomerate rock, which cannot be approached from the seaside, and which lines the coast for about 6 miles, and terminates to the eastward in a conical hill, Tawanga Key, whence the coast is lined by a sand beach to about the middle of the northern shore. It is curious to find in New Zealand the belief so common among barbarous nations, that there is a cave or passage through which the departed descend into the nether regions. By the New Zealanders this entrance is placed at the farthest extremity of their sea-girt isle, Te More Whenua, or Land's End, the limit of their known world, and the spot with which, of all others, the tribes to the south had the least inducement to become acquainted. The cliff above mentioned is the escarpment of a steep and narrow ridge of moderate elevation, which runs inland toward the harbour of Parenga, but is not connected with the principal chain of mountains, which we can follow through the northern island, since to the southward of the harbour the island consists of low flats, the greater part of which, as I have already observed, is covered with sand. These hills consist of a stiff clay, white or reddish, from an admixture of oxide of iron, which is often found in brown crusts on the surface. From the principal branches of these hills ramifications run at right angles, like the buttresses of a fortification, and form ravines, which receive small streams of water. Only a scanty vegetation covers them, consisting principally of manuka, Leptospermum scoparium, fern, Pteris esculenta, Lycopodium densum, and some mosses, with here and there a bunch of coarse wiry grass, or Phormium tenax. In the ravines, however, the vegetation is more luxuriant, and consists of various trees, such as Fuchsia excorticata, Puriri, Vitex littoralis, interspersed with fern trees and cabbage palms. On the whole, there is very little wood, although in not very remote times the kauri pine, Damra australis, must have covered all these hills, as is proved by the burnt remains of large trees of this species, and by the resin which lies everywhere scattered on the surface. At present there are only a few solitary trees of this species. These are to the northward of Kaitaia and are of stunted growth. The destruction of the forest, which was a barrier to the encroachment of the sand, has sealed the doom of this northern part of the island, and a time may probably arrive when the whole will become its prey. Where the kauri once grew, the soil is now only fit for the manuka and the fern. Evidence that this overwhelming sand drift is of modern date and is owing to the destruction of the forest may be seen on the western coast. Although there also almost the whole island is covered with sand, still there are islands, or oases, so to speak, rising 20 or 30 feet above the sand, 1 or 2 miles from the seashore, showing on their steep sides the ancient structure of the land. The sand, working in the same manner as the waves of the sea, gnaws at these islands, but has not yet been able to reduce their level to that of the surrounding land. About halfway between Parengarenga and the western coast there is a puriri tree, Vitex littoralis, half buried in the sand but still growing. It serves as a landmark to the natives, within the memory of some of whom the sand has accumulated several feet in height. At other points on the western coast the same appearance is presented by some patches of forest, having protected isolated spots of land, the soil of which is still good and fertile. From Munga Key, the northern coast sweeps again in an open bay for some miles to the eastward. The eastern extremity of this bay is formed by a rocky peninsula of pudding stone, worn by the action of the waves. At high water it is insulated, and being difficult of access, was formerly a stronghold of the Haupuri tribe. A narrow valley here opens to the sea. Through it flows a rivulet, which winds between rocks overturned and broken in the most remarkable manner. Sometimes the sides of the valley form high and perpendicular cliffs, presenting steep and naked walls opposite to each other. Sometimes they slant down at different angles, or form tabular masses, or rise into compact pyramids. The rock is the same conglomerate, extremely hard, and forming solid masses, but the narrow valleys between the ridges contain a very fertile soil. The hills have the appearance of a large mass or layer of firm rock, violently broken and heaved up by gaseous vapours. The highest of the hills, called Hairoa, is visible at some distance from the eastern coast, and an arm of the estuary of Parengarenga extending to within about 3 miles of its base. It rises almost to a point, so that there is scarcely room for a man to stand on. A little below the summit the hill is pierced by a vault, which serves as a frame through which to view the surrounding country. The worn surface of the hard rock, which is visible at about 300 feet above the level of the sea, does not appear to have resulted from the effects of air and rain, but rather from the long continued action of the sea beating upon the deposited and conglomerated pebbles after the mass had been elevated and rent asunder by earthquakes. The whole of this place is called by the natives Kapowairua, literally, a spirit which has become night, that is, has been annihilated. It was once occupied by the tribe of Haupuri, under their leader Eongi, surnamed Cape, North Cape, to distinguish him from the renowned Eongi of the Bay of Islands. They were attacked by Pani Kariao, the chief of the Rarewa tribe at Kaitaia, who had been called in by Eongi's own people to prevent the aggressions of their chief. Eongi was taken by surprise at the dawn of the morning and killed, together with a great many of his people. The rest were obliged to leave their native land and to settle in Kaitaia. This happened about 10 years ago, and as at the time several of their pas at the North Cape were taken, nobody had since lived in the district. The Kapowairua was sold by Pane Kareoa to a European. In the direction of one of the principal inlets in the estuary of Parengarenga, the few narrow and fertile spots near the northern shore soon give way to that kind of narrow ridges and ravines which I have mentioned above. Having formerly been kauri land, they are now very barren. The soil contains layers of soapstone, or steatite, a material which is very useful in the manufacture of china, and a good deal of stiff ferruginous clay. The arms of Parengarenga Inlet extend between the ramifications of these hills, and generally terminate in swamps, grown over with what is called the New Zealand mangrove, Avicennia tomentosa, named Manawa by the natives. The available land is of very limited extent. As regards the northern coast, I have only further to observe that up to the North Cape it is very rocky, alternating with small sandy bays. Off the North Cape lies a small rocky island, Murimotu, Last Island, separated from the mainland at high water only. The promontory itself is high and bold, presenting very steep sides to both the northern and eastern coast, but a flat and swampy land of about 3 miles square in extent runs from the northern to the eastern coast and separates this promontory from the hills at Kapawairua. The eastern coast from the North Cape to the north head of the harbour of Parengarenga is formed by frightful perpendicular cliffs of volcanic conglomerate, sometimes alternating with cliffs of a reddish crumbling loam. Where this is the case, the land is very fertile. In many places, quicksand hides the formation of the land and forms downs and sandy beaches. Part of the coast is occupied by a hard grey stratified sandstone, which can be traced across the neck of land separating the estuary of Parengarenga from the sea. On both sides it is included by the conglomerate. In this sandstone I found a small layer of good coal a few feet in length and 1.5 inches broad. The coal formations of England being overlaid by a similar conglomerate, it might be thought probable that more extensive beds of coal would be found in this neighbourhood. But, from a few fossils which I afterward found in the conglomerate, I am induced to believe that this rock is not of the age of the old red sandstone, but belongs to a modern tertiary epoch, although it is certainly curious that the formation of brown coal, or lignite, which abounds in New Zealand, and which evidently belongs to the same age as the coal above mentioned, should have been followed by a conglomerate much worn and shattered, and indicating, as does the conglomerate of the coal measures, a period of great disturbance. The coal, although in small quantity, is in this case a true coal, and proves, if really belonging to the tertiary epoch, that the formation of coal has not been confined to one period of the earth's existence. The northern head of Parengarenga is a black, water-worn bluff, and here the conglomerate contains some perfect fossils, especially of the genus Turritella and Ostrea. The entrance into Parengarenga is easily distinguished by this bluff, as the southern head is a spit of a dazzling snow-white sand, which stretches towards Mount Carmel along the coast and extends for some miles inland. From Cape Van Diemen along the western coast, a long line of sandhills alternates with a few cliffy promontories, consisting either of a hard basaltic lava in irregular masses, or of a reddish loamy earth with layers of lignite 3 or 4 feet in diameter, and overlaid by a thick stratum of loam. The lignite is not peat, but real wood, more or less carbonized. The pieces of wood, although much broken and worn, are easily recognized as belonging to species of trees still existing in the island, especially kauri, Damara australis, and pohutukawa, Metrosideros tomentosa. It will be seen in the sequel that formations of this description are very common in New Zealand, both on the eastern and western coasts, and that they form, in fact, a leading feature in the geology of the island. I must not omit to mention here a small rocky island, lying about 12 miles from Cape Maria van Diemen and 3 miles off the shore, and called Matapia. It is covered with countless numbers of seabirds. In crossing from the western coast to Parengarenga, the road leads for several miles over white and soft sandhills. Their desolate aspect is peculiarly impressive, as almost before our eyes the sand is swallowing up the only verdant spots which remain. The similarity of these little plots of land to islands, presenting in their steep sides layers of lignite and reddish loam, and the resemblance of the quicksand to the waves of the sea, are very striking. But never did a water-worn island bring so clearly before my mind the destroying agencies of nature as this scene did, since we have here the means of ascertaining their quick effects by the plants and shrubs which are half buried in the sand. Several shallow but clear rivulets flow toward the western coast, being the outlet of some small lagoons or swamps, which afford temporary protection from the sand to the wooded spots beyond them. A few miles from the estuary of Parengarenga, the land, being more sheltered by hills, assumes a better aspect. The narrow ravines are fertile and covered with high fern, flax, and brushwood, and brooks flow through them, which join the different arms of Parengarenga harbour. This estuary is not laid down in any chart, although it is an extensive one. It must be placed at what is called Sandy Bay in the general charts, in latitude 35 degrees 35 minutes south, and in 172 degrees 57 minutes east longitude. The entrance to it is narrow, but is 2 fathoms deep at low water. The tide rises 10 feet. I must, however, observe that, in standing out of the harbour in our schooner during the ebb tide, I observed some rocks in the entrance, about 6 feet under water, and vessels must therefore ascertain the exact channel previously to entering. The harbour, or the estuary, as it should more properly be called, is from 6 to 8 square miles in extent, and sends several branches in different directions for some distance inland, all of which are navigable for boats at high water. Good land is situated at the head of these channels. One of these is only a little distance from Kapo Wairua on the northern coast. The best anchorage in the harbour is within the inner northern head, where there is 5 fathoms of water. At the North Cape I found the remains of large native pas, or fortifications, on the crest of the hills. It will perhaps be recollected that, in the account of Captain King's voyage to New Zealand, it is stated that he found this part of the island well inhabited. Since that time, all the inhabitants have been reduced to slavery in the last wars. For a long time, the whole district was laid under tapu, that is, forbidden to be inhabited, and the remains of the tribes went to other places. It was only a short time before my arrival in Parenga, in the beginning of 1841, that about 60 natives of the Haupuri tribe had returned to their old country with the permission of Pane Kariao, the chief at Kaitaia, intending again to settle here. A European was living with them, for whom they had engaged to catch wild pigs, which had overrun the northern extremity of the island, where they feed upon fern root and seaweeds. A great quantity of fish is taken in the harbour, especially skates, herrings, mackerel, and snappers, and the natives were preserving them in great quantities by simply drying them in the sun. The whole extremity of the island, from Parenga to the northward, is called by the natives Muri Whenua, the land's end, and from my description it will be seen that there is not much to entice European settlers. There is, however, land fit for some small farms, with excellent soil, sufficient wood, and great facilities of water carriage. But it is to be expected that the remainder of the original tribe will return to their native place, and at the same time it is probable that some one of the private purchasers will occupy his land, and give the natives a stimulus for improving their condition. A considerable number of sheep would find easy sustenance on the hills, more so indeed than in most other parts of New Zealand, as the herbage here is low, and therefore better adapted for sheep than a high and vigorous one. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Travels in New Zealand, Volume 1, by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 13. Harbour of Huhura, or Mount Carmel, Rangaunu, Kaitaia. At the narrowest part of the island, from Parenga to about 8 miles to the southward of Huhura, or Mount Carmel, the land consists either of low hills or swamps, and is almost useless on the east coast, where it is lined by a long sandy beach, here and there interrupted by bluffs of basaltic rock, which are verdant with groups of the hardy pohutakawa tree, Metrosideros tomentosa. The vegetation of the hills is brown and low, almost wholly consisting of fern and manuka. On the western coast the land bears a better aspect, where no sandhills intervene. The shore consists of cliffs about 30 feet high, in which loam and lignite are observed. They have a sandy beach before them, and everywhere springs of most excellent water drip down, proving the moisture of the climate even in the height of the summer. In consequence of this abundant moisture, the natives have many plantations, which are in a thriving state. Towards Waro, a high dome-like promontory consisting of a volcanic claystone, or waki, the land becomes excellent. This mountain is the commencement of a continued chain of similar hills, which run along the western coast to the southward, their formation being different varieties of trap. Mount Carmel itself is not connected with any chain of mountains, but forms an isolated hill, and rises to the height of about 500 feet above the sea. This mountain protects a deep inlet, which, at the head, branches off into several shallow channels, and forms a perfectly sheltered harbour for vessels of the largest burden, with anchorage close to the eastern shore. The entrance to this harbour is not more than 40 or 50 yards broad. The mountain is similar in its structure to the main range of hills, and its appearance is such as to indicate clearly its formation below the level of the sea. The base is basalt and clinkstone, The summit forms a narrow ridge, from which steep buttresses run out toward the sea on the one side, and towards the harbour on the other. In ascending we pass from the trap to a greyish sandstone, irregularly mixed with pipe clay, steatite, and massy greenish quartz. On the top, and to seaward, this hilly group is barren, although, from the resin found here, we have unequivocal proofs that it was once covered with kauri. Towards the harbour the natives have cultivated portions of the steep ridges. These plantations alternate with pleasant bushes and groves to the water's edge. The natives are only about 40 in number. They belong to the Haupori, and are not therefore an independent tribe. They are now all Christians, and some of their number have gone as catechists to Parengarenga. They told me that they had once a large vessel in their harbour, and although the surrounding country is not a favourable district for the colonists, this harbour may afford shelter to vessels which draw too much water to lie with safety in the bay of Rangaunu. Some miles to the southward of Huhura, the land at once assumes a very different aspect. The Raupo swamps, and the low barren elevations of the soil between them, give way to an extensive alluvial district, which stretches from the eastern to the western coast, and follows the serpentine course of the Awaroa, a river which empties itself into the estuary of Rangaunu, a shallow and extensive arm of the sea, with an open though an intractable channel for moderate-sized vessels. I entered the harbour at low water in the schooner, which drew 8 feet, and, not knowing the channel, we grounded several times, although there is but little danger in fine weather, as the bottom is soft and muddy. We anchored about 3 miles from the north head, sheltered by a spit of sand, and then went 20 miles further up the river in a boat to a farming establishment of a Mr. Southey. On a second visit, we took the schooner up to the same place, and anchored close to the house of Mr. Southey, where the river was not much broader than the length of our little craft. But the tide presses the fresh water back 8 feet above its usual level, and it is then of considerable depth. It is one of those rivers the banks of which consist only of their own alluvium, the channel winding in a serpentine course. It has little fall, but the tide renders it always navigable. The banks are perpendicular, and rise 2 or 3 feet above the level of the spring tides. Towards its outlet, however, the land is low and swampy, and is overflowed when winds from the sea raise the water to a higher level, or when floods, occasioned by long-continued rain, come down from the interior. I will transcribe a few lines from my journal, describing the country in the neighbourhood of the river. Quote, "At first we passed swamps covered with mangroves, sometimes only showing their heads above water, and affording shelter to flights of ducks and other aquatic birds. When the banks become higher, the land is perfectly level. The soil, as is seen by the section of the river banks, is in some places a stiff black loam, in others a lighter earth, to all appearance admirably adapted for grain. The country is perfectly open in many places, and only covered with tupakihi, Coriaria sarmentosa, fern, high flax, and here and there some spots of grass. In other parts the tea, Dracaena australis, the stem of which seldom exceeds half a foot in thickness, forms almost a forest, or, to express myself more correctly, a jungle, and the beautiful crowns of these monocotyledonous, almost dichotomous, or many-branched trees, with their bunches of delicate white flowers, below the crown of leaves, as in the palm tree, give the landscape a most novel aspect, the more so from my having seen few such open flats in New Zealand. The higher we went, the more agreeable was the scene. On the shores were native settlements, with long seines hanging out to dry, and many natives at work mending canoes and their fishing apparatus, for the season is approaching when the shark is caught in great numbers. Here and there, fields of potatoes, kumaras, melons, and pumpkins, neatly fenced in and kept extremely clean, show all the vigour of vegetation for which New Zealand is so remarkable. Their owners welcomed us as we went along, but did not evince any pressing curiosity. The setting sun threw a stream of gold over the western horizon, which caused the mountains to stand out in sharp relief against the sky, and made them appear almost of an indigo colour. Early in the evening we arrived at Southey's farm. It is situated on both banks of the river, which here forms, by its serpentine course, several natural paddocks. The maize, growing 10 or 12 feet high, and the fields of yellow wheat, bowing under the weight of the grain, showed what the land is capable of producing. Cattle were grazing about, and the well-stocked farmyard bore testimony to an industry such as is very rarely met with amongst the numerous settlers of all classes, who for several years have had almost the whole of the land partitioned among themselves, as the generality of them have bought the land for the purpose of speculation instead of cultivation." End quote. Mr. Southey has about 300 natives around him in his immediate neighbourhood, who cultivate bits of land interspersed with his own, and who, for cheap wages, work for him in various branches of husbandry, and thus procure for themselves those European commodities for which they have acquired a taste. He gives them articles to the value of £2 for every acre they clear. The mode which he adopts in clearing the land is to cut down all brushwood and vegetation in summer, and to burn it when it has become dry. Immediately after this, he sows the ground with turnips, and when these have been gathered, with potatoes, which require only a little hoeing. The roots and stumps are then sufficiently rotten, and the ground can be easily tilled and prepared for grain. From Mr. Southey's house the river turns, with many windings, towards the western coast. Higher up its course it acquires greater fall, and in many places is obstructed by snags. Its banks are of the same good description, and are here and there clothed with groves of kahikatea, rimu, and totara pines, or of tarairi, Larus tarairi, and puriri, until it arrives at Kaitaia. A mission station and native settlement is situated about 8 miles from the western coast, on a hilly eminence, an offset of the chain of hills which run from near this point through the interior. Between this chain and the range of western coast hills, which I have above mentioned, flows the Awaroa, having its source near that of the Mongamuka, a branch of the Hokianga River, from which it is separated by Maunga Taniwha, a remarkable pyramidical peak which towers above the chain of hills, being nearly 1,500 feet high. Throughout its course, the valley of the Awaroa is capable of being made very productive, as the soil is extremely fertile. From Kaitaia it narrows to the breadth of 1 mile. Several miles below Kaitaia the river is joined by another, coming from the eastern hills in the neighbourhood of Maunganui in Lauriston Bay, and at the point of junction scarcely inferior in size to the Awaroa. Above Kaitaia, the Awaroa is only passable by canoes, in which the natives carry down food from their plantations to their principal settlement at Kaitaia. They prefer the upper part of the valley for cultivation, as indeed they usually do, and their fields are very extensive and kept in good order. From Kaitaia to the western coast, the land is equally good. In some places there is excellent grass, rather an unusual thing in New Zealand. A wooden bridge over the river has been built by the natives under the guidance of the missionaries, and if we cross it and pass to Waro on the western coast, several valleys are seen stretching from the western hills into the plain, in most of which natives reside. To the northward of Waro, low ridges run parallel to the sea coast, small creeks flowing between them, and the light soil there is eagerly sought after for cultivation of kumaras. At one of these creeks, the Waimimi, there is an extensive bed of lignite. About 2 miles to the northward of Kaitaia is a small freshwater lake, containing large eels and 2 kinds of small fishes. Crawfish is also found there. The natives form the tribe of the Raurewa, and their whole number is about 8,000, including all those who inhabit the valley of the Awaroa. Of all the natives who are under the influence of the missionaries, this tribe is the most advanced in the arts of civilization. This must be ascribed partly to the endeavours of the missionaries, and partly to the comparative isolation of the natives, resulting from their having been powerful enough to resist the aggressions of Aongi from the Bay of Islands and of the neighbouring tribes. The traveller does not meet here with that begging and grasping behaviour which renders the natives on the coast so importunate. On the contrary, they are a quiet, hard-working people, and they have, for a very small payment, cut a road 32 miles long through the primitive forest between Kaitaia and Waimate, in the neighbourhood of the Bay of Islands. They have also cut roads in the neighbourhood of their own village. During my stay, I saw them reap wheat and plough several acres of land, and the missionaries encouraged them to exchange their former unwholesome food of decayed maize and potatoes for bread. Several of the natives have 1 or 2 head of cattle and horses, and I have every reason to believe that here at least the missionaries will encourage their acquiring them in order to dispose of the increase of their own stock. The village has quite an English appearance. A large church, with a steeple of kauri boards, has been constructed almost entirely by the natives. Gardens, with roses, are before the houses, and at the foot of the hill wheat alternates with vines, with hops, which thrive extremely well, and with various fruit trees and vegetables. There are also several patches planted with tobacco. The natives lived originally at the Hokianga, but about 25 years ago they took Kaitaia from the Haupuri and the Ngatikura, who must have been very numerous, judging from the remains of their pas on the neighbouring hills. A great portion of these tribes were slaughtered, and the rest either made slaves or mixed with the conquerors. About 8 years ago the missionaries established a station here, the wars between the native tribes having come to a termination, and they found it comparatively easy to obtain an influence over them. The hills which stretch from Kaitaia through the interior of the country are wooded, and only a few miles from Kaitaia they are covered with kauri forest. Near the entrance to Rangaunu Bay are very fine groves of this valuable tree, mixed with tanekaha, rata, towai, and other excellent timber trees. An arm of the sea which is joined here by a freshwater creek, the Mangake, and which flows through a considerable extent of forest, affords facilities for floating the timber down or for establishing sawmills. The alluvial land, as already observed, is for the most part fit for immediate cultivation. The herds of cattle and horses belonging to the missionaries are in excellent condition, and show that there is a sufficiency of pasturage. In the neighbourhood of the mission station there is found a hard, white, and very closely grained sandstone, which would prove an excellent building stone. The hills near the western coast, on the left bank of the Awaroa, consist of basaltic masses, of rounded forms and of moderate height. They are covered with a mixed forest. No kauri is found here, and all of the land to the westward of the Awaroa must be considered as excellent, notwithstanding its hilly character. The hills on the right bank, which extend through the interior of the island, are composed of a soft argillaceous slate, reposing upon a base of hard volcanic rock, phonolith or clinkstone. Where the claystone and the phonolith are in contact, a transition from the hard condition of the latter to the soft state of the former is observable to the eye of the geologist, and displays an instructive phenomenon. Very near Kaitaia, about 150 feet above the level of the valley, a slaty marl crops out in perpendicular slabs in the depressions of the hills, and is an excellent material for improving the soil of certain kinds of fields, and is in fact extensively used in agriculture. A bridle road leads from Kaitaia for 34 miles through the forest. It was cut by 50 natives for as many blankets, and was completed in 6 weeks. They were, however, glad when they had finished their task, as they had suffered much from want during the time, as is shown by the following song, which was sung by them on the occasion. Kanaro te pura pura, te pati kai, e tiki kamate, ko taiwa kamate, ko te pake kamate, ko te matio kamate, ka kapo ne te manawa, ka tahuri o ki te renga, ka poro kake kamati. The tobacco is gone. We have no food cooked in a pot. E tiki is hungry. Taiwa is sick. Te matiu is sick. Te pake is hungry. All our good cheer is exhausted. We turn back towards the renga. We are sick for some food. The days of such cheap work are now gone by in New Zealand. At a distance of 17 miles and a half on this road is situated Maungataniwa. The whole valley of the Awaroa cannot contain less than 120,000 acres of arable land. In respect to the quality of the soil, the facility of cultivation, as well as of water communication, the abundance of excellent wood and of other building materials, the district is one of the most favoured in New Zealand. A great portion of the land has been purchased by a few private individuals, but if the intentions of government of not allowing more than 2,500 acres to any one individual is strictly carried into effect, a great part of these purchases will come back to the natives, and, without injuring the interests of the latter, government will have no difficulty in acquiring a fine agricultural district. Kaitaia itself, which is 8 miles from the western coast and 6 from Southeast Station, is a desirable place for a provincial town, as it is in the centre of the district, and in a healthy situation. It stands on an eminence commanding a view of the whole district, and is especially adapted to serve as a central point and marketplace for the surrounding native population. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Travels in New Zealand, Volume 1, by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 14. Harbour of Maunganui in Lauriston Bay. To the southward of Kaitaia The interior of the island is occupied by a range of hills, which sends its branches both eastward and westward, forming narrow valleys that serve as river courses. The sea enters into several inlets on both coasts, where it is joined by the various rivers, if the mountain streams deserve that name, and forms several harbours. The general height of these hills is less than 1,500 feet above the level of the sea. This height, however, they attain in the Maunga Taniwa. The top of this pyramid, which runs almost to a point, offers an excellent view of the surrounding land. An old Metrosideros stands on the summit, overshadowing the heavy growth all around. The natives have cut steps into its stem to afford an easy ascent. From this place we overlook the whole northern extremity of the island as far as the Bay of Islands, and it affords an excellent trigonometrical station. We can here perceive that the different ramifications of the chain do not form valleys, but ravines, which only widen toward the estuaries of the sea. The whole is clothed with a thick forest, the dark verdure of which is uninterrupted except by the bright green of a raupo swamp in the middle of the ravines, or by the brown hue of the fern, which covers some districts, especially towards the coast. The forest is a mixed one, that is to say, there is no prevailing kind of trees, and only towards Manganui, Wangaroa, and Hokianga are groves of kauri. Many of the trees, especially the rata, Metrosideros robusta, the totra, Podocarpus totra, the remu, Dacrydium cupressinum, the pukatia, Laurus pukatia, are of immense dimensions. They are intermingled with fern trees, especially Cyathea medullaris and Cyathea dialbata, while the cabbage palm, Areca sapida, grows in the deepest recesses. The mouldy soil, refreshed by continual moisture, bears numerous other species of ferns, as well as some beautiful mosses, Jungermannias, liver mosses, lichens, and a few kinds of fungi. Many trees have been uprooted by gales or have fallen down from natural decay, whilst all around vegetation is springing up from destruction, and this apparent destructive process gives a true image of the continual destruction and recreation of nature, and displays those unchanging laws which pervade the universe, and which are nowhere more powerfully impressed upon the mind than in a primeval forest. At first, all the trees in a New Zealand landscape seem to be of a uniform dark tint, but on inspection one cannot fail to discover as many varieties of colour as there are species. Their forms likewise belong to the most beautiful in nature. What, for instance, can be more delicate than the graceful remu pine with pendant branches, or the tree ferns and stately palms, or the venerable rata, often measuring 40 feet in circumference, and covered with scarlet flowers, whilst its stem is often girt with a creeper belonging to the same family, Metrosideros hypericifolia. Sometimes the vines, a foot thick, of another creeper, the aki, Metrosideros buxifolia, also with scarlet flowers, are seen running up to the highest branches of the rata. Of other parasitical plants, however, the rata trees are very free, by far more so than some pines, such as the puriri, Vitex littoralis, and some others. It is remarkable how little this forest is enlivened by living beings. A few birds, it is true, are found in its recesses, whose notes are various and melodious, but at noon they all seem to repose, and the silence is then scarcely ever interrupted. The formation of which this hilly ridge is composed, so far as the luxuriant vegetation permits of its being observed, is a yellowish, argillaceous rock, mixed in fragments with the vegetable mould. It is of various degrees of hardness, and in some cases may be observed in conjunction with compact basaltic rock, which appears sometimes protruding on the surface, sometimes laid bare in the river courses. The pebbles in the rivers are whinstone of different colours, and varying in point of hardness, and this rock seems to be everywhere the lowermost, and to compose the greater bulk of the mountain, having in its formation variously acted upon and changed the covering argillaceous rock. Both on the eastern and western coast other kinds of rocks may be seen: marly limestone, marble, in conjunction with slates, conglomerates, sandstones, and lignite, of which I shall have occasion to speak more fully when describing the places in which they occur. The flat alluvial land, extending on the right shore of the Awaroa to Rangaunu Bay, is separated from Lauriston Bay by an offset from this hilly ridge, which juts out into the sea and forms Karikari, or Knuckle Point. These hills are low, covered in some places with a little wood, in others with fern. The first place which claims our attention in Lauriston Bay is Oruru, where a river, which takes its rise on the eastern slope of Maunga Taniwa, and which can be entered by a boat, empties itself into the sea. On both sides of this river is excellent, level and clear land, which rises slowly towards Maunga Taniwa. Oruru is separated by low hills, covered with a stiff white clay, and a scanty vegetation from a similar valley, 8 miles to the northward, and out of which another river runs into the sea. The road from Oruru into the harbour of Manganui leads over a succession of steep hills and narrow fertile ravines. The distance is about 10 miles. I was agreeably surprised to see the native plantations at Oruru. In neatness, they exceed everything that would be done by Europeans with similar means. But strange to say, the natives had preferred the steep sides of a hill to the rich alluvium of the valley. There are not many people living here. Those who do belong to the tribes of the Haupuri, but Pane Karioa, the chief at Kaitaia, claims the whole place and the right to dispose of it, as the present occupants belong to a subdued tribe. The greater part of the land has been sold, chiefly to Mr. Ford, who was formerly the surgeon attached to the missions. The harbour of Manganui is not laid down in any chart. Vessels rounding Point Survie should keep close to the southern shore of Lauriston Bay, and will then have no difficulty in avoiding the reef of rocks which runs off Oruru in a northeasterly direction, and which is the only obstacle to a safe and easy entrance into the harbour. The channel is not above 100 yards wide, but is very deep. Several whalers have at different times resorted to this harbour for provisions and repair. In the narrow part of the channel, a vessel can keep close to the southern shore, and, entering the basin, haul close round to the southern head, and anchor in 5 fathoms of water, about 1/4 of a mile off that head, where a small number of vessels are perfectly sheltered. The rest of the estuary is a large basin, spreading out into mudflats at low water, with a channel sufficiently deep for large boats near the northern shore, up to its head, which is here entered by a river that takes its rise in the hills separating the harbour of Wangaroa from Manganui. An arm of the latter stretches towards Oruru, and unites with this river behind an island of moderate size, which forms the head of the harbour. This island conceals mangrove flats, which lie on both sides of the channel. The river Putikaka is entered by the tide for about 8 miles, and thus far a boat can go up it. It flows through an undulating open country, the elevations alternating with large swamps, which might easily be drained, and would then form good agricultural land. Higher up, the view is shut in by the hills towards Wangaroa, which are about 15 miles distant, and are covered with kauri forest, as are also the hills to the west and north. The land up to the base of those hills is devoid of trees. At this point, the Putikaka is only a small creek, but several times during the year it swells sufficiently to float large logs of kauri into the harbour. A melancholy scene of waste and destruction presented itself to me when I went up to see this forest. Several square miles of it were burning, having been fired in order to make room for the conveyance of logs down to the creek. Noble trees, which had required ages for their perfection, were thus recklessly destroyed in great numbers, as, in consequence of the great quantity of resin around this pine, the fire always spreads rapidly. The cupidity of new settlers too often occasions the destruction of the forests, to the irreparable injury of subsequent colonists. A great many of these first settlers, doubtful of being able to maintain their claims to their immense purchases, have no other object than to clear the greatest possible amount of profit in the shortest time, even at the sacrifice of a large and invaluable forest. It is utterly impossible ever to make good the damage thus done to the real interests of the country at large, as the kauri land is so exhausted that scarcely anything will grow on it but fern and manuka. Unless the strictest measures are immediately taken to prevent this reckless destruction, it is very certain that the forests of this noble tree will be greatly and irreparably reduced, as the kauri is already a scarce tree, and is confined to very narrow limits. These reflections occurred to me more than once during my wanderings in New Zealand, having many times seen kauri forest burning, not fired for the purpose of clearing the land, but in order to get 12 or 2 of logs. Sometimes the conflagration has been caused by neglect. In several places, many square miles in extent are covered with the burnt remains of the forest. The trees here were cut up into logs 16 feet in length, and 4 of these logs were generally obtained from one tree. The work was done by native sawyers. About 6 miles from its outlet into the harbour, the Putikaka is joined by another river, which flows through a fine cultivated valley. The north side of the harbour is hilly, and consists of a red ferruginous loam, interrupted in some places by basalt and Lydian stone. The southern head of the harbour is a narrow peninsula, with tableland on the top. Towards Port Survey the coast is hilly, with occasional narrow valleys, most of which are wooded toward the sea coast. There are about 30 Europeans living in this harbour, chiefly sawyers and storekeepers, and a few natives. The latter have their fixed habitations at Oruru, and only come here for the purposes of trade and work. Most of them are Ngāpuhi, who came from Taiama near Waimata, and occupied the land with the permission of the chiefs at Kaitaia. They have sold the whole of the harbour and surrounding country to different people, but the chiefs at Kaitaia deny that they had any right to do so, and have asserted their own claim to the territory by selling the harbour to the government. Manganui is well situated for a small town, as it commands a sufficient extent of agricultural and timber land to ensure success. There is an easy communication with the different native settlements in Lauriston Bay, and a good path leads to Kaitaia, which might easily be converted into a road. One of the European colonists here, who had lately come from Adelaide and South Australia, presented me with a specimen of that very curious bird, the kiwi, or Apteryx australis. It had been killed by a dog, and was consequently much injured. This was the only specimen I obtained during a stay of 18 months in New Zealand, although I offered a liberal reward to any native who would bring me one. In most places the natives told me at once that none were now to be found, that the dogs and cats had destroyed them all. In the hilly and gloomy forests between Manganui and Hokianga, they were said still to exist, and also in a swampy mountainous tract in the neighbourhood of Waimate. But the indolence of the natives in those districts frustrated all my efforts. Other places, as the Little Barrier Island and the Gulf of Hauraki, some districts near the East Cape, and the western coast of the Middle Island, where they are said to be still common, I had an opportunity of visiting. A bird of such anomalous structure as the kiwi, differing as it does from all other birds, although most nearly related to the Struthius order, and having habits peculiar to itself, had attracted my most eager attention. That the period is near at hand when this bird will be extinct is quite evident, and is a point of the deepest interest to the natural philosopher, on account of the conclusions to be drawn from such a fact, as regards certain events in the history of the animal creation, and the agencies employed to influence the actual state of many tribes, and the fluctuations in their relative positions. Happily for us, the most eminent comparative anatomist of the age, Professor Richard Owen, has, by a most careful dissection of several specimens, the results of which is given in the 2nd volume of the Transactions of the Zoological Society, preserved to science a most complete account of the structure of the Apteryx. Unfortunately, no such account exists in regard to another bird, which has disappeared from the globe within the memory of man. I mean the dodo, formerly inhabiting the islands of Bourbon and Mauritius. A few observations regarding the Apteryx will not, I trust, be considered out of place. The kiwi, or kiwi, as it is called by the natives, inhabits the deepest recesses of the forest. Here, where gigantic trees are interwoven almost impenetrably with climbers, and where in the indentations of the mountains are formed small open and swampy spots covered by bulrushes and tufts of a high carex, or of a liliaceous plant, the Hamelinea veratroides is its favourite resort. Here it hides itself in the hollows of the trees during the day, being a truly nocturnal bird. It generally lives in pairs, male and female, one pair occupying a certain district. As soon as night sets in, it leaves these hiding places in search of food. This consists of the larvae of coleopterous and lepidopterous insects, which it scratches out with its powerful feet, or turns up with its long, slender beak. But insects seem not to be its only food. Professor Owen found seeds in its stomach, which I ascertained to be those of the Iliocarpus hinau, and according to the statements of the natives, the seeds of the Hamelinea veratroides are also a favourite food with it. Little is known as to the nidification and incubation of the kiwi, but I have ascertained the following particulars from the natives. They say that it burrows with its feet, and hollows out to a greater extent excavations already existing under the roots of trees, and in them, on a single layer of grass, it lays one egg of a greenish colour and as large as a turkey's egg. They also assert that the male and female hatch alternately. Their notion as to the period of incubation is rather curious, as they say that the bird sits for several months upon the egg. During the night, the shrill cry of the kiwi is often heard. The male utters the sound hoiri, 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 and the female ho, ho, ho. By imitating these notes, the natives decoy the kiwi and catch them with the help of a dog, or bewilder them by suddenly displaying a torch made of the resinous kauri pine, by which plan they catch them alive. A violent struggle generally ensues between the dog and the bird, in which the kiwi uses its powerful legs with great effect. It is said to be very swift in running, although its feet do not seem better adapted for that purpose than those of the common fowl. Formerly, the kiwi served the natives for food. It is very fat at some seasons, and its flesh is said to be well tasted. Its skin, which is remarkably strong and tough, especially along the back, was sewn together and formed highly valued mats. Never having seen one of these mats, I readily conclude that the bird itself had become very scarce. I possess, however, fish hooks, to which the feathers of the kiwi are attached as artificial flies, and to that purpose they are well adapted. From all I could ascertain, there exists only one species of this remarkable bird. The male is distinguished by being much larger than the female, and by having a longer bill. At least, this is the case in all the specimens the sex of which was ascertained, and there are 10 or 12 now in England. And it was also the case in those which I saw in New Zealand, in the possession of Mr. Colenso and the Reverend Richard Taylor, and also in the museum in Sydney. This difference of size will account for the belief that there were 2 species. If it be true, as the natives assert, that the kiwi is found on Little Barrier Island, which is uninhabited and is situated about 9 miles from the main, this fact would give rise to curious geological speculations. How did a bird which cannot fly, for its wings, so to speak, are nothing but small crooked appendages, each about 1.5 inches long and terminating in a claw, come across that sea to that island? It would appear that no other answer can be given than that the island was formerly connected with the main. Fortunately, we have proofs of a similar disruption in the existence, on a small rocky islet in the Bay of Plenty, of iguana, which on the main island has almost become extinct. I shall speak of the latter remarkable fact in another place. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Travels in New Zealand, Volume 1, by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 15. Harbour of Whangaroa. The harbour of Whangaroa has already obtained some celebrity by the catastrophe which happened to the Boyd and the murder of her crew and passengers by the natives in the year 1809. It is situated about 25 miles to the northward of the Bay of Islands. From Point Surville to the entrance of this harbour the coast is cliffy and steep, consisting of fragments of volcanic rock very firmly cemented together into a conglomerate. The entrance to the harbour is formed by towering perpendicular rocks of the same description, and is only about 150 yards broad. Pohutukawa trees and others overhang these black walls, and form a very picturesque contrast with them. The entrance looks as if the solid rocks had been rent asunder by an earthquake, and the steep opposite sides had undergone a continued fraction before they parted. Deep fissures penetrate the coast, and high cubical masses are piled one above another inshore to the height of several hundred feet. The most remarkable is Waihi, or St. Peter, a cluster of these solid rocks on the northern head. The water in the entrance is of great depth close to the rocks, and there is no sunken rock or other hidden danger below the surface. This volcanic conglomerate overlies a formation of volcanic ashes, which contains carbonized remains of fern and wood. Nearly opposite Waihi, a dome-like elevation crowns a pyramidical wooded hill called Hakiri. The top of this cupola is accessible, although with great difficulty, and served in former days as a retreat for the natives. Its formation is a decomposing trachyte, and it has probably been pushed up into its dome-like shape through the basaltic rock which is seen at its base, or it may have wasted away to that shape from the effects of rain and climate. To the northward are the hills which separate Whangaroa from Manganui, and which are called Taratara. Their step-like outlines give us an insight into their formation. The south side of the harbour is likewise rocky, and consists of much fixtured waki and basalt. The harbour itself is very spacious and deep, possesses anchorage for the largest fleet, and is sheltered from all winds. As a harbour, it ranks with the best in New Zealand, and the beauty of its scenery is nowhere surpassed. There is, however, but little available land in its immediate neighbourhood. To the northward, the sea forms some inlets with flats, which are overgrown with trees, and kauri timber is found on the neighbouring hills, but at some distance from the coast, all that grew nearer the sea having already been cut down or destroyed. Several vessels have been here laden with timber, and craft of small burden have been built here. About 2,000 natives live in the immediate neighbourhood of this place, part of whom have become Protestant, part Roman Catholic converts. Mission statements for both confessions are established here, and the natives seem to be in a fair state of advancement. They belong to the tribe of the Ngāpuhi, who took possession of the country after the original tribe had been conquered and nearly destroyed by Eongi. This original tribe was the one that was led on by the chief George to destroy the Boyd. You ask in vain for people who took part in or know much of this affair. The short time of 31 years has been sufficient for a whole tribe to disappear. Of this, however, I became convinced that a small portion only of the blame rested with the natives. Eongi received in his last fight here the wound of which he afterwards died. Besides the missionaries, about a dozen other Europeans, mostly sawyers, live in different parts of this district. But with the exception of Mr. Shepherd, the church missionary, no one has made any attempt to cultivate the soil. About 2 miles from the south head of Whangaroa Harbour, a beautiful red and variegated marble is found on the coast, of a close fine grain, and in sufficient quantity to become of importance for domestic architecture at some future time. This marble occurs in connection with chloritic and argillaceous slates, and seems to belong to the transition or secondary series, if we may judge from its mineral character, for it does not contain any fossils. The entrance to the harbour can be easily found, being opposite to the northernmost of the Cavels, a chain of islands, chiefly of basaltic formation, and extending along the coast towards the Bay of Islands. The island opposite to the harbour is resorted to by the natives for fishing, but otherwise it is a hilly and exposed spot of no importance. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Travels in New Zealand, Volume 1, by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 16. Wangapi and Hokianga. We now return to the western coast. If we travel from Kaitaia towards the source of the Awaroa, we see its valley separated from the coast by undulating hills of basaltic structure and covered with forest. Where the basaltic rock is found, the soil is generally good, and I have no doubt that in the course of time these hills will all be cultivated, and thus increase the area which I have assigned to the district of Kaitaia. I do not include in this the hills in the middle of the island, to which Maunga belongs. They are too steep ever to be of anything but forest land. The coast from Waro to Wangapi, or false Hokianga, 15 miles to the northward of Hokianga, is bold and rocky. Wangapi has never been surveyed. Its entrance is about 200 yards wide. It then expands into a fine basin, surrounded by low wooded hills, and appears to afford no shelter for shipping. The natives have extensive plantings, and belong to the tribe which lives at Hokianga. Passing from Kaitaia to Hokianga, the bridle road ascends nearly to the summit of Maunga, and then proceeds in a different direction. We leave it here by turning to the westward, and descending rapidly, soon arrive in a valley through which a mountain stream flows, which in its upper part has formed alluvial land about 5 or 6 miles broad and 8 miles long. This river is the Mangumuka. Its length from Maunga to the point where it joins the estuary called the Hokianga is about 20 miles. At the upper part of the valley there is flat and fertile alluvial land, bounded on all sides by wooded hills. The river, running in a bed of whinstone pebbles, at some places deepens, at others shoals, and its banks bear signs of frequent floods. Lower down, its depth becomes more equal, and for about 10 miles from its embouchure into the Hokianga harbour, it admits vessels of moderate burden. This lower part is bounded on both sides by steep hills covered with kauri trees, but the best of them have been cut down near the water's edge. So much has been said about Hokianga that in speaking of it I may confine myself to a few words. The estuary is almost wholly bounded by steep hills, which, after the kauri has been cut down, will not repay the trouble of cultivation. But the largest timber trees, Those fit for the Royal Navy are nearly all gone. Those that remain are good for logs, but not for spars, and therefore the timber trade alone is not sufficient to repay the settlers. The estuary is joined by several freshwater tributaries, which have a little cultivable land on their banks. This is especially the case at the principal stream and at the Waima, near the entrance into the harbour. But the alluvial land bears a very small proportion to that which is clayey and useless. The good land is in the hands of the natives, who are branches of the Ngāpuhi and Rarewa tribes. They have cultivated small patches, and that proportion of the land which they do not make use of might advantageously be occupied by a small number of European peasantry. But the nature of the country forbids any other kind of settlement. The harbour, however, although a bar harbour, can be entered by large vessels, and as there is a pilot on the heads, there is no danger. There are already 200 Europeans settled on the Hokianga, traders and sawyers, who found ample employment as long as fine spars and cheap labour were to be obtained. But all this is now greatly changed. The first Wesleyan mission station was established at the Hokianga, and has been so effective that nearly all the natives are Christians. There is a printing press at Manunu, from which a few prayer books have been issued. A Roman Catholic missionary also resides here during a period of the year. The hills in the neighbourhood of Hokianga consist of argillaceous slate, covered with a white stiff clay, characteristic of the Kauri land. In several places, basaltic rock is found underlying the slate. Hokianga is noted for its wet climate and the thick fogs which envelop it long after the sun has risen above the horizon, whilst in other parts of the island they are scarcely ever met with. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Travels in New Zealand, Volume 1, by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 17. Waimate, Lake Maupere, and Thermal Springs. After emerging from the hills which surround Hokianga on all sides, and which are still covered with a primitive forest of pines, we descend into a comparatively level country, and about 15 miles from the head of the harbour we leave the bush, and the country is open to the Bay of Islands. We may regard the whole country to the westward and northward of the Bay of Islands as a volcanic tableland. If we enter this tableland from Hokianga, we have to our right the Lake Maupere. In its immediate neighbourhood is an ancient crater, which forms a regular cone, with the exception that the western margin has fallen in. Large angular pieces of a very scoriaceous and vesicular lava of different colours, and amygdaloid basalt cover its sides and base. With much labour, the natives have collected these rocks into mounds, and have cultivated the black soil between them. The lavas and the crater closely resemble those in the Auvergne. In general, the lavas of New Zealand are so hard that time and the atmosphere have scarcely any influence on them. When we speak of a volcanic country, we generally associate with it the idea of fertility, but this is true in particular cases only. If the ejected matter be mud or ashes, in 40 or 50 years, or even in less time, it is clothed with vegetation and fit for planting, as we see in the fruitful regions around Etna and Vesuvius. But it would appear that the masses thrown up by these Polynesian volcanoes have rarely consisted of such soft substances, but have flowed out as lava, forming hard scoriae, like the slaggy refuse of an iron foundry, and it will therefore easily be understood that the lands immediately at the base of the numberless volcanic cones which we see in New Zealand are not always those best suited for agricultural purposes. The lake, which I have above mentioned, is about 1 square mile and a half in extent, and apparently of great depth. In some places its borders are steep and consist of basaltic lavas. It is perhaps an old crater, and indeed there is a tradition amongst the natives that a large village with its inhabitants was suddenly engulfed during an earthquake. Several conical craters, similar to that above mentioned, only with more perfect funnels in their centres, lie to the westward of Waimate. The interiors are covered with vegetation, and all appear to have long been in a state of repose. A few miles to the southward of Waimate are some curious thermal springs. In order to visit them we leave Waimate and ascend a hill, from which 3 of the volcanic cones above mentioned present themselves to our view in an extensive depression of the tableland below. The field is spread over with fragments, often more than 15 feet in diameter, of a slate-coloured basaltic rock. the spaces between which are covered with fern and flax, while here and there are patches planted with Indian corn and potatoes. After passing a small native settlement and crossing a ravine, we ascend a ridge of hills, very barren and steep, with a white clay on the surface, and evidently covered in former times with the kauri pine. We now come to a lake about 1 mile in circumference. On its shores are black and half-burnt stems of kauri, and the soil in the neighbourhood is covered with efflorations of pure sulphur. At a little distance is another lake, called Kohutakino, smaller than the former, and near this are the mineral springs. There are several of them, all close to the lake. The first which I examined was strongly luminous, and of a temperature of 62 degrees Fahrenheit. A few feet from it was a tepid spring, of a milk-white colour and an alkaline taste. Its temperature was 124 degrees. A third was acidulous, with a temperature of 154 degrees Fahrenheit. In another, over which rose strong sulphuretted hydrogen gas, the thermometer stood at 133 degrees, while the temperature of the surrounding air was 80 degrees Fahrenheit. December 4, 1840. A small creek discharged itself into the lake through a narrow gully. The gaseous emanations of sulphuric acid have much altered the argillaceous rock, parts of which have become white and red, while in other portions it has changed into a species of clay, covered with sublimations of pure alum, sulphur, and different sulphates. There are several other springs in the neighbourhood, which mix their waters with the creek, and impart to it an increased temperature. I found here some native women, with their children, living in a temporary shed. The children were affected with cutaneous and scrofulous diseases, especially ringworm and swollen lymphatic glands, and had been brought to this place for the benefit of bathing in the warm sulphurous water. The beneficial effects were already very visible. The springs are often visited by the natives for this purpose, and, as might be expected, are of very great benefit in many of the disorders most common in these parts. The surrounding country, especially to the southward, has to a singular degree the barren and desolate aspect, so often observed in places celebrated for their salubrious mineral waters. Scarcely any verdure is seen on the hills of the neighbourhood. It is only in the ravines that the uniform brown tint of stunted fern is interrupted by the green of some sheltered groves. There seems to be no doubt that the sick will flock to these baths in the course of time, especially as the distance from the Bay of Islands is trifling, the communication easy, and the valley well sheltered from the winds. Waimate, which is situated about 15 miles to the westward of the Bay of Islands, has a very European aspect. A church has been built, and in its neighbourhood are the houses of the missionaries, surrounded by rose trees and other plants of foreign extraction. There is a great want of flowering plants in New Zealand, and every introduction of such improves the landscape. In the neighbourhood are the poor and slovenly huts of the natives, forming rather a painful contrast. However, when I saw the natives in church on the Sunday, most of them were cleanly dressed in the European style, and the work of Europeanizing them seemed to be gradually progressing. Waimate was chosen many years ago as the agricultural settlement of the Church Missionary Society, and has been ever since the residence of an ordained clergyman. Although convenient as a mission settlement in many other respects, being in the common road from the Bay of Islands to Hokianga, and from the southern to the northern districts of the island, its immediate neighbourhood has no great pretensions in an agricultural point of view, and the produce of the missionary farm has always been at a very low ebb. In fact, a great deal of the land has been relinquished for the very sufficient reason that it yielded nothing at all. The soil is very light, dusty, volcanic earth. This is the reason why the natives have no plantations here, but prefer the ravines intersecting the plain, or go nearer to the groves or to the base of the hills which bound the tableland, where the soil is more substantial. Some parts of the tableland towards the Kerikeri have a very superficial stratum of vegetable earth, and are strewed over with lapilli of ferruginous clay. Where these are found, the soil is almost useless. Good and bad land indeed alternate, the latter rather prevailing. On the banks of the Kerikeri and Waitangi rivers, which discharge themselves into the Bay of Islands, the land is of the best description, but even there masses of scoriae have to be cleared away, which will require a great expenditure. The Waitangi forms a picturesque cascade near its outlet into the Bay of Islands. Below the fall, the basaltic rock in the banks of the river shows somewhat of a columnar structure. The neck of land which separates Waitangi from the Kerikeri is claimed by Mr. Bushby, the former consul of New Zealand, and contains some very good land and pasturage. The vegetation which covers the tableland is but little varied. Fern, tupakihi, Coriaria sarmentosa, Dracaena australis and indivisa, and Gaultheria are the most common plants. That curious lichen, the Cenomice retispora, is found in abundance. A few groves of trees in the neighbourhood of Waimate contain chiefly puriri, tarairi, and high stems of fuchsia. These groves were formerly used as burying places by the natives, who suspended coffins containing the bodies of their dead to the trees, which has made them sacred, and is perhaps the cause of their not having shared in the destruction which has attended the greater part of the forest. The natives living in this neighbourhood belong to the Ngāpuhi, who were formerly one of the largest tribes in New Zealand, but have very much decreased, notwithstanding the ascendancy which the conquests of Iongi gave them over many other tribes. They live much dispersed in their small villages. Remains of their ancient pas are visible on the hills in the neighbourhood of Waimate. A few miles to the northward of Waimate is the Kerikeri River, where there is a mission station. The intervening land is very inferior, and especially around the station, but higher up the Kerikeri it is decidedly good. The Kerikeri is a small stream, forming a fall about 2 miles above the station, opposite to which there is a rapid, presenting a barrier to the further ascent of the tide. Small vessels can come up as high as this point. The estuary of the Kerikeri has the appearance of a broad river, and presents some fine sites for farming establishments on its borders. The waterfall of the river Kerikeri, note, a waterfall is called Waianiwaniwa in the native language, meaning rainbow waters, end of note, has a very picturesque effect. The river is only about 20 yards broad, but the fall is over a basaltic escarpment 95 feet in height. This basaltic overhangs a soft formation of a grey volcanic sand, which has been washed away from under it for about 30 feet, so that one can walk behind the falling cascade. The spray of the waters gives rise to a vigorous vegetation all around, and this place was a favourite spot of that excellent botanist, Mr. Cunningham. There is indeed a greater assemblage of the flora of New Zealand in this neighbourhood than in any other place so near a shipping place. The banks of the Kerikeri are also the only known habitat of the elegant Clyanthus puniceus, a leguminous plant which the natives appropriately call parrot's beak, Kowainutukaka. In the neighbourhood of the mission station are the remains of the pa of Iongi, the scourge of New Zealand. His warlike extravagancies, however, have more than anything else contributed, by exhausting the strength of the natives, to bring about the state of repose so favourable to the progress of European civilization. The blood spilt with the sword which he received from the hands of royalty, when in England, was, as it were, the fertilizing dew in the hearts of the survivors, preparing them for the seeds of civilization, as he had too much weakened his enemies for them to think of revenge. But the man was as good a hero as many who have appeared on the modern stage, and had perhaps more just pretensions to natural talent. And as it is not probable that he will be honoured with a column as a sign of public gratitude for his butcheries, we may as well, in honour of his memory, transcribe from the report of an eyewitness, the missionary Stack, the following particulars of the death and funeral rites of this warrior. Quote, Patuoni, end quote, he says, quote, who has just returned from Wangaroa, called this evening. I asked about Iongi. He told me several things, all of which I felt interested in listening to, as connected with the end of this extraordinary chief. I perceived that Patuone spoke of him in the most affectionate manner. When he and his party arrived at Pinia, where Iongi was, they found him so emaciated that they were much affected. They all, as is usual, wept together, after which they informed him that they feared he would soon die, to which he replied in the negative, saying that he was never in better spirits. After waiting sufficiently long with him to pay him proper respects, they were about to return when he was taken suddenly ill, on which they determined to wait the result. Perceiving by his inward sinking that he was going, he said to his friends, quote, I shall die now shortly, but not today. End quote. He called for his gunpowder, and when it was brought to him, he said, Ka ora koto, you will be, or are, well. This was addressed to his children, his meris, or battle-axes, muskets, and the coat of mail which he received from King George IV. He bequeathed on that day to his sons. After he had settled these matters, he spoke of the conduct of the natives after his death, as in all probability likely to be kind toward his survivors, saying, Ko wai matania, kai mai ki akoto ka ore. Who will desire to eat you all? None. He spent his last moments on the 6th instant, March 1828, exhorting his followers to be valiant and repel any force, however great, which might come against them, telling them this was all the utu, or satisfaction, he desired, which intimated that he had had the question proposed to him, who is to be killed as a satisfaction for your death? This abominable principle still exists in New Zealand of honouring the dead by human sacrifice. His dying lips were employed in uttering kia toa, kia toa. Be courageous, be courageous. As soon as Eongi ceased to breathe, all his friends in the pa at Pinia trembled for themselves, for they did not know but that the Hokianga natives would fall upon them and send them as companions for their dead chief to the shades of night. The Hokianga natives, to prevent suspicion, caused all their people to remain quiet in their huts, while they went to the pa to see Eongi's body dressed. On their approach, though they had used the above precautions, they perceived the people in the pa shivering, like leaves in the wind, till Patuoni and the others bade them dismiss their fears, for they were groundless. A wish to keep Eongi's death private till he was buried, lest a party should come and attack the survivors, induced his children to determine to bury him, or rather to place him on the wahitapu, or sacred place, the day after his death. This Patuoni reproved them for, saying, I have only just become acquainted with those who wish to bury their father alive. He was not buried, therefore, for some days, which were spent in paying all the honour which the New Zealanders were capable of to the remains of the once renowned Eongi. This time the natives spent in haranguing, crying, cutting themselves, dancing, and firing muskets. There are now no natives whatever living on the Kerikeri, and it seems therefore useless to keep up the station. Most of the land on the banks of the river is the property either of the mission or the missionaries. Below the station, the basis of the soil is basaltic. It seems as if an immense crust of this rock had been elevated to near the surface. To the northward of the Kerikeri, as far as Wangaroa, the land is mostly hilly, covered, as I have already observed, in the middle of the island, with primitive forest. Near the coast, almost the whole forest is gone. Herds of cattle and horses feed well upon the young fern and shrubs, although there is no grass pasturage. Sheep looked in a rather bad condition, but the principal objection to sheep farming in New Zealand is on account of the seeds of the Acina sanguisorba, a herb spreading all over the country. These attach themselves so firmly to the wool that they cannot be separated in the washing. About halfway between Wangaroa and the Kerikeri, on the outskirts of the forest, we pass an agricultural settlement of a European. Some natives live in the fertile ravines which run off from the hills toward the seashore. Off the latter are many rocky islets. The former shore forms several bays, of which Mataute is one of the finest. On the slope of the hills which surround this bay like an amphitheatre, an excellent hard greyish marble crops out. The bay is about 2 square miles in extent. On its shore is a native settlement. Between Mataute and Wangaroa there are 2 other bays of similar description, Waio and Tauranga. In the latter, a marly limestone in horizontal strata appears on the side of the hills. It breaks into slabs about an inch thick. To the northward, the hills inland present a perpendicular escarpment, and the limestone displays the interesting phenomenon of a dendritic dyke of whinstone, Lydian stone, injected into its mass. The limestone is altered where in contact with it, and inclines at an angle of about 40 degrees. A few paces from this, the strata are again horizontal. On the Bay of Tauranga, there is some land cultivated by a European. Along the coast from the Bay of Islands to Wangaroa is found in many places an excellent reddish and variegated marble, alternating with whinstone and slates. From Tauranga, a path leads to Wangaroa through a beautiful and fertile valley, sheltered by the hills of the coast from the winds. In it flows a small river, which discharges itself into the harbour of Wangaroa, already described. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Travels in New Zealand, Volume 1, by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 18. Bay of Islands. The Bay of Islands has been more resorted to by vessels than any other harbour of New Zealand, and it is undoubtedly one of the best, if not the very best, in the country. Queen Charlotte's Sound may, perhaps, be ranked as high, being equally sheltered and safe. A great deal of controversy has arisen as to whether the Bay of Islands would not have been the most eligible place for the foundation of the commercial capital of New Zealand. Its advocates refer especially to the great number of vessels which for several years have annually resorted to this harbour for the purpose of obtaining provisions and of refitting, and to the number of Europeans already established there. But I must observe that the vessels which selected this harbour came principally for cheap provisions, which they found as long as there was no increased demand, and that they went to other places as soon as the prices rose. It seems to me that at present more is wanted than a good harbour to constitute the most eligible place for the capital of New Zealand, and that the harbour which offers the greatest facilities for assembling around it a large agricultural population, and which possesses the easiest communication by land as well as by water with the surrounding country, has the best chance of ultimate success. Now, the Bay of Islands possesses none of these advantages. The country which surrounds the harbour consists almost entirely of hills which are steep, although not of any great height, and alternating with ravines, which continue far inland. These hills are formed of a yellow argillaceous stone and a basaltic rock, and it is only in the narrow ravines that there is little fertile soil. Even where the coast hills were formerly covered with forest, it has now disappeared, and is only met with some miles inland. Towards the harbour, these hills form diminutive bays, inaccessible from the land. The different parts of the harbour are separated by arms of the sea, so that the construction of roads to connect them with each other and with the interior is impossible. There is, besides, scarcely sufficient room in any of the bays, even for a moderate-sized town, unless placed on the side of a steep hill. The only exception to the mountainous character of the place is the tableland, extending from the Waitangi towards the Hokianga and the Kerikeri. But this district, as already observed, cannot be ranked among the best portions of New Zealand, and has, moreover, the disadvantage of having no water carriage. Besides this flat district, there is a valley with a considerable extent of excellent land up the Kawakawa, an arm of the bay stretching to the south, into which runs a small freshwater stream. This valley is in the hands of a large native tribe, who cultivate it very extensively. The number of whaling and other vessels in the Bay of Islands has much decreased during the last 12 months. This is chiefly owing to the increase of Europeans, who consume the scanty produce of the region. If the necessaries of life ever come down to reasonable prices in New Zealand, and if at the same time liberal measures be adopted towards foreign whalers, there can be no doubt but they will all again resort to that country, situated as it is nearer to the whaling ground than any other. There exists already a little town at Kororarika, a small cove in the bay, which offers great facilities for shipping, but is difficult of access from the mainland. The same is the case with Russell, the proposed government town at the mouth of the Kawakawa, whilst Victoria, the embryo capital of Mr. Bushby, possessing the finest and most level site for a town, and commanding the Waimate tableland, and therefore the best communication with the interior and Hokianga, as well as with the districts lying to the northward, has no place for the anchorage of vessels, and is, moreover, open to the whole force of the northeasterly winds. The Kawakawa has the aspect of a broad river, bounded by steep and wooded hills. In small nooks on the shore, Europeans have erected humble-looking houses. Inns are not wanting, and abundance of fowls, geese, and ducks render the scene very homely and English-looking. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Travels in New Zealand, Volume 1, by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 19. Wairoa, Kaipara. Proceeding from the head of the Kawakawa to the Wairoa, the principal stream which flows into the harbour of Kaipara on the western coast, we followed the windings of a freshwater stream, which joins the inlet of the sea, and on the banks of which the neat and well-tended plantations of the natives indicate a growing industry. After crossing some hills, we are again led into the valley of the river, and here the eye is attracted by picturesque groups of limestone, which in various shapes crop out at the slope of the neighbouring hills, often resembling ruined castles or towers. sometimes half concealed amongst beautiful tree ferns and other trees. The valley forms a basin of alluvial and very fertile soil, as is indicated by the coriaria, dracaena, and phormium, which only grow in the best situations. The name of the valley, as well as of the river, is Waiomio. From this point to the part where the Wairoa first begins to be navigable for large boats is a good day's journey. The country consists mostly of low but steep hills, on which here and there are the remains of the former kauri forest, half burnt and rotten. But now nearly the whole surface of the region is covered with fern and manuka. The hills alternate with valleys which, from the stagnation of the waters, are swampy and contain here and there forests of the kahikatea pine, Dacrydium excelsum, the quickest growing in New Zealand, and consequently the least durable tree of this class. A swampy plain stretches to the eastward as far as the rugged hills of Wanari Bay. It offers some fine situations for farms, and would afford excellent opportunities for forming pasturage by the cultivation of artificial grasses, as the land is rich, and the swampy parts might easily be drained. No natives live here, but my guides assure me that some slaves had lately run away from the Bay of Islands and lived concealed in the bush, a circumstance which rarely happens in New Zealand, as the natives are too much accustomed to a settled life, and even when they do conceal themselves, they are obliged to cultivate the land in order to obtain food. The first natives I fell in with were a cheerful and industrious set, near the head of the Wairoa, who were cutting and squaring kauri trees in a very workmanlike manner. They all left their work on my arrival, as the evening was approaching, and accompanied me to the banks of the river, where they had temporary habitations. The children amused themselves with rowing matches, their parents cheering them on, or taking part in the race, and I had a good opportunity of observing the healthy and symmetrical form of their bodies, the graceful and vigorous play of their muscles. The scene offered an excellent study for an artist, or for an admirer of the human form, when neither impaired by an artificial state of life, nor distorted by the arts of fashion. The little boys dipped their oars into the stream with astonishing precision, to the measure of the following boat song, which was chanted by one of the party. He toi ere, e to ia ana pehia, ana kokiri e tia ia, e romakina, e te wawati, tena, tena, tena tarai ra, e wati ia, e te ihu, e waenga, e te kai, e tango katoa, e ana te kaka ko terite, tana wina, tana wiua, e tia ia, ana, to ia, taki, taki wakarere, he ruru kukua, tena tango hia, e te rai ra tango mai, e piko tango atu, tena kia mau, e kio ia, tena kia puta, ko iri, wati ia, u ere tai tau, kia rite, tena to ia, e kia noto ai pai rawa, kia rite, ta koto waka wiria, e kamahui, e ki te wana to ia. Translation: a canoe song. Push, pull, launch, dip, bend, turn. Now. The point here, bend at the head, in the middle at the stern. Now pull all together, be strong all together. Dip quickly now, dip quickly, dip. Now pull, taki. Now fetch the point there. Now take in a reef, take out a reef. Now hold fast, that is it, and let it emerge. Ko iri, wati ia. All pull together, pull. Dip deep, I. Very well, all together. Lie down, twist it, let it go. Be strong. Pull. We afterwards sat around the fires, and song followed song, until the night was far advanced. It is not astonishing that savage life should possess so many charms, even for sober spirits. The naivete of manners, the childlike expression of joy, innate to people in a state of nature, vanishes before the formalities of our civilization. The hospitable savage is changed into a reckoning and deliberating merchant. The encumbrance of our clothing in a warm climate makes him stiff and helpless, and our complicated food soon renders him unhealthy. Is he the gainer or loser by this change? Kaipara Harbour, into which the Wairoa and other rivers fall, seems to me, on account of the quantity of timber trees on the shores of the rivers, the length of their navigable course, the extent of the available alluvial land on their banks, and the immediate neighbourhood of the seat of government, Waitemata, to be deserving of an early attention as a place where capital and labour may be very profitably employed. The accident that befell the New Zealand Company's vessel Tory, which ran on a sandbank at the entrance of this harbour, the total loss of the timber vessel Aurora, and the wreck of the brig Sophie Pate, when many lives were lost under circumstances the most distressing, all of which shipwrecks happened in the last 2 years, have obtained for this harbour a very bad reputation. But I am inclined to ascribe these accidents to the very deficient knowledge possessed of the harbour, which has never been properly surveyed, while incorrect and untrustworthy sketches pass into our charts as surveys. Kaipara is not a bar harbour, but a channel harbour. It is a very large basin, into which a tide, rising 10 feet at full and change, rushes with great velocity, which, joined with the narrowness of the channel, and our imperfect knowledge of the soundings, certainly occasions great danger. Westerly winds, which blow without intermission during some portions of the year, and increase the current setting into the harbour, are another inconvenience, as they prevent ships from leaving the harbour at all times. This indeed is the case with all the harbours on the western coast of New Zealand. Whether the shoals and sandbanks in the offing are shifting is not yet ascertained, but it is not improbable that such is the case. I am aware that, being no navigator, my opinion cannot claim much weight, but it certainly appears to me that, notwithstanding all the disadvantages I have enumerated, there would be no real great danger to vessels under the care of an experienced pilot in entering the harbour, if it were properly surveyed and the shoals well buoyed off. Many large vessels, as the Navarino and the Ann Watson, have entered and left it in safety. At present there exists only a sketch of the harbour from a running survey of my lamented friend, the late Captain William Simons, which has the credit of being the most accurate, although it has been disfigured by a spurious lithograph in Sydney. Kaipara seems to be a harbour particularly adapted for steamers, as they can contend with the tide and contrary winds. The harbour consists of several arms, which receive streams of fresh water. The westernmost of these is the Wairoa. At the point where you first fall in with this stream, in coming from the Bay of Islands, and 130 miles from the heads of the harbour, its breadth and depth are those of the Thames at Richmond. It is navigable for canoes about 8 miles above this place, where the farther progress is prevented by rapids. The Wairoa rises in the hills, on the northern slope of which the Waima, an arm of the Hokianga, has its source. The Wairoa is soon joined by the Otamatea, a river coming from the hills in the neighbourhood of Wanari Harbour, and this receives in its turn the Oropaoa from the northward, and the Kaiwaka and Wakaki from the eastward. Not far from the junction of the Otamatea with the Wairoa, the latter is joined by the Oruawaro, another stream of considerable size, although, as is evident from the breadth of the island at this part from coast to coast, not of any great length. Lower down, the Tapara from the south and the Kaipara proper flow into arms of the estuary. The Kaipara proper flows a very serpentine course in a moderate-sized valley formed by the hills which bound the sea coast between Kaipara and Manukau harbours, and separated from an inlet of the harbour of Waitemata in the Gulf of Hauraki by a piece of land about 3 miles in breadth, and consisting of low hills over which the natives frequently drag their canoes in times of war. Not far from the highest point to which the tide reaches in the Kaipara proper, another river joins it, which runs likewise within a very short distance of Waitemata. The banks of all these rivers are bounded by hills of no very great height, which do not generally reach to the banks, and are often more than a mile distant from them. The banks are level and consist of a somewhat clayey and fertile soil. The Wairoa continually carries down a quantity of this soil from the higher to the lower parts of the river, in consequence of which its waters have a yellow appearance. In the upper part of its course a beautiful and fertile valley joins it, which begins in the neighbourhood of Hokianga. Here the chief Parore lives with his tribe and cultivates the land. The banks of the Wairoa, with the exception of those parts which are of very recent formation, and of the portions which have been cleared by the natives, are covered with a thick forest of timber trees of all descriptions, but especially the kauri pine, which is always in the greatest profusion in hilly situations. I am not acquainted with any place in New Zealand where these trees are more plentiful, of greater height and diameter, and of easier access. The natives are constantly employed in felling and squaring them. The consequence is that they are well supplied with all our commodities. one careful chief had collected quite a property from the fruits of his own labour and that of his tribe. As they also cultivate a considerable quantity of ground for their own use, and have a surplus quantity for sale, it may easily be foreseen that, if justly treated by their new government, they will prove in time a valuable and wealthy part of the population of the colony. Small vessels can go up the Wairoa as far as the settlement of a Mr. Stevenson, 85 miles from the heads of the harbour, where there is a depth of 12 feet, but only 15 miles lower down, at the farm of Mr. Forsyth. The river has water and a clear channel for vessels of any burden, and also anchorage close inshore. Timber is likewise found on the banks of all the other tributaries, especially of the Otamatea, and everywhere there is sufficient land to enable the colonist to combine agricultural pursuits with the timber trade, in which case alone the latter can prove profitable in New Zealand. The inlet, which is joined by the Kaipara proper, is navigable for large boats as far as the tide runs up. On the hills between Kaipara and Manukau there is much kauri, and the river affords great facilities for conveying the timber down to the sea. It is very serpentine in its course, and forms a number of paddocks of alluvial land. These are at present swampy, but a little drainage would effectually lay them dry. This low land is here and there covered with groves of the kahikatea pine and the puriri, Vitex littoralis, but in general only fern and flax grow on it. About 40 Europeans live on the Kaipara estuary and its tributaries, and about 700 natives belonging to the tribe of the Ngāti Whatua. The Europeans claim a great part of the land, and much difficulty will arise in settling their various claims, as the land was sold to them by the Ngāpui, the natives in the Bay of Islands, who formerly conquered and drove away the original proprietors of the soil, but a short time since these latter again returned, and their numbers have increased, whereas the contrary has been the case for the Ngāpui, who have silently given up all claims to the land. There was a Wesleyan missionary station up the Wairoa, but in an unfavourable place, there being scarcely any natives within a great distance of the station. In consequence of this, there has not been here that success which in other parts of the island has attended the efforts of the missionaries. The general aspect of the Kaipara and its tributaries is far more open, and the quantity of excellent agricultural land more extensive than at the Hokianga, and from the abundance of its timber, Kaipara is a place already admirably adapted for shipbuilding establishments. Its advantages, therefore, as a settlement, would seem to outweigh the inconvenience resulting from the harbour being situated on a lee shore and of somewhat difficult access. There are many convenient places for a township and for dockyard establishments on the banks of the Wairoa. The hills in the upper part of that river consist of the stiff whitish clay which characterises kauri land, here and there with a basis of a hard argillaceous slaty rock. Lower down on the left bank are steep hillocks of basalt, surmounting which are the ruins of some ancient fortifications. On the right shore and towards the sea coast is a soft ferruginous sandstone. Inside and round the northern head, the cliffs expose layers of lignite, generally 4 feet in thickness and superimposed to the height of about 20 feet by a white, slightly consolidated sand, which softens by exposure to the water, and on a near examination is found to consist of decomposed pumice stone, of which large globular boulders are still compact. The lignite consists of half carbonized wood, besides kauri and pohutukawa, remains of fern trees, indistinct impressions of smaller ferns, and a kind of taifa, all which plants are still found in the island. Extensive beds 4 feet thick, of the same lignite and overlaid by sandstone, are likewise found round the south head of Hokianga. They are then lost beneath the surface, but appear again near the north head of the Kaipara. The intermediate space near the seashore consists of sandhills, which are covered with a running carex, and farther inland with a scanty vegetation of fern. In some places hereabouts I met with small carnelians, magnetic iron sand, and boulders of brown iron ore. In order to reach the harbour of Waitemata from Kaipara, we leave the Kaipara proper, where it narrows and ceases to be affected by the tide. The road leads over hills of an unpromising aspect, but a most magnificent prospect over the surrounding country opens from them to our view. To the north, we overlook the large estuary of the Kaipara, to the west the valley of the Kaipara proper, its meandering stream, and the hills of Manukau, which are mostly wooded. To the east, grotesque-shaped hills on the coast, and by advancing a little farther, we overlook the basin of the Manukau and Waitemata harbour. The entrance into the Gulf of Hauraki is pointed out by Cape Colville, the southern headland, which is about 60 miles distant, and by the Great Barrier Island, which appears dimly on the horizon. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20, Part 1 of Travels in New Zealand, Volume 1, by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 20, Part 1. Gulf of Hauraki, Coromandel Harbour, Waiho, or the Thames, Waitemata Harbour, Auckland. What is commonly called the Thames is a very large estuary or gulf on the eastern coast of New Zealand, containing several harbours and many islands of various descriptions, and receiving the waters of 2 rivers of considerable size. I give to the whole the name of the Gulf of Hauraki, although the natives apply this name only to the eastern part, which receives the river Waiho, or Thames, and the river Piako. If the denomination of Thames is to be retained, instead of the well-sounding native name of Waiho, this part of the Gulf would most appropriately be called the Frith of the Thames. The northern headland of the Gulf of Hauraki is formed by Point Rodney. The southern headland is Cape Colville, the distance between them being about 40 miles. Cape Colville is the extreme headland of a long promontory, forming the eastern limit of the Frith of the Thames. Throughout its length runs a chain of wooded hills, with a sharp crest and steep declivitous sides, which are washed by the sea both on the eastern and western coast. But on the latter, the rocky line is interrupted by an inlet, which forms Waihao, or Coromandel Harbour. At the back of the harbour, the hills, rising into remarkable pinnacled and pyramidical summits, serve as excellent landmarks for the guidance of vessels entering it. To the southward, this hilly chain continues along the eastern coast. At the foot of their western slope runs the Waiho, or the River Thames. Here, the chain of hills assumes the name of the Aroha, Love, Mountains, and borders the valley of the Thames to the eastward, shutting it from the sea. Besides the Waiho, another river, the Piako, flows in this valley and has its embouchure close to that of the former. Waihao, or Coromandel Harbour, is 25 miles from Cape Colville and 35 from the mouth of the Thames. It is surrounded by hills, which on the eastward rise in a series of longitudinal ridges to the height of about 1,500 feet. To the eastward and northward, a stripe of alluvial land runs at the base of the hills, but otherwise the shores, which consist of a sandstone conglomerate and trap, are so hilly that they render all communication difficult between the natives who live in the different small bays around the shores. The shore is covered with verdure, and pohutukawa trees grow all around. The soil on the lower hills is fertile, and yields abundant supplies to the natives. Coromandel Harbour has been resorted to by vessels for the trade in kauri timber, which is abundant on the hills from Cape Colville to Katikati in the Bay of Plenty, about 37 degrees 30 minutes south latitude. Katikati is the southernmost boundary of this tree on the east coast of New Zealand. The spars were cut by the natives under the direction of the Europeans and shipped either at Mercury Bay or at Coromandel Harbour. A shipbuilding establishment might be carried on here with advantage, as other excellent timber besides kauri spars can be obtained, especially pohutukawa, perhaps the most durable crooked timber that exists. It must, however, be borne in mind that, from the rugged nature of the country and from the scantiness of labour, the expenses of bringing down the timber would be very great. Coromandel Harbour is better adapted for small than for large vessels, as, on account of the shallowness of the water, the latter cannot enter far enough to be effectually protected from the outer swell, although there is a good holding ground. Provisions of all descriptions, poultry, pigs, and vegetables, can be obtained from the natives at a cheap rate. The natives who live in Coromandel Harbour are subdivisions of the Ngati Paoa, and are called the Ngati Maru, the Ngati Tamatera, and the Ngati Wanaunga. The whole tribe of the Ngati Paoa amounts to 5,000 who do not live in Coromandel Harbour, portions of them being established at the entrance into the River Thames at different parts of the Gulf of Hauraki and at Mercury Bay. They have greatly diminished in number in consequence of their late wars, especially those which they waged with the Ngāpuhi in the Bay of Islands. They formerly stood in hostile relation with the Ngāti Hawa, who live at Matamata in the valley of the Thames, but a short time ago they made a solemn peace with them. From Coromandel Harbour to the entrance of the River Thames, the coast is rocky, and there is no communication between Coromandel Harbour and the valley of the Thames by land. The hills are mostly basaltic or amygdaloid, and many fine red and white carnelians are found hereabouts. Not far from the entrance into the Thames is a station of the Church Missionary Society, occupying a most picturesque position on the slope of the eastern mountains, which are crowned by a forest of lofty trees. An arm of the sea, which is joined by a creek, the Wawakarunga, bathes the foot of the hills where the buildings are placed. A fertile alluvial flat spreads along its left shore, on which stands a large native fortification, Kaniranga, often containing nearly 2,000 inhabitants. There is no harbour, properly speaking, in the Waihau or Frith of the Thames, and large vessels cannot approach, as a mudbank stretches out between the Thames and the Piako, which have their embouchure close to each other. There is, however, a channel into the Thames, with a minimum depth of 1.5 fathoms at dead low water. Higher up, the depth of the water is 3 fathoms to 3.5 fathoms. Small vessels have gone up the river nearly 50 miles, and large boats can ascend about 90 miles. A channel also leads into the Piako, but this river is the smaller of the two, and at low water admits boats only. I have already observed that the land on which the kauri pine grows is, even when cleared, of no use for any other purposes, both from the rugged nature of the ground and from the quality of the soil. But at some distance from the entrance into the Thames, the eastern coast hills, which, seen from the valley, look like a steep artificial embankment, are flat on the top, and slope gradually down to the sea coast in the Bay of Plenty. The kauri is scarce, and the forest is a mixed one, in which rata, rimu, totara, and hinau are the most conspicuous. Such land is available, if cleared of the forest, the kauri being confined to a few steep hills and ravines on the eastern coast. It is one of the most remarkable phenomena in botany that an immense tree such as the kauri should be satisfied with places where one would have scarcely supposed it could have taken root. The valley of the Thames is about 100 miles long, extending to the neighbourhood of the inland lake of Rotorua, and, with the exception of the banks of the rivers, where kahikatea pine grows to great perfection, the whole valley is occupied by fern, flax, and manuka. This vegetation is interrupted by large raupo, taifa, swamps, which increase toward the mouths of the rivers, where the country is low and subject to inundations. Flights of the common brown duck, Anas supercilius, and of the blue-breasted, red-billed water hen, Porphyrio australis, people these swamps. To the westward, the valley of the Thames is bordered by hills, but these are only defined and separated lower down towards the Frith. Higher up, the valley of the Thames may be said to be united with that of the Waikato and Waipa, with the exception of some distinct hilly groups. From the hilly ridge, several narrow valleys open towards the Frith, and here are the native settlements of Wakatiwai and Waihopukopu. Opposite the island of Waiheke, the land becomes comparatively flat and low. The coast consists of soft sandstone in cliffs of horizontal stratification, and this is the character of the country towards Waitemata, where the government town of Auckland is situated. In passing from the outlet of the Thames to the latter place, the aspect of the shores is highly picturesque. A luxuriant vegetation covers them to the water's edge, or alternates with the clearings made by the natives. As we approach Auckland, several regular volcanic cones rise over the tableland, which stretches across the island to the harbour of Manukau. We pass a number of islands, of which that of Waiheke is overtopped with stately kauri pines. From every crevice of the rocks on these islands, even where washed by the salt water, the glossy green of various shrubs meets our eyes. These islands in the Gulf of Hauraki, luxuriantly wooded as they are, and divided from each other by deep straits, afford a succession of ever-changing scenery, and give the region a variety which is unrivalled by any other harbour in New Zealand, in most of which steep and uniform surrounding hills shut in the view and confine it to a narrow space. The harbour of Waitemata is the most important in the Gulf of Hauraki. It lies at the westernmost extremity of the Gulf, and stretches its ramifications toward the harbours of Manukau and Kaipara. The entrance into the harbour is distant from Coromandel Harbour 40 miles, from the embouchure of the Thames 45 miles, from Point Rodney 40 miles, and from Cape Colville 45 miles. The latitude of the flagstaff in the military barracks at Auckland is 36 degrees 51 minutes 27 seconds. Its longitude 174 degrees, 45 minutes 20 seconds east. The northern head of the harbour forms a peninsula at high water. 2 conical hills rise here, of which that forming the north head, Takapuna, is 216 feet high, of an irregular form, and consists of hard basaltic rock. The other, at a little distance from it, Takuranga, has on its summit a crater partially broken in. It is 279 feet high, and consists of black and reddish vesicular lava. There is now a flagstaff erected on it. The navigable entrance into the harbour is only 3/4 of a mile broad, as it is narrowed by a reef, the outermost point of which is marked by a beacon, and is distant 3/4 of a mile from a curious bastion-shaped sandstone rock, which may be regarded as the southern head. Within the heads, the channel widens to an average breadth of 1 mile. It has its greatest depth on the northern shore, and is shallow on the southern, on which the town of Auckland has been laid out, at the distance of 2.5 miles from the south head. The depth of the harbour is from 6 to 9 fathoms in the mid-channel, and 3 and 3.5 at the sides. The inlet continues about 10 miles to the westward, sending an arm to the northward toward the river Kaipara, and another to the southward toward the harbour of Manukau. The northern arm has a deep but very narrow channel near the northern shore, but shoals and rocks obstruct the passage leading towards Manukau, except for large boats, which can go up for several miles in the river-like inlet, and between its upper part and the harbour of Manukau there is a portage of 1.5 miles. The southern shore, or that on which Auckland stands, consists of cliffs of a soft pepper-coloured sandstone, or sandstone conglomerate, with occasional seams of lignite. The country itself is slightly undulating, and forms small bays, which open towards the harbour, and are partially wooded at the bottom. The rest is covered with high fern and manuka. In the immediate neighbourhood of Auckland there is no wood, but opposite to it a small stripe of kauri and other forest trees, near the seashore, has escaped the general conflagration by which the greater part of the former woods has evidently been destroyed. From this spot the town is provided with timber and firewood. All this land is bad, as is also that at the head of the harbour, but the soil is much better in the immediate neighbourhood of Auckland, and thence towards Manukau, and to the eastward, where it is fit for all kinds of horticultural and agricultural purposes. One feature which contributes to the beauty of the scenery around Auckland is the pohutakawa trees which line the coast, and which, about Christmas, are decked with purple flowers. But unfortunately, one after another these beautiful trees are cut down, and thus the naked sandstone cliffs are laid bare, although these trees in no way interfere with architectural or commercial improvements. Auckland is well supplied with fresh water, not only by the small water runs in the valleys, but also by springs, from which it is readily obtained by digging a few feet below the surface. Several volcanic cones rise in the immediate neighbourhood of the town, at the base of which hard scoriae for buildings and roads can be obtained, and which are easily worked. The sandstone, though soft, hardens by exposure to the air, and is a good building material. End of Part 1 of Chapter 20. Chapter 20, Part 2 of Travels in New Zealand, Volume 1, by Ernst DIEFFENBACH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 20, Part 2. A mile to the eastward of Auckland, there is a small bay called Oraki. It has a narrow entrance and forms almost a natural dock, and could easily be converted into one by means of sluices. To this place, the few natives who form the scanty remnant of the once large tribe of the Ngāti Whatua, the proprietors of Waitemata, have lately returned from Manukau. They cultivate the land, and by supplying firewood and provisions, and by working for wages, have made themselves very useful to the town. Still farther to the eastward, another inlet, commonly called the Tamaki, leads towards Manukau, and here is the shortest portage into the latter harbour, it being only 1/4 mile across. At the entrance into this channel is a bar, with 6 feet depth at low water, but inside the channel deepens. Vessels of 200 tons have gone up for some distance, and large barges can go to the portage. The land on both sides of the Tamaki is excellent. That on the right shore is claimed by the church missionary catechist Fairburn, whose possessions extend from this point as far as to the Wairoa River, being an extent of about 90 square miles. A great deal of lignite is found on the Tamaki, but no wood, with the exception of jungle. The government town of Auckland, considering the short time it has existed, has made considerable progress. Its population, which amounts to more than 2,000, has been drawn together from all parts of the island. A bank has been formed, fine barracks have been built of scoria, and were it not for a general spirit of over-speculation in land, without any attempt to explore the home resources of the island, there would be every ground for hoping that the place would gradually and steadily rise into importance. The thing that chiefly recommends the situation of this place for the central town of the northern island is its easy communication with the coast, both to the north and to the southward. An inland communication through Kaipara with the Bay of Islands can be effected in 5 days, even with the present insufficient means of communication with the western coast and with the interior over Manukau and the river Waikato. Nothing interrupts the water communication but 2 small portages. And even with Cook's Straits, relations can be easily established either by the River Thames or the Waikato and Waipa and the River Wanganui. The coast trade particularly is of the greatest importance, as the nature of the country will cause its colonization at many different points at once, and already a great number of small coasting vessels communicate with Auckland. We must not forget that the Thames and the Piako form an extensive agricultural valley, and that as their natural harbour, Waitemata is preferable to Coromandel Harbour. In short, it appears to me that there can be no question but that the place has been very judiciously chosen for the site of a town, as commanding a great extent of cultivable land in its neighbourhood, great facility of communication with the coast and the interior of the northern island, and as being a central point for the most powerful native tribes, the Ngāpuhi to the northward, the Waikato to the southward, and the Ngāti to the eastward, separating them in a military point of view, but uniting them for the purposes of civilization and commerce. The Gulf of Hauraki contains a number of islands, of which Aotea, or the Great Barrier, at the entrance into the Gulf, and Waiheke, opposite to the entrance into Waitemata Harbour, are the most important. The former is nearly 80 miles in circumference, contains much kauri forest, and possesses an excellent harbour at its northwestern extremity. It is called the Great Barrier Harbour, and has only lately been discovered. From the Great Barrier, I obtained specimens of a copper ore in a matrix of a decomposed micaceous slate. Some of the specimens contained nearly 25% of copper, the rest was sulphur, iron, and silica. I could not ascertain the extent and position of the vein in which it occurs, but from the nature of the surrounding rock, I do not think it improbable that a mine of some importance will be found. Waiheke is about 30 miles in circumference. It has a harbour for small vessels, and there is an anchorage for larger ones in the channel which separates the island from the main. It consists mostly of a yellow argillaceous rock and basalt. It is wooded and hilly, and contains kauri, but has also many sheltered and cultivable valleys. Both islands are claimed by Europeans, the latter by nearly 6 different parties. Barrier Island is the property of a merchant in Sydney, and some Europeans live there. In Waiheke there are some families of the Ngāti Whatua and the Ngāti Paoa tribes, and also a European family. Rangitoto is another very remarkable island. Between it and the mainland is the best channel into Waitemata. It is a cone, rising slowly from the sea, and has on its summit 3 cones, the middle one being the highest, a conformation very common to craters. Rangitoto is an immense heap of scoriae, which in large, hard masses surrounded at its base and the greater part of its height, and it is only on the top that a few bushes have taken root. In the middle cone is a very perfect crater, about 150 feet deep. The highest point of the island rises to 920 feet above the level of the sea, and commands a most extensive panorama of the surrounding country. The meteorological table at page 285, which was kept at Auckland by David Ruff, the harbour master, and to which has been annexed a table of the average heights of the thermometer, taken by Dr. Johnson with 80's register thermometer, exhibits the state of the weather for 1 year. In Auckland, easterly gales generally occur at the full and change of the moon, and continue for 2 and sometimes 3 days. In the winter months, they sweep with great violence over the exposed situation of Auckland. From the east the wind veers to the westward and soon moderates. The most settled weather is with southerly winds. Rains are very frequent, especially in the winter season. I have not the necessary data for comparing the quantity of rain with that in Cook's Straits, but from the scanty observations at my command, I am induced to believe that rains are more frequent here than on other parts of the coast, which may perhaps result from the little distance between the western and eastern coasts. Frosts are rare in Auckland. In fact, the thermometer never stood lower than 36 degrees Fahrenheit. The surface of the land being comparatively level, no impediment is given to the easterly and westerly breezes. The summer heat is therefore very moderate, and the thermometer only once rose as high as 84 degrees. Many of the valleys in the neighbourhood of the town, which are sheltered from the gales, enjoy a mild and agreeable climate. Earthquakes, which are sometimes felt in other parts of the island, have not been experienced in the Hauraki Gulf by the European settlers, nor could I learn from the natives whom I questioned on the subject that there existed any tradition of their having occurred in this region. Meteorological tables from 16th September 1840 to 16th September 1841. Month, 1840, September, latter part. Prevailing winds southwesterly. Average height of the Fahrenheit thermometer. Morning, 56 degrees. Noon, 59 degrees. Evening, 55 degrees. Remarks. 5 days squally and showery weather. 2 days stormy with heavy rain from the eastward. 8 days fine weather. Month, October first part. Prevailing winds southwesterly. Average height of Fahrenheit thermometer. Morning, 56, 57. Noon, 63, 66. Evening, 54, 56. Remarks. 19 days fine weather. 3 days stormy with rain from the eastward. 9 days gale, squalls, and heavy rain from the westward. Month, November. Prevailing winds southwesterly. Average height of Fahrenheit thermometer. Morning, 57, 61. Noon, 63, 66. Evening, 53, 58. Remarks. 18 days fine weather. 2 days stormy with rain from the eastward. 10 days fresh gales, squalls, and showery weather from the westward. Month, December. Prevailing winds easterly. Average height of Fahrenheit thermometer. Morning, 68, 66. Noon, 69, 72. Evening, 58, 60. Remarks. 2 days strong breezes and rain. The rest of the month very fine weather, with regular land and sea breezes. The sea breeze setting in from the northeast in the forenoon and veering to the southward in the evening. Month, January. Prevailing winds. First part, northeasterly. Latter part, southerly. Average height of Fahrenheit thermometer. Morning, 70, 70. Noon, 75, 76. Evening, 64, 61. Remarks. 10 days fresh breezes, squalls, and showers. The rest of the month, light winds, sea and land breezes, and very fine weather. Month, February. Prevailing winds southerly and southwesterly. Height of the Fahrenheit thermometer. Morning, 68, 69. Noon, 73, 74. Evening, 63, 59. Remarks. 8 days stormy with rain. The rest of the month, light winds and fine weather. Month, March. Prevailing winds easterly. Height of the Fahrenheit thermometer. Morning, 67, 65. Noon, 70, 69. Evening, 59, 61. Remarks. 10 days stormy with rain. The rest of the month, brisk breezes and fine weather. Month, April. Prevailing winds. First part easterly, latter part west-southwest. Height of the Fahrenheit thermometer. Morning, 59, 54. Noon, 68, 63. Evening, 56, 54. Remarks. 2 days heavy gale from the eastward and much rain. 7 days squally and showery. The rest of the month, fine weather. Month, May. Prevailing wind, southwesterly. Height of the Fahrenheit thermometer. Morning, 55, 50. Noon, 63, 61. Evening, 52, 56. Remarks. 3 days easterly gale and heavy rain. The remainder of the month, brisk westerly breezes and frequent showers. 1 day, easterly gale and heavy rain. Month, June. Prevailing winds southwesterly. Height of the Fahrenheit thermometer. Morning, 48:50. Noon, 56:58. Evening, 50:51. Remarks. 1 day, easterly gale and heavy rain. 9 days, fine weather. The remainder of the month, strong breezes, squalls, and heavy showers from the westward. Month, July. Prevailing winds, southwesterly. Height of the Fahrenheit thermometer. Morning, 46:47. Noon, 56:56. Evening, 46:46. Remarks. 7 days, fine weather. 5 days, stormy and rainy from the eastward and southeast. The rest of the month, strong breeze, squalls, and rain from the westward. Month, August. Prevailing winds. First part northeasterly, latter part southwesterly. Height of the Fahrenheit thermometer. Morning, 49:50. Noon, 59:58. Evening, 55:55. Remarks. 3 days stormy and rainy from the northeast. 7 days westerly gales, squalls, and showers. The rest of the month, brisk breezes and fine weather. On the night of the 20th, the heaviest thunderstorm that had been experienced since the formation of this settlement. Month, September. Prevailing winds, northeasterly, westerly. Height of the Fahrenheit thermometer. Morning, 51, noon, 58. Evening, 50. Remarks. First 5 days, light showers and fine weather. 3 days, heavy gale and much rain. 6 days, light winds and fine with occasional showers. 2 days, strong northeasterly breeze, ending with much rain. The mean temperature of the different months is represented in the following table. Month January, corresponding to our July, temperature 69.3 degrees. Month February, corresponding to our August, temperature 67.6 degrees. Month March, corresponding to our September, 65.1 degrees. Month April, corresponding to our October, temperature 59.0 degrees. Month May, corresponding to our November, temperature 56.1 degrees. Month June, corresponding to our December, temperature 52.1 degrees. Month July, corresponding to our January, temperature 49.5 degrees. Month August, corresponding to our February, temperature 54.3 degrees. Month September, corresponding to our March, temperature 54.8 degrees. Month October, corresponding to our April, temperature 58.6 degrees. Month November, corresponding to our May, temperature 58.8 degrees. Month December, corresponding to our June, 64.6 degrees. Mean temperature of the summer months, 67.1 degrees. Of the winter months, 52.0 degrees. Mean annual temperature, 59.0 degrees. Difference between the mean temperature of summer and winter only, 15 degrees. The place, which in our northern hemisphere corresponds in its mean annual temperature to that of Auckland, situated in latitude 36 degrees, 51 minutes, 27 seconds south, and longitude 174 degrees, 45 minutes, 20 seconds east, is Montpellier, in 43 degrees, 36 minutes north latitude, and 3 degrees, 52 east longitude. But in Montpellier, the difference between the hottest and the coldest month is 68 degrees, whereas in Auckland, the difference is only 19.8 degrees. The heat of the warmest month in Auckland corresponds to that of the warmest month in Vienna, which is situated in 48 degrees, 12 minutes north latitude, and 16 degrees, 22 minutes east longitude. But its coldest month is somewhat below the temperature of the coldest month in Lisbon, in 38 degrees, 43 minutes north latitude, and 13 degrees, 49 minutes west longitude. Such is the equalizing influence exercised on the climate by the insular position of the country and the proximity of Auckland to the coasts. The usual rise and fall of the tides in Auckland is 10 feet, but they are influenced by the easterly winds, which sometimes raise them to 12 or even 13 feet. The time of high water at full and change is about 6 hours 45 minutes. The variation of the compass is 14 degrees, the dip of the needle 61 degrees 7 minutes. There are other harbours between the Gulf of Hauraki and the Bay of Islands, in all of which Europeans are settled, but very few natives. It would be tedious to do more than briefly mention them. The harbour of Mahurangi is situated at a distance of 20 miles from Waitemata. It is of easy access. The depth of water is sufficient for every description of vessels, and there is secure anchorage. It has a southern and a northern passage, of which the former is the best, and has from 7 to 15 fathoms water. A division of the surveying department has been sent there to lay out a town, but the place, though possessed of some timber, has no particular advantage for a township. 2. Matakana, a small harbour a little to the northward of Mahurangi. It has 2 fathoms water at the entrance, with some kauri timber on its shores. Several Europeans live here. 3. Wanari, an extensive and sheltered harbour. In the neighbourhood there is much kauri forest. 4. Tutukaka. 5. Wangamuma. 6. Wangaruru. In this harbour the ship Buffalo once took in a large cargo of spars. End of chapter 20.